Is it always coming 7?
Now back to the basics. We just keep it moving, ain't leaving no traces. Now look at their faces. Ain't no stopping us now, we controlling with aces. Now tie up your laces. Ain't no tripping, we living this, giving the chase this. Now turn up the face this. We keep living this grizzly, we got it to face this. Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit.
Call you.
Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gonna stop and we living it up.
Thinking of a card.
Merry Christmas, but it's over.
Congratulations.
Feeling amazing. Take to the top and we making a profit. Feeling amazing. We just living our life and we keep it above. Feeling amazing. We ain't never gonna stop and we living it up.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EDT.
Hello everyone, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as we kick off our coverage of the main event from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And this is season's greetings from the season finale, the last EPT of 2025, kicking off 5 consecutive days of coverage. Today, day 2. Going to follow this through to the bubble. They're going to play into the money tonight. That means world famous bubble coverage a bit later on. And we'll follow this all the way through to the final table on Sunday. Live every day on the PokerStars YouTube and Twitch channels at 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 CET. The exception that proves the rule is the final day, Sunday, the final table, when we're live at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. Now, with it being day 2, with registration just closing, we don't know yet the final numbers. We do not know the field size. We do not know how many are going to get paid or what the top prize is. That'll be confirmed a bit later on. What you can do right now is join us in the live chat. Questions and comments are welcome, whether you're watching on YouTube, whether you're watching on Twitch, and of course you can check out what's happening here in Prague across all the PokerStars social channels, including X, Facebook, and Instagram. So yeah, I should highlight as well that this is the penultimate PokerStars event of 2025. Many people, once we wrap in Prague, are going to be going down to the French Riviera because we can.
I thought you were saying the penultimate PokerStars event ever, and I got real worried.
Oh, Joseph. Chip leaders coming into day 2 here in Prague. Dimitrios Kalantaris, the biggest stack. Around 190 bigs at the current blind level, which is 1K 1500 with a 1500 big blind ante. Interesting to see Enrico Kamoshi inside the top 5. This guy is a contender in the high leaderboard in the PokerStars Live League, and yesterday he won the Super High Roller, beating 4 other players.
Wow.
Wow.
Almost a short-handed table.
Almost a spin and go.
We'll be seeing him in Can.
This is the lineup at our first feature table. I imagine we'll be making regular changes to the lineup on the main stage. We've got a former EPT champ, Davide Katai, a former EPT runner-up, Kimo Kirko, a former EPT punter. Sorry, Tobias Leknes, but we very much remember that ace-king hand from EPT Barcelona. Senkel 92, a legend of the game, Nick.
Absolute legend, yeah. Let's not be too harsh. A hero in his own right. Looking forward to seeing what he can do today.
I ran that hand through the solver,
Yeah.
and it said that everything was fine, although my solver is Microsoft Flight Simulator.
So we've got players arriving here at King's Casino, including Govert Metal, who made the final table of this event a couple of years ago. Felix Schneiders, I believe, is one of 2 team pros who's made it to day 2, the other being Seb Huber, who's just slightly out of frame there. Yuri Gilboa won EPT Sochi in 2019. There is Adria Cologne, who was 3rd place finisher in the last EPT we ran, which was in Malta back in October. There's Davide Katai, winner of EPT Berlin 2012. He's going to be on our feature table for the start of play today. And Jason Wheeler was the runner-up here in Prague nearly 10 years ago, 2017, when he finished 2nd to Caladuso.
I believe it's pronounced Wheeler.
So Registration just closing, and as soon as that has happened and every player who has registered for this event has taken their seat, we will get the clock running. We will be underway. 5 levels to play today, and it is the 5th level of the day, level 15 of the main event, when we can expect to go hand for hand. We can expect that bubble to burst. Looks like around 1,200 entries, maybe 1,220. We'll get that confirmed by Toby Stone during the second session of the day. And looks like around 440 players in the room for the start of day 2. Of course, we're combining the players who survived day 1A, survived day 1B, and the players who have bought in max late regged at the start of day 2.
The sequel of my comic book, the villain is called Max Late Reg.
Max Larage.
So here we go, we're getting the action underway, kicking off level 11 of the EPT Prague main event. Blinds are 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. This is hand number 1.
Let's get into it. What a great way to start, like this lineup.
And it's going to be Tobias Leknes who is first to act. He announces fold.
Good fold, Tobias. Well done.
Imo Kirko is out. Marius Galinsky passes. Fabio Moore is the table chip leader. Starts with 146k, just shy of 100 big blinds. And that is a raise from the cutoff with 9-8 suited.
In the midnight hour, she wants more, more, more.
Davide Katai and Oscar Masterson have folded. Gabriel Lepore in the big blind. Queen Jack offsuit.
Yep, I think we're going to play a pot, guys.
He defends. We see our first flop of the day.
In the midnight hour, she wants pour, pour, pour.
King 10-5. So the open-ended straight draw for Lepore, who is also ahead right now with Queen High.
Yeah, I do anticipate we just c-bet this board often. King 10-5. If you're Moore. Don't have to bet particularly big either if you want to get some bluffs through here. 8.5 in the middle. Goes for 3.
And there is the call from Lepore that's going to take us to the turn, which is the 3 of clubs. Lepore still with the best hand and the best draw.
Yeah, interesting proposition on the turn for Moore here. You know, might try and get some hearts to fold, might try and get some 10x or 5x to fold. We did size down flops, so all of those will still be in play at this stage. When we have 8-9 of spades, we unblock hearts as well, so slightly more likely our opponent will have some of the combinations I just described, but, you know, also I think checking is not going to be completely unreasonable. I would say we're kind of towards the bottom of our range, though, so, you know, I think maybe not the worst candidate to go like 12k on the turn, 10k on the turn, something like that.
Let's see if we do get a second barrel. No, Moore decides to check it back. 5 of spades on the river. Queen high still the best hand. Now, 9 high is unlikely to be good at showdown, Nick. So should Lepore check here, I guess Moore kind of has to bluff.
He's beating 6-7. He's beating 4-6. I think you don't want to exclude those 2 hands.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Queen high certainly has some showdown against that cutoff range. You are blocking hands like King Queen, King Jack, Jack 10. So I think turning Queen Jack into a bluff and getting some folds from random ace highs might be kind of cool. The way he's played it now, though, I think Moore is going to struggle to find a bet now. Because you'd imagine missed hearts or missed straight draws would feel confident betting this river some of the time. 10x might even go for value. King X almost definitely going for value. And at this point, has he taken just a smidge too long?
Yeah, on day 2 of the EPT main event, we do not yet have the shot clock. That will be introduced at the start of day 3. We are going to see a river bluff from Fabio Moore. 4,500, pretty small, but tough to make this call with just Queen high. And sure enough, the best hand is folded.
Nice work. Found a line that worked for him there.
I mean, pretty fortunate to run into just Queen high there. Like, I think an ace calls, a 10 definitely does.
Reverse the, yeah.
And there's a lot to think about there, right? Because he's betting a small size, hoping that his opponent has a misdraw. Perhaps that's definitely one of the things he's targeting with that smaller river bet. But, you know, there's an argument that misdraws just bluff quite often as well. So it's not like, you know, just because he checks, he has a misdraw, but nice hand.
So, just picking on a couple of things from the YouTube chat, Chili Guy Steven is seeing the slide deal for the first time. This is something that was introduced on the EPT last year with the objective that all dealers would be retrained to slide deal by the time we got to the end of 2025. It's standard on our tours now. I think most people in the poker industry would concede it's objectively the better form of dealing.
It's also electric.
The electric slide.
The other thing I wanted to highlight is, when did you become Joe Stapleton?
It looks like YouTube has taken away people's... they did that automatically.
Oh.
I used to be 2 Jacks Joe on there. I don't know why.
And like that, hand number 2 is a walk for Tobias Leknes in the big blind. And I believe we have a new player coming to the table. Diogo Vieira from Portugal, who I believe is among the chip leaders in this tournament. So we could have a big stack coming to the main stage. Sandlo asking about how we see the live standings of all the players. Now, of course, chip counts are updated every break in the PokerStars live app. There are live updates available on Poker News. However, warning, neither the app nor the Poker News updates observes the 30-minute delay that we have on the stream, so you will be exposed to spoilers. As we get an under-the-gun raise from Mariusz Galiński. Makes it 3.5K with kings.
And expose yourself to the spoilers all you like. Don't re-expose us.
And it's going to be raise and take it for Galiński.
No action with the kings.
Sensitive Tony, watching on the Twitch, asks, what is the blind level?
So a blind level is sort of the way that we keep the tournament moving forward. It's the forced bets, they go up every 90 minutes at this stage of the tournament, and that is what ensures that we thin the field in time to finish in 6 days. Thank you for your question.
Confirmation that Diogo Vieira has brought nearly $250,000 to the table, 248,000 chips, approximately 165 big blinds. So Fabio Moore no longer table chip leader, but opening here with Queen 10 of strawberries. Ace Jack for Davide Katai.
Katai here, 38 big blinds behind. That is the effective stack between these two players.
Kind of a weird spot with Ace Jack. Davide Katai, one of the more aggressive players, is usually going to take a more aggressive line here. A lot of folks would be less confident in 3-betting this hand, I think, against an under-the-gun raise.
Yeah, and at this point, he'll have a feeling for the way Muir plays here. You know, looks like a guy who plays some cards will have a wider range in this position, or the correct range, quote-unquote. Like I said, we are pretty deep, so Queen 10 of Hearts might still stick around a little bit, but the 3-bet from that position is going to be very strong. Katai, with so many players to act behind, perhaps just wants to get this heads up. And so far, so good. Now just the decision for Muir. Let's get the fold, picks it up, nice hand.
Katai, one of the shorter stacks at the table, hovering around the 40 big blind mark. Kimo Kirko, the short stack at the table with 15 bigs. 9 minutes into day 2 of the EPT Prague main event. A lot of people asking about field size, how many total entries. The tournament clock currently showing 1,224, and of course that number not going up anymore because registration closed at the start of the day, but that is an unconfirmed number. We will get the official field size from tournament director Toby Stone in around an hour and a half's time. Looks like we have 435 players remaining right now.
Speaking of Queen 10 suited, Vieira here +1. Vieira if you guys missed it, is extremely deep.
Yes.
And I would say this is a mandatory play from this position.
Vieira sartorially is also impressing me. I'm liking his jumper slash sweater slash pullover, whatever nomenclature you use to describe that particular item of clothing.
Nomenclature. That's nomenclature for you American folks out there.
We don't do flops on this table.
We don't do flops on this table.
See if you can do 90 minutes, no
What is this? What is this knit called, James? It's called
you have dealt one already. You have dealt
cable knit sweatshirt.
I don't know. I just like it.
Oh,
That was an action hand.
I don't see a cable knit sweater anywhere. I see fleeces.
Vieira.
Vieira? Maybe.
Take a look in a sec, Joe. You can tell me.
Well, we are, what is it, 15 minutes into the broadcast, and the chat pros are here, loud and proud, as Blazin asks, why did he fold? And Jared responds, because he's a coward.
Chat pros out in force. What day is it, guys?
It's a Wednesday, Nick.
Okay.
I will allow it cable knit, by the way. For
Thank
the
you. A little bit of folding, though.
On a Tuesday, on a Wednesday.
Vieira has opened with the sailboat. Galinsky on the button with ace-jack of diamonds.
Norwegians are known to do, right? Just fold, 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 fold.
So the effective stack here, 92 big blinds. That's
Goes to my cards, I
Galinsky.
mean,
He's going to
maybe
play
it's
this
a
hand. I think he's glancing over at the chips, deciding to call in position instead of pumping it up against one of our super chip leaders.
Katai in the big blind with ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah, this one is going to be close.
Close to what? Folding?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably good enough to continue the hand. If Vidi Katai agrees, that's probably fair. A lot of these offsuit aces, though, Joe, are going to play poorly from out of position multi-way. We can see dominated by the ace-jack. Might get into trouble on a 4-ace flop as well.
Well, we have the gut shot for Galinsky. Backdoor diamonds working from as well. Not much for Katai. Vieira still with the best hand right now.
Now, I've got a bad lookalike for Galinsky.
Okay.
It's going to sound like an insult, but when you think about it, it's not. The ugliest Skarsgård brother.
Who's still better looking than 99% of men on the planet.
That's right, yes.
He's a Skarsgård 5. That makes him a US 10.
That is a US 8.
Even their dad is better looking than 99% of men on the planet.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
Well, Galinsky's bet of 4.5K on the flop won him that pot. Galinsky playing around 100 bigs. Tied with Fabio Mur for second place on the leaderboard at this particular table. Diogo Vieira still the table chip leader. And Kimo Kirko moving towards the danger zone.
Danger zone!
That was a good one.
That was a really good one.
Yeah, I hit that higher octave.
What a difference not drinking for 2 days makes.
I wouldn't know. Lekness in the mix, ace-queen offsuit, +2.
Round to Vieira in the big blind with ace tray.
I think he defends, guys.
Now, does he defend with a call, or does he 3-bet with this hand?
No, I don't think he 3-bets from here. Unless he's got a particular read on the situation. Let's see how he feels, though.
He calls.
Cable net activated.
And we have a King Jack 9 flop. So far, so good for Tobias Lekness.
Boy, we've come a long way to thinking this is a good flop for ace-queen.
Ace-queen with the queen of diamonds, with the ace of diamonds.
I know, but still, you have nothing. Nothing.
But his nothing beats the other guy's nothing.
True.
much love seeing Tobias win. Great guy, excellent player. Also, if you're a fan of mixed games, how do you not know his name?
Has he commented on that?
Yeah.
Has he himself said what he thinks of?
I think he thinks it's a pretty standard play, as do many other pros. I mean, we tease him about it, but I think it's probably... Again, if you look at it as just an isolated hand of poker, I think anyone would say that's totally standard. I do think it plays differently when you look at the specific circumstances of where they were in the tournament, ICM considerations, how close the final table. But that's for other people to discuss and debate. I would highlight, Nick, when you were talking about Tobias's credits as a mixed games player, that when we were doing those replays of selected final tables from the recent World Championship of Online Poker, how awesome it was to do the 8-game championship and have Tobias there to provide analysis, to provide commentary and insight into the players who were at that final table. That was actually one of my favorite streams of this year.
Yeah, I mean, also just to add to that as well, Tobias has coached many very successful Hold'em players to, you know, tournament wins and W Coops and Scoops and international live tournaments as well. Very, very well respected, especially in the mixed games community, but still a 2-card player of repute.
I've only cashed in one live tournament in the last few months, and it was a tours tournament. So if anybody wants a cheaper coach than Tobias, I am available. And I got Christmas presents to pay for.
So Vieira raises small to big, gets 3-bet by Oscar Masterson, who's getting frisky with 10-4 offsuit.
A lot of people don't know this. What does the T stand for in Taurus?
Triple draw.
Nope.
Texas Hold'em.
3 draws. It's a 3-draw game.
Oh.
Strange.
Wait, no, that is triple draw. You're right. Sorry, triple draw.
I thought I was right. I normally am. So interesting. Stat Trick says it looked like Vieira meant to call, but misclicked to raise here, and Masterson may be picking up on that with the exploitative 10-4 re-raise.
Well spotted. I didn't see that.
What do you think the percentage of times where people try to exploit a misclick actually ends up working out for the person exploiting it? It seems like 50-50 at best to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually had a hand like that in London over the weekend at the Hand-to-Mouth Championship where I misclicked and then somebody tried to exploit it and like got like a massive double with just absolute error.
So it worked.
It was genuinely my mistake, but then the guy just blasted off assuming just I've got like the entire button range or whatever. I think it is a dangerous game to play. You know, those hands are cursed no matter what.
Yeah.
Whenever there's a misclick, a legitimate misclick, you know, it is just a weird spot all of a sudden.
So just to finish the conversation about Taurus, Joe, do all the games play fixed limit?
No. Hold on.
Because I thought that Horse generally plays limit, and the idea of Taurus, where you replace the Hold'em with the triple draw, is you're removing the most boring variant, which is limit Hold'em.
There was no limit Hold'em.
Obviously there isn't, but I mean all the other games played fixed limit. Omaha, Raz, Stud, 8 or better, yeah. So that's... I figured that's the logic behind replacing that one variant, because no one wants to play limit Hold'em.
Worst game ever. Tobias Likeness actually convinced me to play the Horse here in Prague either last year or the year before, and it was Hold'em that was my downfall. He said I played the rest of the games okay. Funnily enough, the least played.
Beck Hodge says, is that Naza? No, that's a different Vieira. João Vieira is Naza. The player at our feature table right now is Diogo Vieira. But thank you for your question.
Savant says, sounds like the chairs need a floor glider refresh. Buddy, the squeak, we embrace the squeak here.
Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Having Prague without the squeak would be like having EPT Paris without people smoking at the table. It's just something that brings, it's what this stop brings to the table. It's like if It's like if at the World Series of Poker, all of the toilets were functioning properly. You know what I mean? Like, it's what people come to expect.
This is a deep cut, but have you guys ever seen the show Sliders? Do you remember that?
Love Sliders.
And do you remember the episode where he's trying to confirm whether or not he's in the right universe, and he goes to squeak the front gate, but it doesn't squeak?
Ah.
And then he comes out and he goes, I put some oil in that there...
So it was the right one.
So it was the right one. And if we ever slid into this universe and there was no squeak at EPT Prague...
That's how we would know we're in the wrong place.
Exactly,
yeah.
But, you know, we can't get rid of it just in case.
Anywho, Leckner's defended his big blind to this late position open from Vieira. C-bet coming. Leckner's with a wheel draw.
Possible check raise candidate? Oh, blocking 4-5 with a spade in hand is very, very cheeky, and I like this maneuver. Oh my God, let's go. Mr. Leckness, that's what we like to see.
A cheeky check raise. Gets a fold from his opponent, and Tobias now playing a 50 big blind stack with still an hour and 10 minutes to play at this level. Let's look around the room. There is one of the tournament chip leaders and the winner of yesterday's Super High Roller, a contender to win the High Buy-in Live League, Enrico Kamashi.
Look, everybody, it's Enrico Kamashi.
David Doherty is currently second place in the low leaderboard in the Live League. Remember, there are prizes for the top three in all three tiers. Olashemian, don't think he's going to win anything in the league, but he does do pretty well in poker tournaments.
Still has swag.
Will Kassouf. Does he have the coconuts?
9-8 like a boss.
And Marcin Heretsky, former Team Pro, a two-time EPT third place finisher. That is a random hashtag fun fact.
You should be able to combine 2/3 for a second.
Queens for Galinsky. He's raised it to 3,500. And Kimo Kirko is going to call in the big blind with King 4 suited and has flopped top pair and a flush draw.
Quick check from Kirko. Yeah, I think our hand is strong enough to bet here. We can see it's not going so good for the queens, but still plenty to get value from against range. Just not this range, I'm afraid. Not this part of the range.
I mean, the good news is you get to tell your buddies about your queens getting cracked.
And now just deciding whether or not to call or potentially raise. I feel like probably you can go either way. It's pretty hard to mess this one up when you got the heart draw to go with the pair. But let's see how he feels. He's going to go for it here.
Check raises to 6,500.
Starts to get really murky here as well because, you know, we can't probably just be bet folding queens on this kind of a texture. Our opponents will have, you know, Jack 9. Sometimes they'll have some hearts. Sometimes they'll have a hand like Queen Jack. I'd say Queen Jack is maybe a more unconventional check raise, but you never know. Usually the hands that have some equity but not so much prefer to check raise.
You feel like such a jerk folding this. I feel like such a easily manipulated folding queens to one overcard. You feel like such a ding dong.
The only issue that I have at this point, guys, is the check raise from Kirko came out a very short stack, right? There's only 8 big blinds behind Kimo Kirko here. you know, is this a spot where my opponent is likely to do this on the lighter side in the way I just described? I mean, I suppose the answer is yes. Very skilled players here.
He ain't no jerk.
Yeah.
He ain't no ding-dong.
The problem is, if we do see a push on the turn, are we committed to just calling?
Great.
The black ace on the turn. I mean, it
What an
doesn't.
annoying card.
It is an annoying card because you're probably looking to get the rest of the chips in on the turn, right, and shove 12k into 22k, and now you're not loving this card.
At this point with your queens, you're like, well, I can get to showdown, I guess, at least.
Yeah, but now you're thinking, do I want to give the straight draws or the flush draws a free card? Should I just try and put him in the bin right now? But, oh, such an ugly spot for Galinsky. Really feel for him here.
Yeah, checks it back. We get the river, which is the 10 of diamonds pairing the board. Coco still with the best hand.
Kirko looks pained.
Yeah, I mean, like, you flop so huge, and then you get the ace on the turn, and now you're being beaten by a 10 as well. Checks it, and I guess Galinsky checks back?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that king is going to be good. And that is a much-needed boost for Kimo Kirko's stack. He's now playing around 25 big blinds.
I'm scared.
Yeah, to be fair, it could have gone worse for Galinsky there. Did actually kind of get off
Please
cheap
realize
considering
that
how much
king
equity
call.
he had on the flop.
Yeah.
Sorry.
At least you realize you have to have a king to call pre-flop, yeah?
Yeah.
You understood the strategy.
Kimo was second to Tom Middleton in EPT Barcelona back in 2013. It
Good launch. I just want to slide it like you.
was the second year of Fins in hats. Both 2012 and in 2013, there were two Finnish players at the final table. And sparkly hats were the order of the day. But in both years, the Finns came up short.
You should have been there the year that we had hats made out of nacho chips, Nick, because then there were hats and fins.
Button raise from Leknes with ace-6. The Lashif. Galinsky in the big blind with jack-6. Defense. It's suited. 7-7 deuce on the flop.
If only it was the Spraggy. And I think Tobias is going to continuation bet.
Yeah, I mean, they're both pretty terrible hands, right? The ace-7 rarely works out for Spraggy, and the ace-6 sure as hell didn't work out for Lashif.
Yep. And even in the big blind, not going to have 7 deuce too often, so should be fairly easy just to bet and take that one down.
So approximately 30 minutes into the day and just over 400 players remaining. Remember, we'll get the final number of entries confirmed by the tournament director in about an hour's time. And at that point also we'll have the prize information as well. The total prize pool, how many players are getting paid, what a min cash is worth, and all of the ladders all the way up to first place. Action folded to Vieira, who has 9s.
The Stars Nuts activated.
9-9.
Ace King suited for Lepore, who is the effective stack here, assuming that it's just him and Vieira involved in this hand. Lepore with around 77 big blinds.
It's going to make it 8,000 to go. First prediction of EPT Prague 2025. Oh. Don't make me a liar with the 500 chip.
And go Kingston Tolling again? Maybe.
Nixtradamus.
Yeah. Go hard for Kingston.
9,500. Everyone else has folded. Action back on Vieira.
Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know yet. No plans.
Got the size up correct, the 500 cheek, though. These guys are pretty deep stacked, as James was saying. I think 9s probably sticks around here.
A little bit stressful with the team.
For sure.
Yeah, that is.
This is one of the joys of having a big stack, playing against a big stack, is being able to slap a 9 out there.
Ooh, slap a 9.
So Diogo is on the playlist as Diogo Vieira Moreira, but clearly he goes by Moreira rather than Vieira. We will get that change in the graphics within the next 30 minutes. If people could just pick a lane and just have one last name, it would help us enormously.
Can you please excuse our Vieira Moreira error?
We need some VAR on that Vieira. Both players with a straight on the turn.
Unfortunately, Diogo has the sucker end of the straight.
Yeah, and not exactly going to be confident having that 9 on this texture.
What hands at 3-bet you are you doing well against? Ace? Nope.
Nothing with an ace in it, Joe. Nothing with an ace in it.
10s? Nope. I mean, you're doing fine against all the sets, I guess, for now.
Yeah. Makes the fold, and Lepore picks up the pot.
That's Lepore.
That's Lepore.
Lepore, middle of the pack at this table. 86 big blinds, though.
When you're turning it straight and it looks so great.
Did you say...
That's Lepore.
Did you say that you were playing poker in London this weekend, Nick?
I was playing at the Edinburgh Championship this past weekend. Managed a final table on Sunday.
Congratulations. What place did you finish in?
I finished in 6th position for 4,500 Great British pounds. I feel like I fudged the final table a little bit, but I had a chat with some of my poker friends, and they seemed to think it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not like you're a hot girl and they'll just lie to you to tell you played it great.
Oh, no. They'll do anything to knock me down a peg.
Okay. Unless they're worried about your mental health, is that?
I feel like
you played it great, Nick. It's okay. Like
everybody's been worried about my mental health for years, Joe.
Okay, great. Kimo Kirko is going to open ace-9 of diamonds. Galinsky on the button with queen jack. Everybody likes to play hands. Everybody likes to play hands in position. Everybody likes a couple of paint cards, but yeah, you got Davide Katai in the big blind. You give him a little incentive to squeeze you here. And rather than just call, Galinsky is going to do the honors of re-raising. Takes it away from Katai, who folds the big blind. Back on Kirko. Who does have a short stack. And Galinsky gets away with it.
He just felt the need to collect from that previous exchange with the queens and the king 4.
That's right.
He's like, I'll have that back, thank you very much.
And that's how I really recommend that you play poker, is that if someone beats you in a pot, continue to play pots against them until you get those chips back. That's what I say.
Take revenge at all times.
Doesn't matter what your hand is, just get them back at all costs.
Sorry if I missed it, Joe. Did you return to Japan recently?
I didn't.
That was part of it, though. It was meant to be.
They had offered me a pretty sweet deal to come back over just after Christmas.
Right.
But that kind of went cold, and luckily it did, because I have a human in my life that I like hanging out with now, and we're gonna do a little New Year's thing together. So
that's fantastic, mate. Love it.
Yeah. So I didn't pursue it any further. Now, I did play some poker myself in London over the weekend.
At the Hippodrome.
Yeah, we're going to handle this situation here first with Massa-san raising under the gun. Pocket tens. Lepore flatting in the very next position with 10-9 of diamonds. Vieira with an offsuit 2-gapper. Contemplating something.
Yeah, it's super dominated there pre-flop, so gets away. 2 players to this flop. Speaking of domination, Massa-san looking good so far.
King, queen, deuce, 3 spades. Not the worst flop in the world for having the 10 of spades in your hand.
Yeah.
Pretty awful for 10-9 of diamonds. Drawing to a gut shot, not the nuts. Catches up slightly on the turn. Not very likely to even be all that into this pair of nines, given the way this hand has gone down. I mean, am I rude to just say, serves you right for calling this under the gun raise? 10-9 of diamonds, 14 people still to act behind you.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, Joe, but also counterpoint, it is the Grafton.
Sure.
And when
Sam Grafton,
Grafton,
rest in peace.
and when Sam Grafton,
The graveyard of Team PokerStars pros,
says, "Let's go, let's play a pot," you say, "Yes, Samuel, yes."
his gravestone does have a bunch of books on it that we leave
I do not approve of this line.
every once in a
I
while.
don't approve of this line at all.
Books and plays. Literature, we'll call it.
Tolstoy, you know, that kind of thing.
To be clear, Sam Grafton is alive.
And also still works with us on a regular
He's
basis.
just dead to us.
He literally joined us for our coverage of W Coop like a month and a half ago.
Joe.
Sam wasn't on during W Coop a month and a half ago. Not with me, at least. He was? No. No, there's no way. There's absolutely no way.
Is Sam with us in the room?
I will bet every euro in my pocket that I did not do coverage of W Coop.
To be fair, I think it may have been Scoop, but ultimately he is still a member of our commentary team when he is available. But Sam, judging by social media, is living his best life, just traveling the world.
I know, and that's why he's dead to us.
Sam, if you're hearing this, I take no part in this conversation. I love you.
So, Leknes has opened with ace-king. Katai's on the button with king-10.
85.
This guy.
Cold as
The
ice.
chutzpah on Davide Katai. He has not changed a bit, has he?
This is not going to work.
Leknes has ace-king, 53
The
big
cheek.
blinds. Katai is the shorter of the 2 stacks. This is about 31 effective after the 3-bet. I think we might just see an all-in.
Wait, you think Tobias Leknes can go all in with ace-king?
Actually, 1 sec. Where are we at? 31? It's going to be close. I think the 4-bet small is actually might potentially in play. Might be potentially in play.
Open.
Yeah, that's better.
Goes for the all-in.
Huh.
And a quick fold from Katai. No messing about. Katai down to 30 big blinds. Leknes up to nearly 65 big blinds. And let's step away from the feature table for just a moment to see who else is in the field on day 2 of the EPT Prague main event. We already saw Felix at the start of the day. There is the other team pro still in contention, Sebastian Huber.
Hubes. Garth got Hubes.
That is James Aikenhead. I have not seen James for years.
Wow.
He looks like he should be hosting Inside the Actors Studio.
He was a November 9er from 2009. A year later, Nicholas Schweite won EPT Monte Carlo. Still a regular on the tour. as is Dimitar Danchev, who won PCA 2013.
Poker's really strange because you don't get to see people get old in other sports.
And there is Porrig O'Neill, another EPT champion. In fact, the guy who won EPT Prague in 2023.
Like, what year did Dimitar win?
2013,
2013,
so 12 years ago.
12 years ago. I mean,
Yep.
usually that's the entire lifespan of a professional athlete, right? Like,
Yeah. That's the thing about poker, though, Joe. It's a lifetime of reward if you get it right.
you see somebody win something at 22 years old, and then they're still playing at 40, 45,
Love it,
50.
man.
I mean, but you take someone like James Aikenhead, for example. We haven't seen him for a long time, right? He's hardly a circuit reg. So it's great when someone's been away for a while and then they're back at the table.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. He might have been here the whole time. He just doesn't look like the guy from 2009.
Podrick O'Neill, by the way, what a legend. Lovely guy. Really enjoy his company. And he's been doing more streaming recently if you guys wanted to check him out. See behind the curtain from an EPT winner.
5-4 of diamonds for Moore. He's folded it. Katai with threes is going to raise. 3,000, he makes it.
Whose big blind is he going after here? Lekness. Exactly. See? He's following the Stapleton approach.
The Stapleton aggression.
Might not get past Masterson, who's got ace-jack. Embrace the squeak. It's a flat. Lepore in the small blind. Folds. Lekness in the big blind. Has 8-6.
Yes.
I think the answer is yes. Let's stick around. Yeah, multi-way pot, 8-6 off. Sure, cool. Let's go.
Three-way to the flop. Oh, I see a 3. That is a set for Katai. There is an 8 on the flop as well. A pair for Lekness.
Katai checks flop. And now, I mean, Tobias might be thinking that 8 is going to be good. And this is a nice turn for 8-6. He's keeping it chill, though. This is very good control. A lot of players will just go, well, a checked flop. I must be winning. I should start betting, get some protection going. I think now Katai can bomb turn. Let's see how he goes. Is that 5-5 on the turn? Yeah, I like that a lot. Ace-Jack played their hand slow pre-flop. At this point, I think can just relinquish. Tobias is going to have to call turn, at least turn. The check and then bet line, though, here is going to have him concerned. You know, if Katai does end up having a hand like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, he might check flop, but probably unlikely to start sort of bombing turn unless perhaps it is the suited variety with diamonds. I think we just call and we figure it out on the river. We do see the call.
So 5,500 apiece, 22.5 in the pot, ace on the river. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. We can celebrate with a flaming Barry, even though it makes no difference to the outcome of the hand.
Yeah, and now Katai is targeting 8x, 9x. He's going to target maybe some other pairs in hand. The ace he'll recognize is potentially an action killer for getting value with the set. 4-5 will still be in range as well, but Lekness probably likely to have perhaps led that on the turn. This one's really tough, guys.
I mean,
You know?
if Katai manages to get a call here, that'd be pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, think about it from Tobias's perspective, though. What if he just has Queen Jack of Diamonds, King Queen of Diamonds? What if he has Jack 10 or something like that? What if he has 6-7?
So you're saying that you have to think about both what you have and what your opponent has. Because I would be like, I just have an 8 here. That's not even top pair. That's not even second pair. This third pair.
Ooh, reaching for chips.
Like, this isn't even close to beating 3 threes. This would be crazy.
I don't know. This is brutal. See, I think if Kitai has like ace queen of diamonds, ace king of diamonds, doesn't even necessarily need to bet the turn. So suddenly I think he ends up having a fair amount of sort of missed flush draws with 2 overcards that have bricked.
And if we're talking players too, right? I mean, Kitai, he's going to do this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the ace is a great card to continue bluffing if he has the missed diamonds, right? I don't know. If I'm Tobias, I probably level myself into a call here. But that's me, and I'm no good at cards, Joe.
You're a little good.
Thanks, man.
I think you played it great back in London at the Aspers.
Oh, thanks, man.
Well,
but you know who played it even greater? Tobias Leknes.
yeah. Folds the river, is left wondering, but we'll see during the break that he made a good fold there as Davide Kitai chips up to 40 big blinds. Kimo Kirko still the short stack with 21 big blinds. We've referenced that this is the final EPT of 2025. Of course, the first 2 stops of EPT 2026 have already been announced. We will be back in Paris after a 1-year hiatus, back in the French capital, February 18th through March 1st. Expect live coverage of the main event. And in Monte Carlo, it's an EPT mainstay. That's one of the stalwart stops back on the Riviera, April 30th through May 10th. More live events for 2026 to be announced once we get into the new year.
Speaking of stalwarts, have a look at this. What would you do about that? It's starting to take over.
So we've reached the halfway point through the first level of the day. 45 minutes on the clock at the 1K 1500 blind level. And a raise from Fabio Moore. One of the biggest stacks of the table. Opens with 7s, makes it 3K. Six-5 of clubs for Oscar Masterson. And it's raise and take it.
Pretty great outcome for pocket 7s.
Easy game.
I just like low stress situations.
Yeah, the thing you're forgetting though, Joe.
Yeah.
It's always coming 7.
It is always coming 7. That's true. I guess it's a little disappointing to not have the 7 come.
Have we addressed this comment from West Wolf Esquire?
It almost felt too self-aggrandizing for me to read it, so
fine,
I just...
Fine. So, West Wolf says, following Nick as maybe a better poker player. Completely understandable, completely fair. Stapes makes me a better human.
Now, if I might, James, I know you're a little confused by this.
I am very confused.
Sometimes you can learn to be a better person by the opposite.
Oh, I see, as in like...
Don't be like that person.
Yeah, being held up as an example of what not to
Exactly. So I think maybe that's how Wolf means it.
Okay.
Yeah, like he watches my streams and he goes, this guy sucks. I'm going to do the opposite of what this guy does.
And he reads my Twitter and he's like, ugh. My God.
Perfect.
Apparently, Joe, you are a constant reminder not to take the lows too seriously.
You know, there's that that old thought experiment, and if you took everyone's problems and you put them in a circle, everyone would take their own problems back out. My problems would definitely get left in the circle. No one's swapping out what they deal with for what I deal with.
Just a reminder not to take the lows too seriously, Joe.
I live in the lows.
Well, it's going to be Katai first to act here. Folds. Vieira Moreira. Ace-8 of the off-suited variety.
Raise. Seat 7, raise 3,000.
He's raised to 3,000. Tens for Lepore in the hijack. He's going to flat. Lechner's looks interested. King 10 of clubs in the cutoff. Are we going to get a squeeze here, Nicholas?
Potentially. I think maybe it's better just to call with the suited variety, though, because it plays so well in position. If we squeeze this and get 4-bet, it feels like a wasted opportunity. So I like this a lot.
Ace-3 of hearts for Mariusz Galiński in the small blind.
Get in there.
Now, talking of squeeze candidates.
Nah. You just let this big blind's never squeezing. Moore, come on.
I don't know. You got a big stack. You got a pretty junky hand. So why not just try and pick up the dead money?
No, I meant the ace-3 of hearts. Playing out of position with this is fine, but definitely an interesting blocker squeeze candidate. Decides just to call instead, though.
Okay, we are going to go 5-way to the flop. And that flop is ace, queen, tray with 2 diamonds. 2 pair for Galiński. Big advantage here.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to bet with ace-8. Let's see how Vieira feels. This is a spot where we're going to be very confident very often. The ace is good, but we're in a 5-way pot, and there's a lot of action behind that could get us into trouble.
Come on, someone have a poke. You got a gut shot, Tobias. Throw some chips in. Let's have some fun. Oh, he's checked it back. Okay, 9 on the turn. Aces and 3s still good. Galiński near enough a 2-1 favorite.
Time to start betting, buddy.
I do think Galiński might have a bet here, guys. You know, if only just to, you know, start getting value from 2 pairs. I mean, on this turn, there's going to be a lot of Jack 10. Diamond draws will still be in there. Some other aces will still be in there. Some Queen X will be in there. I don't think you want to bet big, though. Does decide to put in 5.5. So it was 5.5 into 16.5. So, you know, just shy of 1/3 pot.
Dude, I can fold ace-8 here and sleep so well tonight. No, no, no. No.
Well, it's not over yet.
What? I guess.
Tobias is going, what are my pot odds here now?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He needs about 15% equity to make this a profitable call, not including river value. Does decide to fold the king 10, though. Without the diamonds, that is probably correct. With the bare gut shot.
Oh, a full house for Galiński on the river.
That's really bad for ace-8.
Absolutely. Oh, great. Now I'm chopping against ace 10. Woohoo!
That's so bad.
It was Vieira that opened the action as well, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I must be right. So, yeah, this is brutal. Galiński's going to be aware that Vieira will have ace-x. Probably most likely to have ace-x of all of the 5 players in there, being the initial open. And now we go for max against ace-jack, ace-10, ace-king, ace-queen. Oh, that would be a meme. 27.5 in the middle. What's the size, Joe? Slight.
It's going to be near enough full pot,
I was
right?
going to say slight overbet is kind of cute.
Well, he's gone 26.
Just shy of full pot.
Whatever. It's all the same.
Okay, so we've got Jared saying, I don't think Vieira is going to call. Double Decker 31 predicts Vieira calls. Who is right, Jared or Double Decker?
Sounds like a great prediction market.
Only one of these guys is named after a popular chocolate bar. So I'm going to say Double Decker is right.
Galinsky bar?
Yeah, I've never heard of a Galinsky bar.
Yeah, Scott says Double D's right. Double Decker. Oh, Jared's gone back. Oh, I didn't see Vieira's stack. Now I think he might call. Too late. Too late, Jared. You already had your moment. You predicted a fold.
You only get one prediction, bro. You don't get to go back. Oh, Vieira, you can do it, buddy.
I'm with T. Byrne here, who thinks this should be a chop. Aces and threes of the queen.
Not how poker works.
This is so rough, though. I feel like Galinsky...
Oh!
Nice fold.
Wow.
So original Jared was right. Subsequent Jared was wrong. Elkanuts, by the way, proposed a third option. Raise. Represent aces full.
Pretty sick.
Good pot for Galinsky, who's now second in chips at the table with 154,000, more than 100 big blinds. As we look at more players out in the field, there's Gary, Igor Yarashevsky. And a whole host of former champions still alive on day two. Alexander Shevlyakov, who won Monte Carlo earlier this year.
Why do I remember that name other than... Oh, wait.
Oliver Weiss, who won EPT Cyprus in 2024.
Couldn't cut it as a vice man.
At the final table of that event was Anton Vig, who won EPT Copenhagen in 2010. There have only been 2 iterations of the PSPC, and this guy won the second. Alexander Shilko, PSPC 2023 champion.
Let's get that PSPC back, huh? I could do with a trip to the Caribbean in January.
Well, while we're talking about poker in the Caribbean, Maria Lampropoulou won PCA 2018.
And did it in fine fashion.
So 30 minutes left on this level. 390 odd players remaining in the tournament. Lackness has opened here with 9-8 suited, and Galinsky has 3-bet the button with ace-5, and Moore has kings.
I'd be pretty excited here.
I think he's excited, but he's just got to temper that excitement.
Well, I might have a heart more.
Jesus. It is a 4-bet to 27,500. A fold from Katai, a fold from Lackness, and I imagine Galinsky will dump this ace-5 eventually.
Nah, man, ace-5 off. This is
Don't Lackness it. Don't just ship here with the ace-5.
The computer says you're supposed to ship it here 14% of the time.
Back up over 100 big blinds. Diogo Moreira, as he has now been re-graphicked, leads the 8 players we're watching on the main stage right now with more than 140 big blinds. Blinds up in 30.
So I'm getting word that the Vieira era is over.
Correct.
And we've now entered the Morera era.
Correct.
And once again, we apologize for the error.
At this point, we're going to find out that Tobias Leknes is actually called Nobby Clark. He's open to 3K with Ace-Jack.
Does the big blind want to stick around for the min? I like 10-8 here. This is fine.
It does seem more like Senkel should be the real name and Leknes the backwards one instead of the weight.
By the way, I do like the fact that the sweater matches his hair. It has a similar texture, a similar weave. It's a look, it's a vibe, and I'm digging it. Ace, 5, deuce, top pair for Leknes.
It's almost like how you weave a cable.
That's right.
As in cable knit.
That's right. My sweater also resembles my hair, which is why it's getting smaller by the hour.
Continuation bet from Leknes and a fold from Morera.
By the way, what color is this?
Blue.
This, sorry guys, I'm indicating to
blue or a
Prague.
navy blue.
It's a navy blue fleece.
Okay,
yes.
good, yeah.
It's dark blue fleece.
The fleeces this year at EPT Prague are particularly cool. Got sort of a big fleecy number.
I'm a fan of the fleece, but again, I did have words with the team. I really want us to get back to zip-up tops.
Yeah, I know you're a zipper guy.
You think this company can afford zippers?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, Nick, I'm afraid we're going to have to let you go. Zippers took up all the budget.
Hardigan needed a zip-up hoodie. Join the bread line, buddy.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, Nick, I would miss you, but I do feel it's a trade worth making.
What happened, Nick? Zippers.
Galinsky with 5s.
Kids these days.
Raises to 3.5K.
What a 3-bet candidate we have here. Who doesn't want a 3-bet king-queen offsuit from the cutoff? It's just mandatory.
You know how nobody really knows how flight works? Like airplanes, like they still really aren't sure exactly why airplanes work?
Okay.
It's the same with zippers. There's only 2 companies in the world that make zippers. YKK, and I don't remember the other one. But it's like gravity, where like they kind of know how it works, but it's not really...
It's like Velcro. Nobody knows where it came from.
That's right.
Nobody knows how it works. It just...
What's that? You think you know how gravity works?
So we have seen the 3-bet from he's re-raised to 10,500. I mean, they're both pretty deep.
Yeah, set mine. Can we get some set mine, please, Joe?
Yep, here we go.
Oh,
Describe
man.
what I'm doing.
That's great. Oh, wow. Yeah. Good set mine.
This is me pulling the third 5. I shouldn't be saying this, but...
It really looks like you're
on a rope.
5s in on a rope.
997, 5 still ahead.
It didn't happen because I talked.
And why would we not want to continuation bet on 997? What's the size, though? I'm guessing something around the 8 or 9K mark. Those are just my thoughts.
Hold on. You don't get to hedge by providing a range.
That wasn't an official prediction.
Okay, well then make an official prediction. Get on with it quickly
okay.
before you put some chips out there.
Okay, 9.5, because that's what
9.5.
the kids like to do these days.
9.5. Oh. That looks like 6.5.
Oh.
Oh, wow. You were like 33% out.
I know.
Lame.
Tell him, suck my pernick. You're watching EBT Malta.
Where are we, Joe?
Malta. That way, if anyone reports this, they'll report the wrong event. They'll spend hours watching the wrong stream.
I mean, to be fair...
Send me the time code for EPT Malta now. I want to hear what was said.
To be fair, for the last 2 years, people keep telling us that we're in Rosvedov when we're in Prague, so why can't we be in Malta?
All right, bet and a call. We have the king of spades.
And the 5 of spades.
Yeah.
So many flush draws.
Okay. Galinsky's going to check.
Quickly want to field this question from Tonal03, who asks, is this really live? No. Thank you for your question.
Okay, so far so good. Now, does Moore want to fire turn? Having the king of spades is of particular relevance here because your opponents will not have king, queen of spades, ace, king of spades, king, jack of spades. Those are all candidates that we'd be concerned about never getting folds from. And if we barrel turn here, we can conceivably get 5s, 6s to fold, maybe 8s to fold some of the time. 8s is a bit of a trickier one here. But turn decision on Moore.
Tech predicts a bet of 14,000.
On the turn, okay.
Well, we're a bit late to predict the flop bet.
That would be an interesting flop bet as well.
I mean, just do something, please. Come on. Oh, that is big. 22,000. And that means tech, you lose.
I believe the technical term is womp womp.
Indeed.
How bold does Galinsky get here? He's got to be aware that calling with 5s on the flop is going to lead to some turn barrels, some of which he will be beating. Having the 5 of spades means we do have a spade blocker, but how often does Moore have a 3-bet with the 5 of spades that's now a flush, right? It's not as relevant as the king of spades was in the previous conversation.
Oh, he's calling.
Yep.
River card is the queen of spades. Both players now with a flush. The 5-high flush, no good. No bueno. Rubbish. Also, the queen is beating the 5s. Didn't need it to be a spade, just needed the queen.
That's it.
That's very confusing.
And now Moore has a decision. Do we value bet the king of spades? Does Galinsky have enough ace X of spades or ace X with the ace of spades, which is now the nut flush on the river? Or do we want to try and get value from hands exactly like this? Pocket 8's 8 of spades, pocket 6's 6 of spades, pocket 5's 5 of spades, pocket 4, 4 of spades.
Another bold prediction from Jared. R.I.P. Galinsky. I don't think he's going to lose it all here.
Wait, but maybe Jared will hedge now again.
Oh, yeah, Jared the hedger. Wait, I didn't see how many chips he has. I'm going to say he's not going to go broke.
His hedge was wrong before, though.
That's true. His original prediction did ring true.
Which is even more embarrassing.
So ace 2,000 in the middle, and Galinsky is the effective stack here with 105 behind.
Any time banks going?
We don't have the shot clock yet, Nick, which is why everything's taking so bloody long.
I know. I just wanted to draw attention to that.
They're still in line at immigration.
We'll see you in 2026. All right. Chips are being counted. Boom goes the dynamite.
It's a fistful of blue. The blue chip's worth 5,000 each. So this is a bet of 56,000. Roughly half of Galinsky's stack.
It's such a bluffy size, Nick.
I think this is brilliant. Does Galinsky want to make a hero call here, though?
stiff, says unlucky Galinsky. He played the fives well. Well, to play it perfectly, he has to fold river, right? And he does.
Nice.
Gets away from it.
Big boy poker.
And Fabio Moore now has more than 200K.
More for Moore.
Around 135 big blinds, with the blinds going up in 21 minutes' time. Galinsky drops down to 105K. That's still 70 big blinds, still a very playable stack. Kimo Kirko is the low man at the table, has 20 bigs.
I have to say, the more I watch Fabio, I like him more and more.
He's pretty fab.
Fabulous Fabi.
He is fab, but he's also fabby slow, and I just really wish we could pick up the pace a little bit more.
Oof.
Fold.
Fabby slow is a good one, too.
Fabby is a little flabby.
Ace-king for Kirko. Raises to 3,000. Round to Katai, who folds. Herrera on the button, still table chip leader. Passes. Masseson's out. Gabriel Lepore, Jack 5 in the big
Poker is
blind.
difficult. Sorry? Poker is difficult.
Sometimes it is.
Sorry.
He hasn't
So
got
much
time
easier
to
to
play
just
this
online.
hand. He's got a philosophy class to teach.
That would be
Makes
easy.
life so hard, yeah?
That would be easy.
Oh no, he's betting big again. No?
Double-decker highlighting that Galinsky is no
Okay,
slouch. Have you ever had a double-decker, Joe? In your time in the UK, have you ever been treated to this delightful piece
Is a
of
double decker the one where the girl lays on the bottom and you?
We're talking at cross purposes as usual. Nick, you must be familiar with this
We'll see on TV.
snack.
Oh, this is on TV?
Yeah, it's the one where the girl lays on the bottom. Yes, no, I have had a double decker.
I think I've had a double decker.
The delicious wafer snack
You
I have absolutely enjoyed.
I think I had a double decker in Amsterdam.
It's a great place to be today.
I will give you the official description.
Yeah.
The ever accurate.
Hold on a
Wikipedia.
second. Let me guess. There's
Okay.
caramel in it?
No.
No. There's some kind of wafer in it. How's there not caramel in a double decker?
Oh wait, what am I thinking of? I'm not even thinking of the right bar.
So, Double Decker is a brand of chocolate bar introduced in 1976. Its name derives from the well-known Double Decker bus. It is a mixture of milk chocolate, nougat with a hint of coffee, and crisp, crunchy cereal. This has proved to be a very popular recipe being used in cakes and other confections. It has been manufactured in Poland since 2011.
I think I have had a double decker before, and I think I find them to be all right. I'm not a big candy bar person.
Oh, I'm thinking of Tunnix caramel wafers.
On this play, it's more fun to watch than being like, stay out of the mess.
Yeah.
Enjoy the show.
Yeah.
Tune in on YouTube.
Grey Faces, I've never clocked the coffee, and I've done loads of them. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know there was coffee in there.
That's how they get you.
Long show.
I don't. Yeah, I've definitely had a double decker. Didn't realize coffee was in it.
So Galinsky's raise called by Moore and Matheson, and look at this. Club draw versus two top pairs. Galinsky's top pair better with the king kicker.
Yeah, maybe time banks.
Yeah, Moore's in big trouble.
Every hand takes a little bit longer. On this
Action
one.
check to Matheson on the button.
That's for sure.
Well, Lobster pointing out that Moore does have backdoor diamonds working for him, just clinging on to a little bit of optimism. As Matheson bets into a pot of 14,500 with his flush draw, makes it 3.5K.
Aces bluff.
Galinsky ain't folding
I
yet.
really wanted to do
Hand
that.
too strong.
Oh, if you ever bluff with aces, you're gonna make the highlights. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
That is a call from Galinsky. And a call from Mur. We are going to go three-way to the turn.
This pot's getting real nice.
Yeah, Masterson in a great position here.
Real thick.
Oh, there is the flush for Masterson.
Yeah, even better now. I was about to say, you know, has the draw, obviously, which would be nice to hit if the clubs come in, but also just having position in this pot gives him so much additional power to make decisions throughout the hand. And it's checked over now to Moore.
Yeah, Galinsky and Mur both drawing dead. And Masterson with the opportunity to bet again. And we get Masterson betting 10,500.
This is an interesting spot for Masterson, right? He's turned the clubs, and you know, it just feels so natural to just want to go ahead and barrel here. I'm not suggesting that this is a mistake or something we shouldn't be doing. However, I think that if you're in Galinsky or Moore's position, it just feels so hard for this to be weak, you know? This isn't going to be a bluff very often, I don't think. I can think of a couple combinations that might work this way, but generally speaking, I'd say that this is going to be an under-bluff turn and will often just be made clubs, in particular when your opponent calls on the button. Will have a lot of suited combinations, obviously including clubs.
Well, Jamie on YouTube says, bad bet, better to check there.
I do wonder if we're supposed to check back the turn and protect our check back range, quote unquote.
Right.
But, you know, I think that betting when you make a flush is never going to be a bad thing. I think that the ace is a particular scare card, not only because it's clubs, but also barreling an over card will probably get some of the queen X to fold, as we can see two of them, in fact. On to the next one.
Masterson after that hand playing 64 big blinds. Average stack right now, 99,000, around 66 bigs. Masterson with ace-10 of diamonds, raises to 3K. Round two, the blinds. It's a fold from Lechner's in the small. King deuce for Kimokoko in the big. And he folds as well.
No king.
So we are coming towards the end of this level, heading towards the first break of the day.
Maybe a king.
Ah, you stop believing in the kings?
We talked earlier on about
I'm never gonna stop.
the PokerStars Open in Cannes that takes place directly after EPT Prague, December 16th through 21st. We also referenced the fact that the first two EPT stops of next year have been confirmed. Paris in February, Monte Carlo in April. Also confirmed in the last few days, the dates for Scoop 2026. Just to save the date at this point. The full tournament schedule, series guarantee still to be announced. But I think we wanted to get the dates out early because, as I'm sure you've noticed, Nick, the series is taking place earlier than usual.
That's right.
Since 2009, when Scoop first launched, it's always been in May, straight after EPT Monte Carlo. This year, or rather next year, 2026, it will be in March. March 1st through 25th. So more details to follow, but the one thing I can tell you is that we will be providing live coverage of the Scoop main event on the PokerStars Twitch channel. That live coverage coming in March before we go to Dublin for the Irish Open. Raise and take it for Davide Katai there.
I knew I can do it. You have longer arms than the last on Olympia. Such a reach. longer arms, you call it maybe, not hands. Well, I guess those might be a longer too, but...
Yeah, I just decided to double check my dates, Nick, and Scoop will start the Sunday that EPT Paris concludes. So we'll be streaming the final table of the EPT Paris main event on the day that Scoop begins. And the final table of the Scoop main events, plural, will take place on March 25th. And the Irish Open starts the next day. So it literally sandwiches the EPT Paris and Irish Open.
Fantastic. I was going to say that's not too dissimilar from us finishing EPT Monte Carlo and going straight into Scoop, but it's gonna be in between the two now. Well, that'll be fun. So you're saying more poker is better?
It reminds me of what happened with WCOOP this year, right? You know, Barcelona finished, WCOOP started pretty much immediately, and then as soon as it was done, we were in Malta for the EPT, and it'll be the same with Scoop, where we get back from Paris, we have Scoop, and then as soon as that's done, we're straight to Dublin for the Irish Open.
Yeah. I mean, coming out of an EPT and going into that is one thing. Coming out of the Irish Open requires a little recovery, does it not?
I think there's a decent gap this year between the end of the Irish Open and the start of Monte Carlo.
Nice.
Because obviously the Irish Open moves every year because Easter moves every year.
Yep.
And this year I think there's like a 3 or 4 week gap between the final weekend of the Irish Open when the main event concludes, and we'll be streaming that and Monte Carlo starting.
Excellent. Can't wait. 2026 is going to be a big year. I can feel it.
And Masterson is going to bet here. He was the pre-flop aggressor. He's continuing for 2,500. Mur still with the best hand with pocket fours. Oh, that is a set for Moore, and Masterson is drawing dead.
I love turning sets, James. It feels great. Checks it over.
Goes check, check. Queen on the river. So Masterson unluckily rivers a pair. Jared's prediction?
No, come on.
R.I.P. Masterson. Jared, I like your sense of humor.
Does Moore want to lead the trips now for fear of not getting value? He did go check, check on the turn. And often, that means that our opponents will have either nothing or some of the weaker hands that they might still call a bet with, but won't be willing to bet in position themselves. 13.5 in the middle. Moore does like to take his time. Lombaro suggesting 8,500 value at Moore. I think that's not unreasonable. What's the size? Oh. It's a bigger bet. 18,000 over bet on the river. Does the over bet get called here? I think Masterson is going to relinquish, does let it go.
Another decent pot for Fabio Moore.
It's always disappointing when you can't get paid for sets.
Now, when we go on break, we're going to be changing the lineup on the main stage. New feature table will be coming up, and it'll be this table, headlined by Ola Shemian, a player with more than $20 million in live earnings. Also at the table, a former EPT champion, Dimitar Danchev. We established earlier on that he won the PCA in 2013, and that's Patrick Jarosz, who you might remember was the final table of EPT Barcelona in 2022.
Hell of a guy.
Hell of a guy.
Our second feature table of the day for the second level of the day. Break coming in 6 minutes.
Galinsky on the button, 6-5 of hearts. Blackness has 81k behind. That's 54 big blinds. Are we deep enough to do something cool with 5-6 of hearts?
Cool.
'Cause it's a cool hand. It's a hand that, you know, has a lot of potential. Let's 3-bet.
Out of line. I love it when a player gets ool.
Ooh. Bias is going to fold. Nice work there for Galinsky.
Galinsky looks like Floki from the Vikings show. Does anybody watch Vikings?
That's a good bad lookalike.
You a Vikings guy?
I watched some of the early seasons, but that's a good shot. If he had the makeup on, he'd look like Floki.
Okay, got it.
You have to pronounce it correctly.
Floki.
A Floki.
Does Floki stand for fake Loki?
He was kind of a disciple of Loki, or like he was inspired by that part of the pantheon of the Nordic mythology. He was named after him, or he named himself after him.
Galinsky here with ace-queen suited on what will be one of the last few hands of this session.
Yeah, Galinsky has done really well to keep composure here. Has had a couple of pretty brutal spots, but navigating it with poise.
Nah, dog. This is an easy let go. Does anyone talk about reverse implied odds anymore? What do they call it now? There's new names for everything. What do they call it now?
9 high like a boss. Here, what do you think? What do you think, Joe? I think it's a good look. It's a good bad look-alike.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I think that's. I don't even think it's a bad look-alike.
It might be a good look-alike.
Might be a good look-alike.
Well, we're going to step away from the main stage and go to the outer table, specifically the table that's about to become our new feature table. It's Shemyan versus Dimitar Danchev. This hand has gone to the river. Shemyan's bet 12.5k. Danchev has effectively moved all in. He's left one chip behind. The board is Queen 8-8-7-3 with 3 diamonds. And Shemyan looks pained. Danchev not giving anything away.
Especially that last chip. Is the last one chip left behind thing even relevant when you're not in the money? Is it just practicing for later?
Shemyan folds.
Can I see one?
Danchev says, yeah, you can see one. That is a 7. Well, there was a 7 on board.
There's probably another 7 under there.
That would be a full house.
Cheeky monkey.
So a reminder, these guys are going to be on the stage for the second session of the day. That is our new feature table on the other side of the break.
Bobby was first. 6-7.
And we've got trips here for Masterson. We know that Tobias has the ace of diamonds. Does he have ace king? He did raise pre.
And he did raise post? No, he bet.
He has continued for 2,500.
He raised from 0.
Masterson raises, and a quick fold from Lackners, who clearly did not have ace-king.
I don't know, it could just be tightening up.
I think we're going to squeeze in one more hand. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
It's like a haunted playground out there.
It's going to get worse in the next 30 seconds as
oh yeah,
360 odd players go on break.
Sound engineers just collecting that, sending it straight to the horror film directory. Haunted playground, anyone?
There's no players out there. It's just a bunch of empty swings blowing back and forth in the breeze.
Kirko with sevens raises to 3,000. Queen 4 on the button for Morera. That's a fold. Masterson in the small. Ace, queen of strawberries.
So just a reminder, guys, Kimo Kirko has 18 big blinds behind after making it 2x to go from +1. So this might be 3-bet, quote, potentially get it in territory for Masterson. It is UTG +1, but he is very short stacked. He can generate fold equity. We have what I would consider a premium hand, of course. Yeah, let's just simplify this equation here.
He's going to pump it up and make it 10,500. And with Kirko's stack, kind of feels like this is shovel fold territory.
Yeah, and he's probably already decided what he's going to do, although the 3-bet from the small blind does give pause as well, because there will be fewer 3-bet bluffs coming from that position against his stack size. And so he just has to go, shall we flip?
Of course, his stack's going to become a lot shallower on the other side of the break because the blinds are going up, but he surrenders the sevens. Masterson wins the last hand of this level. And the last hand we will see of this particular lineup of players, because we are changing feature table during the break. A reminder, Ola Shemian, Dimitar Danchev, and Patrick Yarosh are among the players who will be seeing at the new feature table in about 18 minutes' time. And the blind's going to be going up to 1,000, 2,000 with a 2K big blind ante.
They're not embracing the squeak? Are they fixing the chairs? Someone just suggested WD-40, by the way, which is a terrible idea. Those chairs are on the floor. It's a poker tournament, not an ice skating rink.
So this is how things end after the first level of the day for the players at our former feature table. Morera and Moore had good sessions. They're still going to have more than 100 big blinds each when they come back from break. Kimo Kirko will be in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
We'll keep tabs on that table. We'll keep tabs on those players, but our focus will be our new feature table. Plus, when we come back from break, we can expect Toby Stone to announce the number of entries and the all-important prize pool information. And a bit later, world-famous bubble coverage here from the Prague leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. So blinds are 12,000, 24,000 with a 3K ante.
Oh.
And I referenced, Joe, that when we got towards the tail end of Season 4, that's when the whole issue with nine-handed play became a thing. And this event was no exception. I have very clear memories of this being an absolute grind, trying to get down from 9 to 8, which of course is where play would end for the night, with the final 8 returning for the final day, which is the official final table.
And Jason, re-raise all in. Small blind pass, big blind pass. And we have an all in. Jason shows ace king.
So coin flip alert, and it's Davide Katai who's the at-risk player.
Like The Wire versus Breaking Bad. One of these two things from 2008 has a slight mathematical advantage.
One show was ending, one was just beginning.
Jason, ace king. Let's see the flop. Flop comes king, 9.
Katai flops a set.
3 9s for Davide. Pair of kings for Jason. Turn cards. Is a deuce.
And that will do it. Katai doubles up through Mercia. And we are still 9-handed, playing down to the final table.
Le roi du coin flip, ça va. C'est qui le roi du coin flip? Nice hand. Thank you.
What's played?
And you can see these blind levels, 20,000, 40,000 now.
I've lost more money than you guys.
So clearly we've skipped a lot of inconsequential hands in our attempts to try and get down to the final 8. Sebastian Ruthenberg, who we've seen quite a lot at EPT final tables, is going to move all in with pocket 9s. And jacks for Nielsen.
Martin asking for a count.
500.
And the blinds have just gone to 2040, right? Anyone?
Yes.
So
I was trying to actually think about it before I said yes.
Davide pass.
point being that this is a 12 big blind shove and this is a fold with jacks. How do we feel about that?
Kyle pass.
Hey, look, sometimes you just have a bad feeling.
Sometimes you just got a feeling, James.
Even Jason Mercier seems a little pained with ace queen.
Looks like he's just trying to estimate the impact it's going to have on his stack. He makes a call.
Pass. Jason shows ace of hearts, queen of diamonds, and Sebastian shows.
Oh, the disgusted look on Mercier's face when he learns that Nielsen folded jacks.
Ace.
And did he do it right or what?
Nines for Sebastian. He flops a set of 9s.
Great fold, Martin Nielsen.
9s are good, yeah.
Is it jack?
Terrible fold, Martin Nielsen.
Sebastian doubles up. 480.
I think Jason is trying to say that if the jacks had played their hand more aggressively, he can let go of ace queen, would have saved him some money, would have eliminated the player as well.
Yeah, I think that's why Jason's slightly peeved there. He feels it was an incorrect play from Nielsen, which ended up costing him.
Yeah.
Jacks, are you serious? No way. Oh, man.
See, the good news is I'm not even smart enough to know that him folding jack screws me there. I'm like, I lost the flip. You got me.
You'd almost don't want to know what Nielsen's hand was there.
Absolutely not.
Man, Jack's feeling so elated about that fold, and then the turn comes, and they're like, wow, I wish I had won an EPC. I mean, to have it televised as well, it's, you're thinking, yeah, I came pretty close one time to winning an EPT, but guess I shouldn't have folded those jacks. Should have played those kings, Mike.
Katai shoving the button here with Queen 7, all in for just shy of 300k. Round to Lundell in the big blind, and I think Davidi's got him covered, so this will be all in to call. Yes. No. Lundell actually has 2k more. Oh, wow. Wow. So it's pretty much an all-in for him.
I think you can just get away from this, can't you?
and call.
No.
Not if you're Lindell.
He decides to call, and look, he's a 6-4 favorite here.
Davide shows queen 7.
Mercier doesn't love the call either.
I think Mercier's still annoyed about the jacks.
Four is the hand for Mikhail.
I've been watching a lot of bubble play lately, and I think in the modern era, a lot of folks are going to fold ace-4 there.
Queen,
Yeah.
check, deuce. Pair of queens for Davide. Let's see the turn card.
So with Katai pairing his queen,
Turn card is a 10.
he's
You know
a
that king is always coming, right?
big favorite here. Has to fade
Last card.
the king or the ace on the river. It's an 8. So Katai gets the double up and leaves Lundell with crumbs. Blinds now 25,000, 50,000 with a 5K ante, and Matsia is all in.
Fintan pass, Sebastian pass. Davide call. Action is on Dren, still in the big blind. Dren pass, so Daniele are in with queen 10 and a pair of 10s for Davide.
Italian David Wallace, all in and behind.
Pocket 10s for Davide, here's the flop. Flop comes, 9, check, 9. Now Daniele has an open-ended straight draw. He needs an 8 or a king or a queen. 3 on the turn is no help to him.
There's a lot of Italians on the
King
rail.
or queen. Let's see the last card.
Things could get loud in here.
It's an 8.
Oh.
Yeah.
So savage. So savage.
You can't include that moment in a montage.
Yeah, you're right.
Did he just bounce that frog in a ball?
The frog and a ball got bounced.
There it is. Frog in a ball.
Just to be clear, this is Daniela bouncing frog in a ball Matsia we're talking about here.
How are they going to fit
As he
that?
stares off into the distance, just picturing all the branded apparel with Frog and a Ball Man lifting a trophy, Frog and a Ball Man animated series.
So Matsia gets the double up through Katai onto the next hand.
Coming this Christmas, you can actually buy a Frog and a Ball man, Frog and a Ball.
6 players remaining, and the action folded to Vincent Gavin.
And Fintan raise.
He's going to raise with 10-8 of diamonds.
Raise to 120,000. Sebastian pass.
Katai with ace-6 in the big.
And Davide in the big blind call. 2 players.
Maybe this is where Fenton showing the 10-6, not exactly helping his reputation.
Tray of spades, 4 of spades, deuce of spades. And Davide check.
Great flop for Katai, who still has the best hand with ace high. Checks the action to Gavin, who continues a bet of 200,000.
It's actually a really good flop for him. But when you can't see what your opponent has, you're always concerned he's going to have a slightly bigger spade than you, which does take away a lot of your equity. But no, the straight flush draw.
10 of clubs.
And Gavin
Davide check.
improves to top pair on the turn.
Oh, such a tough turn here. Gavin's always just going to put on the pressure now.
Fires a second barrel. This one's 400,000.
I feel like even if you're raising the button pretty wide, though, like the 10's gonna hit you a lot. I feel like hands like 7, 10, 8, 10, 9, 10, Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, all raising the button.
There's definitely going to be plenty of 10s in that spot for sure. And if it's Jack 10 with the Jack of Spades, your Ace-6 is looking really rough here. I would be really surprised if he makes a call here. Such a tough spot. You're on a final table. There's pay jumps. It's just ugly as hell from where he's sitting. Where your opponent, even if he's in this situation and he's just got like one big spade in his hand.
Yeah.
So many bad rivers that you don't want to see, including overcards. I love it.
Shows the 8 of diamonds.
No, he showed the 10.
Oh, did he? Okay.
I wonder what would happen if he didn't spike the 10. It's definitely a spot where people can put you under a lot of pressure and continue, but once you hit the 10, I mean, confident man, he's just going to keep pumping it in.
Oh yeah, the suit is important, I suppose.
Everybody now guaranteed almost €500,000, well over $500,000, 650,000 US dollars back in 2008.
210,000, he says.
It's a beautiful starting hand there, Ace-7 of Hearts, especially when you're short-handed.
Get Sebastian to fold.
But Katai has one that's slightly better.
Over to Davide in the big blind.
Who just calls?
Davidi's going to make the call.
I like just calling against a player who gets a little out of line pre and post flop.
Here's the flop.
What we can't see here as well is the dynamic with the third player. If they're the two big stacks, they're not really incentivized to get super out of line with each other.
King of clubs, 3 of hearts.
Of course, Gavin
hearts.
flops huge.
Davidi's going to check. Fitting really quick.
Whoa.
Doesn't continue on the 2-heart flop.
Let's go ahead and see that free
Interesting.
Not sure I love that.
That's the King of Hearts.
Oh,
we now
beautiful.
have 2 kings with 3 hearts on board. Davidi's going to check.
I mean, Nick, we like betting that flop because sometimes we win it, and then also when we make our flush, we can bet more here on the turn, right?
Yeah, you build the pot up. I mean, you do want to. If you're gonna bet this flop as a bluff at any frequency, you also need to have stuff that's strong, and you also need to have you want to have some top pairs, you want to have some draws as well. If you're gonna check back any flush draw, as I mentioned in the previous hand, you want to maybe be checking back with the ace highs, where ace high will be the best hand quite often. He's just dropped it.
That might be a tell.
Johnson.
All right, Neil.
Davidi is going to make the call of 400,000.
But yeah, betting. I mean, for the most part, you're going to be betting a lot of your draws here. Maybe you mix it up and don't always do it with the ace draw.
We've got 2 kings on board with 3 hearts. King, 8-3. Let us see the river card, please.
I'm just waiting for Neil to be like, so anyone with 2 hearts has a flush.
And the river's a 10, so King 10 just made a full house.
Gavin's looking nervous. Doesn't look like he's going to call.
Tell me, did you fill up?
Gavin likes to chat when he's got it, doesn't he? Chirpy chips.
He's going to check his nuts.
He checks behind.
Ace high flush, and Davidi's going to pass.
I think you're full, he says, and he checks behind with the nut flush.
Katai's like, you missed value.
Katai's like, how did I not lose more in this spot?
New sunglasses.
I mean, it was a different meta though as well. When we're talking about c-betting with the draw there, I mean, it was a different meta as well to a certain degree. Like at the frequency that people c-bet these days, betting there just means you get value from hands like ace queen, right? because people will just float with ace high all day long.
Yeah.
Maybe in that, maybe back then people were folding a little bit more
Sebastian's
frequently.
going to be on the button this time.
First that flop c-bet.
He's going to pass it over to Davidi in the small. He's going to pass as well. Finn rolls over the ace of clubs in his big blind.
This commentary.
That was a walk for Finton Gavin there.
His face.
Yeah, so going to be first on the button.
So it actually looks like our initial evaluation of that previous flat with ace queen was accurate. I think they're the two big stacks, and therefore trying to slow down a little bit.
Let's see those cards, guys.
To try and find a situation such as this.
Yeah, Finton Gavin with the big chip lead shoves on Sebastian Ruthenberg, who calls for his last 800k.
Clubs and the 10 of diamonds. Let's see the flop, please.
Called.
Flop is 9-3 queen. Queen of clubs, 3 of spades, 9 of hearts. No flushes are in play at this point in time. Ace 7 versus 10-10. Let's see that turn card, please. Turn is the 4 of spades. Sebastian just needs to dodge that ace and he's going to double through.
Only 3 cards in the deck that Ruthenberg has to fade. 10s hold and Ruthenberg doubles up. More than 1.6 million now. And Finton Gavin not quite as dominant as he was before.
Medium, no? No.
Well, hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, live from King's Casino in Prague, the Czech Republic. I am Joe Stapleton. Joining me via the internet is Griffin Flush Entity Benger.
Hello, everyone.
There he is. He is stuck in the polar vortex that is Canada, but we are focusing here on Prague. These are the top 5 chip leaders in the overall tournament, and these are the 8 players who will be taking seats at our new feature table. Ola Shemian in the 1 seat and in the pole position. Nearly 300,000 chips for this blast from the past. Perennial crusher in the olden days of the EPT. Haven't seen too much of him lately, but he has been around. Also at this table, former EPT champion Dimitar Danchev, as well as former final tableist Patrick Yarosh. .360 players remaining of the 1,224 who began. We have not reached the money just yet. That'll be happening later today. 1,224 total players, Griffin. That's the same channel that we come on in the United States of America, channel 1,224.
That is a very perceptive observation.
What channel is Sportsnet in your neck of the woods?
That's going to be 1405, I believe.
1405, amazing.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. This, of course, is the last event of the year here on the EPT, the main EPT. Still got Can after this. Griffin, you've been playing some poker? Had some results recently?
Yeah, tangled a little bit there in Kanawagave at the Playground Poker Club. Nice little second place finish. Nice little end of year boost.
Condolences as we
thank you very much.
Have a look at this featured table. Ola Shemian in the 1 hole, as we mentioned.
If you feel somebody's watching you, probably
right here we've got Takumi Adani all the way on the left. Darius Valentiniago, Gabby Lifshitz, Demeter.
What's medicine? I don't know, some just go see him.
This being
have an appointment with some
Attila
professional
Cox
and ask for something. Also, the fact that someone
this here Stefan Kohler. Maybe that was Attila. Patrick Yarosh here, we know him.
Great job. I have a lot of experience.
Great job. Someone's watching.
How many days you been in Prague now, Joe?
Just one full day. Got in 2 nights ago. Yesterday we had a little rehearsal. There was a welcome drinks.
This table, I made a lot of money.
And then I had a nice dinner with my boss and our director of photography and my other boss, James Hardigan. These are the payouts. No announcement from Toby. Slapped the microphone right out of his hand. We said, we'll handle this with a graphic. Total prize pool of nearly 6 million euros. These are the top 10 payouts. We'll be paying a lot more places than that, but a cool million. Usually they say cool million to mean a million even, but a cool million plus 19,300 euros. Big old jump there from the 636,000 for the runner-up. Make it to the top 8, and you get a 6-figure score. 5th and above gets you more than a $250,000. And as we stated, more than 1 million euros for first.
So many Canadian dollars.
That's a lot of Canadian. How is the dollar doing up there in Canucksville?
You know, it always hangs around, but it's you know, it's all right.
Well, I hope you guys are able to hang on and not become the 51st state.
That one you mean?
Yeah, I looked at the conversion. I got another 94,000 for my second place finish, and I was like, oh, that'll be around 75 US. And I checked Hand and Mob, and it was more around 66. So
Ooh,
not doing that great. Ooh.
I will probably remember this hand.
So of the 360 players who are left, 183 will make the money.
Like he was a legend back then.
I'm going to shut up now. Let's hear what these guys are talking about.
He probably, I mean, he still played, but he probably never like really recovered for it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I mean, stop being like a mega pro, whatever, like a celeb pro, whatever.
For it, like, why? No sense.
3 ways to the flop.
I lost aces for like 5 million ICM or something. What did you do recently?
Exactly, when somebody tells him a bad beat, he's gonna roll his eye. Oh.
Yeah. You wanna hear bad beat, bro? You wanna hear?
Donnie likely going to get a free card here on this flop, which is nice to see with that gutter to the nuts, backdoor clubs. 7 though, not what he's looking for.
Goes from best to still best for Conks.
It's a bad beat story.
And some temptation here for the Japanese native to, I mean, this board is going to hit his range a lot. I would say some problems in the form of the 2 hearts now on the turn. Going to be some more continues from some suited hands. Just trying to get through, but obviously with that gutter and mid pair, conch continues, and now it's going to be very interesting.
Conch with the best of it after this 4 of diamonds. Pretty bricky river.
Yeah, we are going to see O'Denny bet here, and it's only going to be to the tune of about 40%, which I think will often find a call. Surprised to see a very quick fold there, but it's going to work.
Mitch up to the table here. Confirming. Every time, you know, it is the year of Romania, so I'm going to go easy on this guy, but year of Romania. We do sometimes struggle with what's someone's first name and what's someone's last name in Romania. They still do it the other way around. So we're going to fix Darius Valentin's first name to just Darius, I believe. Patrick Yarosh is going to open this pot. 5-4 of hearts.
I have to fold.
Gets around to the 7 deuce for Darius Valentin.
You don't have a hand, you know.
Be careful when you look at your hand because I almost saw something.
I appreciate it.
Anyway, I know you're scared, you know.
Yeah.
Like if you, it's not help that you show 7 deuce folding. It's okay. Somebody's watching me. It's my society.
They are gonna get a copyright strike on YouTube because we are singing that song. They are gonna close the stream.
As long as it's not Griffin doing it this time.
No 7 deuce game here, unfortunately, at the EPT. Tried to make it happen, but I was shot down.
Patrick Yarosh showing a little personality here. We know him from his various feature and final table appearances.
The real question is why I play 5-day tournament.
Attila Conks. Pocket tens, makes a 4,000. Live shit, 6-5 in the big blind, defends.
Breathing either.
Got you. It's okay, my friend.
Yeah, completing with one of the worst hands you would consider from the blinds. Looking for flops like this to give you reason to continue. Obviously, you've jumped ahead of hands like ace-jack, ace-10.
Ola is nice guy.
Behind the tens, though.
He's gonna stop it, you know. I will tell him as well.
Conks continues. Liv Shits does make the call with second pair. Will he pick up equity on the turn? No.
Yeah, you like that 4 on the flop because it gives you some more reason to continue some interaction like a 7 or 3, but the ace of hearts is death, but should get you a free card from the non-hearted tens.
And that is a rivered set for Conks, which is the best hand. 4 hearts can't be all that welcome a sight.
And Liv Shits with some consideration here. You would hate to lose to black 7s on the river here. Obviously a set, very strong holding, but with the 4 hearts, of course, you know, you're not feeling very comfortable facing a bet. We saw how quickly Conks folded the river with the 10-8.
Just under half pot size bet. Gets a quick call from Conks. Nice try, Lao She. Conks is going to rake that one in, adding 18,000 to his stack. Puts him at 49 big blinds, 4th at this table.
I did the whole bloody affair last night, Joe.
You went and saw all 3 Kill Bills?
Just the 2. But, yeah.
When they show the whole bloody affair, do they take the credits out of the middle and connect the whole thing?
Yes, and there are some subtle differences as well as an additional anime sequence for the O-Ren flashback, which was pretty badass. It was cool. It was nice.
That is cool. That's something
they reordered some chapters too and stuff. It was much more cohesive, and there was an intermission, and watch it in VIP with 4 or 5 friends. It was a treat.
Most pots, so it's nice for me.
How much you started today?
150.
Not bad.
Conks versus Danchev. I have some more questions about that.
Long time. We only play
Yeah.
Talk
We'll
over
get into it.
Ole, though.
50 minutes.
Danchev going to be needing to hold something like a 5, 9, 10, queen or jack to continue. Certainly possible, but because it's from the big blind, yeah, he does have one of those holdings.
He plays other game?
Yeah, cash game.
So every once in a while, we'll get this, a card not shown
Come later, or?
It's huge.
or an error, and it kind of makes it interesting. Spots like this, we can really kind of narrow down what the other card is.
What's pretty interesting, River, given we don't know what the other card is there for Danchov.
Yeah, because when it's good game on cash,
Yeah, I think the other card can only really be a 5 for Danchov to be losing here.
You had day off or you play something?
Yeah. Good day off. I needed to rest.
And in this case, probably more like a King 9 or King 10.
Seemingly with a
I was here all day.
pretty easy. Oh, he's gonna go turn these 7s into a bluff.
Bet.
Yeah, he's gonna turn the 7s into a bluff and try to get that 10 or that 9. Sounds like he kind of agrees with you, Griffin.
It was deep in both PLOs, right? 5 and 10.
12 and 9.
That's a lot of grinding, actually. Did you play 5K here?
Kilo?
Yeah.
How do you figure out when to do this, Griffin? How do you figure out when you're like, oh man, I got a pretty easy check back here, and I can just show down these 7s, and you're like, nah, I'm gonna turn it into a bluff. What makes you decide to do that?
Well, I mean, you just start breaking down the sort of range of hands you expect your opponent to have. You really don't want to lose a showdown here to, like, you know, 8-6 of spades or you know, King 9. You're going to have a decent amount of jacks in your range here. You're pretty sure your opponent doesn't have that. With quite that strong range under the gun as well, I think it's a nice combination to turn into a bluff. Because, like I said, you know, you're only really beating, you know, 5x, which doesn't seem like enough combinations of hands.
Happy to fire one more, I guess.
Yeah, sure, for sure. You know? Yeah, they get like 2, maybe 180.
So a couple of people in chat, Griffin, mentioning some kind of Fortnite crossover. Was that in the movie you saw?
Okay, so let me just say this. This is my opinion and not that of PokerStars. Right?
Here it comes.
I thought it was just, yeah. I mean, I thought it was pretty. It was not. It was pretty despicable. But
so it is in the movie. Like if I go see the
no, it came after the credits. Like this is the thing too. It's like you've been in the theater for 5 hours, right? Yeah. And then I'm looking up that there's this post-credit. I knew it was the Fortnite thing, but I was like, okay, I'm sure it's not going to be completely creatively bankrupt. But it was just like, it's Go-Go's sister coming for revenge against the bride. It's like a sequence that was in the original script as we come to the flop of King 9-3. And yeah, there's like Fortnite characters in it instead of real people, and it's just like it was just an advertisement for Fortnite, and yeah, I didn't. It was not the last thing I wanted to see leaving the theater. It was kind of what we ended up talking about, which was just like, well, that's too bad.
Chuck's around 10, still good. So it's just kind of like a basically like a total cheapening of the entire experience.
Yeah, I think it was probably done in collaborate. Like there was some sort of. It's just like. For him to get this thing in theaters, maybe he needed to, or maybe it was just a big, I don't know, like how these financial things work, but you know, try to get more kids in the theater by, you know, by doing this collab and skins for whatever. And but look, I don't think kids are going to see.
I would have preferred to see like a Super Mario Brothers 2 crossover where the bride throws carrots and vegetables.
Yeah. Delayed C-bet from
Hero fault.
Ole. Gonna take it down.
Love it when you're in a
Depends so much,
like
Hero.
a Mexican stand-up, you know.
The Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess I was also kind of embarrassed because there's two people that I went with. You know, they have like a 4-year-old and they got a babysitter, and I'm like, oh no, there's a post-credit, guys.
They're paying overtime on $8 an hour.
Yeah. I'm just like, I could tell they were tired, and they're just like, "What is this?" I'm like, "I'm sorry."
I don't agree, my friend.
Get them together and put them to fight, so to see who is better, who got the better hairdresser.
But now it's kind of long. I didn't have time because I have to green.
Scimitar the scimitar. I only call him that, but it's going to catch on.
Really working.
It might. It may. It'll be tough considering his name is pronounced Demeter, but
Demeter. Yeah, I know. That's the part I'm hoping people will forget. So 25 bigs effective here.
Now it's
really a couple of directions you can go. Does elect to just call. I think this is okay. Even though we see facing a 3-bet, Danchev will almost certainly fold. When he does shove, you're not thrilled with ace-10, so you keep some worse hands in there. You're kind of under rep. This is like probably the strongest hand you have that you don't 3-bet get in. But then you can get a flop like this, and you're guessing. Danchev's just going to win this hand almost every time.
Will there be shot clock in this tournament?
Maybe after the ITM?
Day 3.
Day 3?
Yeah, they should put it from the start.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. They made a poll,
continues
so
for 5K,
they
it
are
looks
gonna
like.
get it for sure.
Okay.
I think so. I hope so.
And Conks sticks around.
Because I also like there to be like
Was ahead but had the least amount of equity. Now is behind and has by far the least amount of equity.
The vibe in the main event is different though, because you can take time here and there, you know, like, and not be too stressed about it.
Yeah, really sort of
even
dangling on that tightrope. We talked about how pre-flop maybe the best hand he doesn't 3-bet get in. Now maybe the worst hand he would call on the flop.
Half an hour.
Not half an hour, but say like
And now behind.
30 seconds. So like
Does manage to catch one of those 8% equity outs.
and then like
The river, Barry Greenstein.
massive decision. Then you can use it. I think it's a good idea.
I prefer 5-6 seconds every street.
Personally as well, but but not everyone will approve this.
Oh, that's the look of a man who got a rivered. Also the look of a man who's a true professional and isn't going to make a thing out of it, even though I would be freaking out right now.
Eating the chips in 5 seconds is a tough thing.
No, but honestly, the first higher tournaments I played, I spent all the time max in like few levels, you know, it wasn't that. But then I was prepared for that.
Yeah, frustrating for Danchev, you know, coming into the day here around a starting stack, feeling good position there on the flop, and you really need to get something going here. You know, the average going to be probably 2 or more X your stack right now.
Inky Can Do It on YouTube says, soft table, OMG. Action here on Stefan Kolar with pocket sevens. He is all in. Kolar was the shortest stack with 8 big blinds. Darius Niago is not going anywhere with ace-jack suited.
Call.
Is going to call.
How much is the all-in?
How much is the all-in? Asks Dimitar the Scimitar with pocket tens.
Yeah, and this is actually a bit tricky here for Danchev. While his opponent is going to have hands like ace-jack, so he does go for it. Thinks his hand is just a bit too strong. But it's not like...
Oh!
Yeah, it goes... Oh!
This just keeps getting better and better. Patrick Yarosh with ace-queen suited has every one of these players covered.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is just a fold, though. I mean, we can see, of course, this is doing decently,
a fold,
Joe. But if you consider, if you consider the action here, you know, I think Danchev has the bottom of his range of what he'd be prepared to put in here. He's going to put in ace king plus, tens plus, right? Ace queen suited doesn't do that well against it. You still have to consider the strength of Niago's flat here. Like I said, I don't think Niago's going to be calling with ace 10, king queen, so he's going to have ace jack suited plus.
Clearly you're right, but you are annoying.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It is not a clear fold, especially suited, right? But I think it's just when you break down the ranges.
What you mean is it's a clear fold if you're good. I understand what you're saying, and that is why it is very, very annoying. It's very hard for me to separate being able to see the hold cards. But I do tend to, when I play poker, to err on the side of tightness. I probably would have folded there also.
Well, now I'm in a world of pain.
But I probably fold in other spots when I shouldn't, I guess. So just because my broken clock would have been right there doesn't mean I know what the hell I'm doing. Niago, with 2 overs, would be flipping against each of these players.
Yeah, and he happens to be looking at the best case scenario here. 2 sevens,
Right.
2 10s. And he's going to be completely spinning when he sees he put in, 17 plus the sort of, not dead money from Kolar, but yeah, he's going to do it. And he's going to be really thrilled by what he sees.
All right, so we have a 3-way all-in.
I want my cards back.
2 players at
Give
risk.
me my cards back, please.
Danchev, the favorite.
Pocket queens.
And I'm not prepared for a 3-way flip. Because one of them dominates the other.
Something
Literally.
Queen 6.
So I would need 2 things, something that races against 2 things that one that dominates the other. Yikes, that's a tough one.
I'm kind of rooting for this guy, I'm not going to lie.
King, queen. Where did that ace queen go? You're rooting for Kolar?
Go to him.
Show us Yarosh.
It was bot.
Danchev still looking good with these 10s because Niago cannot make a straight to win this hand. Not against him.
I would like a 7 on the river just so I can continue doing Kolar commentary.
Nice. It is a 7. 7 Kolar Rivers. A full house.
I win the side hooks. I win the side.
Danchev is going to profit in the hand after doubling through the ace jack.
I made my side fold.
And the only loser
What do you have? Queen jack or what?
is Darius Niago.
24.
Too much action.
Patrick Yarosh dodged it.
Profits.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
You know what they say, right?
Not the worst.
Yeah,
It's always coming.
at least you
seven.
didn't fold.
It is always coming 7.
It's catching on.
You know what? Earlier today, I almost said maybe we should retire. It's always coming 7. It hasn't always come 7 in a while. I was thinking that earlier. And the good Lord provided here in this Christmas season. Griffin, do you know the line from the Lord's Prayer that Jesus is seated at the right hand of the Father?
No.
Well, that is a line that's something that said. I grew up Catholic, and to me, in poker terms, that means that God has position on Jesus.
Nice. Sorry, I should have yes and to that.
No, that's okay.
I was just worried it was going to.
No, it's fine. You didn't know. I asked you a yes or no question. That's all right. No big deal. Jesus was the original razor. You know that at least.
I do know that.
Okay. Top pair here for Kolar.
You cannot fold.
New lease on life.
Instead of the
Christmas
moon guy with the
miracle.
numbers in front of him,
Spades too.
Exactly. The
Other
spade made the
other
difference.
suits. Maybe.
That's pretty funny. Bad look-alike here for
So this is your aggressive.
Stefan Kolar.
100%.
Nice hand, 2045, Matthew Lillard.
When you don't have spades.
And which is
Easier call.
That's good.
clubs are the suit there.
Clubs used to be. I'm not sure anymore.
Or 2025 after that
Underperforming.
Quentin
Clubs
takedown.
are underperforming.
Yeah. Well,
You see that?
yeah, but everyone in the world rushed to his defense. Like, not as much as Paul Dano,
Yeah.
but
Nobody can see you have.
100%. Spades are favorite suit. My favorite hand is Jack 9 of spades.
Wow, it's a beauty.
Wow.
Jack 9, not Jack 10.
It's my brother's favorite hand too.
Really?
Janina?
Really. And I
Everybody
really
loves
like
Janina.
something about it.
My favorite fold 6-bet hand for bluff.
Kolar with a very clear call here from the big blind defense, but I don't know. He's kind of wearing it in a way that makes me concerned that he's about to make some catastrophic fold. It could just be posturing, of course, and this is obviously very standard continue. But there's just something very genuine about. Oh no!
No.
Just 9 offs and stuff.
No. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No. Right from the jump.
Come on.
Yeah.
I was just about to say this would work on me. Like if he looked like that and then called, I would be like, I got this.
No, it's listen. I mean, there's a phenomenon in live poker from amateurs when they get lucky and they've just doubled up and then they have a spot where they can make a huge overcorrection and playing a bit too tight. They just got these chips. Every once in a while you see it, and that was really not good. But that's the game sometimes, and I said I wanted Kolar commentary. And that's fine.
Well, you got it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
It's coming back. I feel it.
I'm bringing it back.
Fuck. Look at him staring him down too, Kolar, being like, "Oh, did you get one out of me there?"
In my first EPT main, I called 4-bet, 6-bet folded versus Rubinho at some hand.
Rubinho?
Yeah, and a hand I would like, and also like not the best client to do this against. And I would never call 4-bet this hand. Like, I mean, it's a clear fold now. Okay, you know what I mean? Like, and back then it felt like
funny because in the first EPT I ever played,
checks around,
guy went crazy and crushed everyone. Like, bad check.
That's the one he won?
In 4-bet pot.
The one he won or no?
He was final table in the end in Berlin. I don't know, he didn't win.
No, I think he won London or something.
Yeah, he was final 2 tables, so final table. But yeah, it was fun. I was like, what is this guy doing?
Checks around again.
This is crazy.
Is everyone chopping this with ace high? No.
15 years ago.
Ace queen plays.
Yeah.
Reminiscing about the meta 15 years ago. We were just watching there before we went live. If you were tuned in early, as this ace queen is going to take it down at Showdown. So an EPT, what was it, Barcelona 2008, 17 years ago. But the meta changes so interestingly, and those two talking about, I believe, Rubinho, how he was sort of ahead of the curve, doing things that people weren't doing yet. Of course, an EPT champion in London, also final table Berlin.
Rubinho, isn't that a soccer player?
May also be a soccer player, but also known as Robin Italo.
Oh, sure, Robin Italo. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
$1 million.
Is you sure? Okay.
If I don't like it, we switch. Now the computer is gonna be confused.
Sorry, but
Action folds around to a very sleepy boy. Patrick Yarosh. I think Zakat was pointing out that the dealer kind of looks like Betsy Brandt from Breaking Bad. I will allow it.
We should play with showing cards. Whoever win the
How have you been liking Pluribus?
One card or?
You know, Griffin, I have been watching so little movies and TV over the last few months. 9-7-6 pair of sevens for Niago. Outflops the fives.
Did you fall in love or something?
Yeah.
Huge flop for Niago.
Yeah, I sure did. Unfortunately. Well, very fortunately, I should say. But it's been hell on me being able to watch television.
Pluribus is a good couple show, I think.
She's not a big TV watcher. 2 pair on the river for Niago. I have, since being separated physically on this trip, started watching Black Rabbit, and I am enjoying that.
You should watch the first episode of Player Best. I'm curious to hear what you think.
To address this comment in chat from Arn Ross Stapes, see one battle after another. I did see one battle after another, and I think it is one of the best Westerns I have ever seen in my entire life. I do wish that the politics had been a little bit less on the nose, for the only reason that I wonder if I would have still liked it as much. If it had been more ambiguous in some of its messaging. Niago bets 6,000, gets a fold from the fives, under pair to the board.
That's some good self-awareness, though, Joe.
Yeah.
I like that for you.
Well, instead of looking at movies, we're going to look at some of the other folks gracing us with their presences here. We've got Ricardo Pinto, a Gold Pass winner. We'll be keeping an eye on Pinto and his hill of beans. We've got Dylan McGowan qualified online for 5.5 euros. Nice. Umberto Ruggieri, we know this guy, finished third here in 2023, and last year he finished in 11th. And Onyang Dimov, Onyang, eliminated, no longer in this event. Yeah, he gave us a little head shake there. As we chip away toward the money, still 100 some odd eliminations to go before we get there. Okay. Down to 3-2-6. As everyone takes this 3-bet from Stefan Collar quite seriously. No action with the jacks. Someone in chat bringing up the chair company. I have started the chair company. Griffin, I'm sure you're all caught up on the chair company. I'm only on maybe episode 4. It feels like the movie Friendship.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Tim Robinson is going in a particular direction with his, I wouldn't call it post, I think you should leave career, but it's interesting. I mean, I'm enjoying the chair company a bit more than Friendship, but kind of just want to make more. I think you should leave.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same. The chair company is certainly interesting and weird and funny, but it feels like basically like a lot of, it's a very similar character to me to the Friendship character.
Yeah.
Played it good.
But I don't think I've seen a movie other than, the only other movie I saw, Griffin, was at your recommendation.
One blocker. I would like to wager.
Badlands.
And my, Lifshit's all in from the small blind against the button raise. Is not going to get it through, unfortunately. King, Queen a little too strong to let go for that short stack shove from Lifshit's. Domination situation.
Yeah, Lifshit's with a bit of fold equity here from the small blind on 9.5 big blinds. Really hoping for some, king 7 off, raise fold, something like that, instead of, the king queen.
As a punishment that you miss the flop.
Or a flip against something like an ace 5.
Didn't miss.
Queen high flop. Not much help for Lifshit's. The 10 is somewhat helpful.
Okay, turn it. Okay.
And 20 squats.
Okay.
6 of diamonds is not a helpful turn for Gabby.
So that's why I said
Doesn't have a jacket to put on. Might not be enough just standing up.
GG.
2 pair on the end for Niago. But it is Lifshit's who is going to go. As we have lost 4 players in the last couple of seconds. Gabby Lifshit's is out of here fairly early on day 2.
He was definitely trying to steal that mic, wasn't he?
Not much gets past us except for everything.
Yeah.
Sorry, the only other movie I've seen in the last 3 months is was based on your recommendation. And just to give Griffin a little bit of credit, so my new relationship, she works in the film industry and doesn't really love to go to the movies that often. And I get a text from Griffin who says, "Joe, you gotta go see this movie. You gotta go see it. It's gonna get kicked out of the theaters on Friday for the Wicked sequel. I've seen it twice already. I'm going to see it a third time with some friends. You gotta go see it." So I said to my lady, I said, "Hey, I know you don't love the movies, but we haven't been in the movies yet. I'd really love to go with you. For me, would you go? Would you go to the movies?" And she said yes. And I said, "Cool. We're going to see Predator Badlands." Got some action
And it
here.
went well.
We can pick this up. Yeah, we can pick this up after this hand. We got 2 ace-10 suiteds, but it's O'Donnell with the 8s, who's decided he wants to thin the field. Ola Shemian is not going to exit this pot. What about you, Stefan Kolar?
Kind of an interesting decision, actually, to go with 3-bet here for O'Donnell.
Yeah, it seems a little creative, I'll call it. Creative.
I think it's kind of nice. Of course, it didn't get Shemian out, and it is going to get Kolar out. I think it's a bit nice because Shemian will be opening relatively wide with Kolar on the left, having nearly 300,000. So you're going to get a lot of folds from Shemian, and then a lot of folds from Kolar. So 8s, I don't think is normally the kind of hand you would elect to squeeze here. It feels like more of a closer to a pure call, but because of the very specific situation, I don't mind it. Does get out flopped here from Ole, but should get another check here to realize that 26% equity.
Shemian does check, as Griffin predicted. O'Donnell does get the free card, as Griffin predicted. Shemian Rivers, Broadway. Look at Kolar. Look at oh, that was awesome.
I missed it. I was looking, but I guess it was quick.
If I could describe that face with a word, it would be harumph.
Oh yeah, no, I saw it on the. I just saw it. Yeah. I had the broadcast there.
Fantastic. Shemian value bets this river. O'Donnell with more or less an underpair to this board. No straight. The flush didn't come in. Pretty cheeky bet here for Shemian to bet with something that 8s is beating. Seems like a pretty obvious, nice attempt. Kolar, if you want to tell people you folded an ace after the hand, it's okay. Did he have? He had diamonds though, right? You still hate it. You still hate it.
Yeah, it would have been tough.
Pick one.
Listen.
What did he pick? The 10? Seemed like the 10. Seemed like the 10. So anyway, I said, Hun, I know that you don't like going to the movies that much, but we got to go see Predator Badlands. And it was one of those situations as we welcome Ersin. His name is iCal, like the calendar? Okay, from Switzerland.
Hearts.
There it is. Ersin iCal. Inventor of the iCalendar. I gotta go see Predator Badlands. And so the whole time I'm in the... First of all, I bought a $50 popcorn bucket. That was the Predator helmet. And the whole time I'm... You know this move very well, Griffin, I'm sure. Is I'm watching her watch the movie.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm like... Oh man, this was a really risky choice. Like, I didn't give her any say in this whatsoever. The first movie we're seeing together, and I kind of had to pull teeth a little bit to get her there. And I'm like watching her, watch the movie, watching her, watch the movie, and she's like kind of like reacting and like making some noises and sort of is more reactive than I was expecting. And afterwards, she was like, "That was being awesome." She was like, "That movie rocked. I thought it was so good."
That's so great. Yeah,
so congratulations, Griffin. Thank you. That really worked out in my favor as Yarosh flops a pair of 10s, outflopped by iCal with top pair and a heart.
Yeah, and listen, I know that you, Joe, you value your privacy and everything. You did mention she works in the entertainment industry. I will say her name rhymes with Fargo Bobby.
She's definitely my Barbie, that's for sure. 3 of spades on the turn. Ikal still ahead and the favorite. I guess contemplating a value bet. Contemplating how much protection is necessary on this wet board. That's 14,000 into 22,000. Decides to make it a little pricey to draw. And I guess accomplishes his goal.
Show one card. we play this here, no?
Yeah?
No.
I don't.
No, we should play. 1 card or 2 cards. Guys, everybody in?
If everybody is in, I'm in.
Good for you guys?
No, I'm not.
On the feature table, it's kind of moot, right? They're going to find out 30 minutes later.
You really want it?
Or at the end of the level.
Yeah. Okay, when everybody's in, I'm in too.
I love peer pressure.
But it has to be quick.
What?
It's one of my favorite things. Both to apply and to succumb to.
Nah, come on, chill.
But no messing around, no wasting time.
Anyway,
Yeah, I don't care.
like, look, I gonna see it anyway, like.
4,000.
Danchev's opening king, 9 of clubs. Yarosh in the small blind with trays.
Interesting spot here for Rocket 3. It's nice as a set mine. You're going to be doing pretty well against the cutoff range here.
Pair of 9s for Danchev. Is good. Which one you want to see? We're showing one.
Ace king for sure.
Could be anything.
For sure.
King nice.
I think the loser should have to show one too before they fold.
Still the best hand.
Everything is it's a range battle.
Yeah.
A range bet. action. Folding around to Yarosh.
Collect much, how much
on the button with the kitchens.
Yeah, and I think Yaro's considering a full range open here because of whose big blind it is. And no fault of Kolar folding the poor jack.
But not the simple jack.
It's very quick.
Not the simple jack.
Quick table. Yeah, I like that.
Well, there's one more PokerStars event this year. Not an EPT, but it's a good one. It's the PokerStars Open in Cannes. Starts the day after this one, December 16th through 21st. It's the last chance to earn points for the live leaderboard. I think that anyone that applies to probably already knows it, but it's fun to say. It's fun for us to keep an eye on. More details in the PokerStars live app, all the various events you can play, what they are worth, what they cost, and what time they start. Might as well at this point bring in your boy, your friend and mine, James Hardigan.
I enjoy looking at the leaderboards in the PokerStars live app. I'd say at this point, Joe, there's probably about 40 players in total who are still in contention, who could just kind of like edge people out to get into the top 10 in the respective buy-in tiers. But it is going to go down to the wire in pretty much all three. And remember, it's only the top 3 in each tier who win cash prizes, with the top 10 in each tier eligible to become the next member of Team PokerStars Pro. Griffin, how are you?
I'm very well. It's nice to hear your voice, James.
Likewise. I miss your bearded visage. Obviously, we've got 2 pair here for Conks, and Adani with just a pair of 8s. And let's see how he responds to this turn bet of 5,000. Because there is something I want to talk about very quickly before Joe disappears. Adani is going to call. It went check on the flop. And oh dear.
Uh-oh.
What a horrible card for Odani, who is now going to feel compelled to pay off a river bet.
Oh dear, Odani.
21,000 in the middle. Doesn't matter how long you stare at that board, it ain't going to change. You still have queens and nines.
I guess it's a bit of a difficult decision when you think about sizing, because you feel like you kind of block the really strong hands. So does just go polarized with the slightly over pot bet of 25K.
Yeah. Oh, why did I have to river that 3? Goodbye, 25,000 chips, which was a quarter of Adani's remaining stack. He's going to be left with 75K, just shy of 40 big blinds.
It's been a pretty rough level for him.
So just wanted to quickly flag, Joe, before you left,
yes,
that
sir.
Our friend and colleague, Nick Walsh, has just launched on his Instagram the first in a series, higher or lower for $50, which is basically a rip-off of Bruce Forsyth's Play Your Cards Right, in which people play the higher-lower game for $50. Joe, you are the first man up. You are the...
No spoilers.
No spoilers, but Joe features in the video. And I know that Mr. Walsh would be very, very happy if you could like, comment, and subscribe. I do feel it could have benefited from some of the catchphrases from Bruce Forsyth's Play Your Cards Right.
No, I like him putting his own spin on it. Here, you guys can find that on Nick's Instagram or mine. I'm going to repost it now, so...
Nick Walsh TV.
Oh, I'm a collaborator.
There you go.
Great. I've accepted.
Careful, don't reveal you're a collaborator. They might come for you.
Yeah, well, it's too late for that, buddy.
There's no nice to see you nice. There's no nothing for a pair. Not in this game. And there's no dollies doing their dealing. I mean...
Quick table.
I appreciate, Griffin, these are cultural references that are largely lost on you, but just roll with it. Just go with it.
I'm going to go watch
Consider me rolling.
So we have got around 40 minutes left on this level. Olashemian still table chip leader, 315k, nearly 160 big blinds. Huge stack to have at this stage of the tournament. Stefan Kolar is the shortest stack at the table with 24 bigs. 1k, 2k are the blinds. Guimac says good morning from Brazil. Good afternoon from Prague. Good to have you with us. Okay, I'd like to see Adani win a hand. I was sad to hear, Griffin, that he's not had a good level.
Yeah, and is going to take one down. Still a comfortable 40 big blinds.
Yes, that is true.
Average.
That is true. That hand was just raise and take it. Pocket nines for Conch. And pocket fours for Kolar. So 4,000 is the raise.
Slowest player here.
Me? Kidding me?
Yeah, and the consideration here going to be indicative of, you know, some of the mistakes we've been seeing Kolar make. You know, he folded for 7,000, facing a cutoff continue on the ace 9-6 board with an ace, but prepared to put in 4,000 on the promise of missing your set, you know, 90% of the time. So, yeah, I'm not thrilled with the way Kolar's been tangling so far, but, you know, a lot can happen.
Yeah, so Danchev priced into calling out of the big blind with Jack-9 suited and has paired his Jack, which is now the best hand. And looks like it's been checked around, so we get the 5 of spades for free on the turn. Danchev now a 93% favorite. Checks a second time. Still no bet from Conch. And no bet from Kolar. Deuce on the river. Board now straighty and flushy. Gets checked to showdown. Danchev's going to win this pot. And let's head to the outer tables. Let's check in on Team Pro Felix Schneiders, who is in a hand against Vincent Melli. And we're on the river here. The board, ace 10, 9, 8, 5. A bet of 16k from Melli. Decision on Herr Schneiders. No flush possible. Ace 10, 9, 8, 5. 2 clubs, 2 hearts.
Big fan of that PokerStars sweater. We still selling those?
I believe so. That's a call, and that is 7-6 for the straight. And Felix mucks, and he is going to be down to just 6.5k. Felix Schneiders in the danger zone. Danger zone! Keep grunding, Felix. Grund it up. But right now, it is not looking good for Xflix. Back to the main stage, back to our feature table. 301 players remaining from a starting field of 1,224. We had that confirmed at the start of this level. Total prize pool in this year's EPT Prague main event, 5.9 million euros. 183 players will make the money. A min cash, 8,350 euros. Up top this year, 1 million and change. 1,019,300 euros.
Great example here of how difficult a hand like pocket fives is to play facing a 3-bet on this stack depth of about 40 blinds. I think given the sizing from, I would imagine 4,000 the min raise to 14.5, I think we should probably mix in more folds at this particular big blind depth. Just going to be very difficult to play. The pot's going to get inflated. You're only going to have a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. It does find the call technically ahead on the king, queen, 4, 3 diamonds, but yeah, a lot of ways in which you can be behind like that ace turn. So I think this is a bit of chasing from Odani. I'm not thrilled by it.
And this is looking pretty good for Itzel, having top pair with the backup of the diamond draw and the straight draw.
Yeah, now we can see 56K out there, 53K left. You feel like you've just jumped ahead of something like King Jack of clubs or, you know, Queen Jack of spades. But if you do shove and get called, you're pretty much always in big trouble. Check through and gets that perfect river where Odani might think this 5 of diamonds is good enough, might just put out a blocker bet, might just check, and we can see check, check. Nice takedown for iCal.
What?
Oh no.
What happened there?
Oh no. Oh no.
He mucked? He didn't realize he had the 10 of diamonds?
No. Oh no, sweetie.
So checked at showdown, Odani tabled the 5s. Itzel saw the flush and didn't realize he had a bigger flush. Meanwhile, Felix Schneider's all in and at risk. Felix with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, dominated by ace-9, but that 10 on the turn is domination rotation in Felix's favor, and that is going to see Felix back up to 18K. He survives. So the answer to your question, Zuma's daddy, weird why check there, is he didn't realize he had the 10 of diamonds in his hand, and he clearly didn't look back and double check. And when the hand went to showdown and Odani showed the 5 of diamonds, he figured he'd been caught on the river. He figured, oh, my opponent made a flush, my pair of aces is no good, and he mucked his cards. Had he just shown it, the cards would have spoken and the pot would have been pushed to him.
You don't have to show?
We do.
But they don't.
Yeah, not an insignificant pot. I mean, 30 big blinds out there. It's pretty important at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah,
Around 180 players pay. We're down to our final 300. iCal just none the wiser right now, but you have to wonder, right, James, is he going to find out? I mean, surely someone's going to tell him that was watching, maybe a friend or family member.
I mean, when the flop comes down all diamonds, Griffin, even if you're not 100% sure what you have, you know one of your cards is red. I mean, at some point, you're going to look back and check the suit of it, right?
Yeah, that's I mean, look, you have a better understanding of the card reader than I do, and I think you probably are going to say that it's almost certainly was the 10 of diamonds, so it's human error on his part. So that's we haven't seen one of those in a while. That's it's a little bit embarrassing.
Sure.
But, listen, we all make mistakes these days.
We do.
Long.
We do. And of course, it's worse when it's highlighted on a live stream. But the reality is, I'm sure people make mistakes like that all the time because we are humans. That's what we do. We make mistakes.
Power poker here from Ole. Look at this. You know, a hand that I think we would expect to see just calls from a lot of the time in this spot. But Ole taking aggressive action, recognizing, you know, Concha's going to be raising pretty wide, going to have a lot of hands to fold. Look at this.
Oh my
6-5,
word.
James.
What a gift for Shemian, flopping 2 pair when his opponent flopped top. And Shemian does not continue, checks it. Conch checks behind.
Oh, man.
Shemian now a 3-1 favorite.
And I would expect Ole to start sizing up here. You know, wanting to get calls from hands that might check back on the turn. And look, he's reaching for pretty much pot here at 41,000, hoping that Conch check back something like, you know, Queen Jack, King Jack.
Yeah. 41,000 into 42,000 gets called. Conch wearing the PokerStars patch as he qualified for this tournament via a €109 online satellite. We're playing for stacks here. The 3 of diamonds completes the board. Conch has 99k behind. There's 124k in the middle.
And if you're asking yourself, how does Ole feel about this 3 on the river? I think he feels fine about it. We don't expect a lot of 4x combos for Conch here. You think maybe ace-4 of clubs, the only one, maybe pocket 4s that continues to pot on the turn. It's not like Conch is going to have ace-4 of hearts here and call on the turn to pot, you know? So he's thinking that his opponent's going to have something like what he has, ace-jack, king-jack, queen-jack, maybe something like pocket 9s or pocket 10s. And this is the precision in which Ole played this hand to stay under repped. This is going to be very difficult to let go.
Yeah, he has shoved on Conch. It is all in to call. And you just know that a high percentage of the time you're being pushed around by this absolute beast. And top pair, top kicker is probably way ahead. On this occasion, it is not.
Yeah, I mean, to Conch's credit, though, do we really think that Ole is going to, you know, 3-bet a hand like ace-9 off and then check the flop and then bet shove? It doesn't feel very bluffy. You'd think a bluff line would start by betting on the flop. So I think the alarm bells are going off. But you do have ace-jack. So the strongest part of Ole's range. And yeah, he does pull it off. Wow,
calls all in, sees the bad news, and that is going to be the elimination of Attila Conch. A qualifier KO'd. What is Shemian going to have after that hand? Close to more than 475k, nearly 240 big blinds.
And I think it's really important to note, James, that although that was an incredible stroke of luck, because of the way this seasoned professional played it, he got all of the chips. And when we say all the chips, we're talking like 80 big blinds. Had he just flatted pre-flop, as most players would, yeah, check raise on the flop, call, bet the turn, call, river. Ole's going to have a lot of 4Xs in his range, just flatting pre-flop. I think that Conch probably gets away, but because of the way he played it, because he boosted up the pot pre-flop, because he got lucky on the flop and played it in the way he did, he got all the chips, and I think that's pretty masterful work from the longtime EPT veteran.
Yeah. Politis watching on YouTube. Nothing has changed. It's amazing how people's memories or recollection of previous EPTs is distorted. We do not have the shot clock in play until the start of day 3. We do not have the shot clock before the bubble bursts. It has been tried. It does not work. It results in more stalling than when we don't have the shot clock. Hence, it comes into play at the start of day 3 once we are in the money. So for today, no. Bernie the Lizard gets a day off.
I like this flat call with ace-9 off in the small blind from Ole. I think he recognizes that Jaros is going to be raising very wide on the button. We saw the 10-3 off raise into Kolar's big blind before. And Shemian did just show down 6-5 in a 3-bet pot. So just kind of playing this small blind almost like a big blind. And gets the very dominating 9-8-5 flop against Jaros.
Well, ace-9 still way ahead.
I would expect to see a check from Jaros here, just because of all those Queen X combos that have now jumped ahead.
Yeah.
Of him. When you think of Queen Jack, Queen 10.
Board gets a little bit straighter.
It's actually too bad that river came in for Shemian. Could have gotten some nice value on like a 4 on the river. 7 is just going to be a bit too thin now that the 6Xs make straights. And Jaros with a bit of pause. Maybe he thinks that Shemian would have bet something like a queen. Do I ever just get value from ace-8 here with a very thin value bet? I think he'll think better of it, but I think that's where the pause comes from.
Ace-9.
Yeah.
Check, check. Ace-9 good. Another pot for Ola Shemian. Now playing more than 487,000. Closing in on the 250 big blind mark. Things going very well for Shemian at our feature
top
table.
5 stack in the room.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely. Sadly, Felix Schneider's not on the leaderboard. Felix Schneider's has 0 chips. X-Flex KO'd during the second level of day 2. And at the start of this session, we lost Seb Huber as well. So no red spades remain in the EPT Prague main event. No PokerStars representation.
Schneider going to go Felix his wounds.
Do you know what, Griffin? I'll allow that.
You can laugh. Yes.
Arias Niego's opened under the gun. And Takumi Odani is going to call in the big blind. We only know one of his cards, the 6 of diamonds. He might be ahead. He might not be ahead.
Redemption in season 9 after second place in the grand final. She's probably
Here comes the C-bet. 6.5 into 11 and a fold from Odani. Hey, Redan CF on YouTube. QFT, mate, ain't happening. Griffin's furiously Googling what that is an abbreviation for. Sevens here for Itzal.
Diamond in hand for iCal. Anything could happen. Discipline fold, actually, from Niago in the big blind facing the under the gun open.
Good game. You know what is it? Whoever is last to win a hand has to pay some punishment.
Like 20 push-ups. Or to buy dinner for everybody from the table.
Or some big
break.
Please can we do the push-ups prop bet, because I really want to see Stefan Kolar do some push-ups.
Are you getting bored?
Not really.
He's playing too tight. It's
Yeah,
boring, right?
He was on it all day. Like, very shameful.
No pressure, bro.
You are, guys. You are.
The pressure is on now.
I'm not. I'm not the one, guys. You are Nets, bro. You are Nets.
Adani with ace-7 suited. Going to call in position. And Itzel's going to call out of the big blind with the 10 of hearts and another card to be determined.
He has the card that he thought he had in the when he mucked. 10 of hearts.
8-5-4 with 2 diamonds. I mean, Adani ain't folding this.
Yeah, and I think a very clear check for Semyon, but I think he's going to have reason to continue against an Odani bet if it's small enough. You do have that gutter to the very concealed wheel draw, and then the backdoor clubs, and your ace high could be good sometimes. So yeah, to 7,000, assuming iCal gets out of the way, which he quickly does, I would expect Ole to find a continue here. You know, even if you're up against something like pocket nines, you got some good equity. This particular scenario not looking great against the ace-7 of diamonds.
Yeah. Semyon calls. We go heads up to the turn. The 9 of spades. Still some opportunities. Right now, Adani 3-1 favorite to win the pot outright. And he makes his flush on the river. Actually, that's a flush and a straight. Overkill much?
And Semyon finding himself kind of with the bottom of his range, but I think it's a difficult spot to bluff. Sure, you can have something like pocket 7s, pocket 6s as played, but what are you trying to fold out from Odani that is sort of value on the flop? I think that, you know, Ole's obviously on a bit of a heater, going to try to find ways to win pots that maybe he shouldn't. But let's see if he reads through this one and recognizes. No, he is going to reach for chips and bet against the nuts. You know, if you are up against, of course, Odani flatted the button here with ace-7 of diamonds. That also means he's flatting ace-8 of spades, right? Which is not thrilled by how this board is shaken out. Maybe something like ace-5 of spades. There are some hands you are going to fold out, but in general, you know, this one's, well, it's just not looking good.
Now, considering how well Semyon's been running today, Griffin, does Odani just flat here, just in case Semyon has trade deuce of diamonds?
Wow. You know what? I didn't even see that that's possible. I was just thinking, I was like, oh, he has the nuts because he has the 7 of diamonds, but the years in your, you know.
Odani raises, Semyon quickly folds.
Wait. Which one?
Oh, yeah.
Why we played on this game?
We didn't agree. I think
We did all agree?
Yeah.
And you don't do it?
And we must show it.
Japanese people never draft.
Okay.
You heard it here first. Japanese people never bluff. We've got a new player coming to the table. This gentleman in the hat is Roland Rakita from Austria. Now, you may know him by his PokerStars handle, Roki3. He is a poker pro, he is a poker coach, an accomplished online and live player, and he's going to be the second biggest stack at this table. He's got about 400K.
What's up?
I didn't know you have friends.
Wow.
You play good
that
or
is
running good today?
Nice.
Running
a
hot?
dangerous player to get to the table.
Yeah, maybe better.
Patrick Yarosh in action, opening with 10s. Semyon with 3s.
It's always nice to get a little set mining opportunity.
And we've got the Queen Jack of Strawberries for Niago. That's going to be a call. And with the blinds folding, we're going 3-way to the flop. Which is Queen High. Hobby Shack says that's a beanie, James. It's still a type of hat. So you went specific.
It's actually known as a toque in Canada.
Sure, but if I were to ask the question, what is a toque, you'd say it's a type of hat.
Touché. So you can see how much those 10s shrink up once we see two players continue in a very wise fold from Yaros. Had this just been a bet from Semyon, we would have seen the check call from Yaros, but recognizing the strength of Niago's, you know, he's overcalling the button off 30-ish big blinds, continuing on queen 7 deuce. It's pretty much almost always going to be a queen. But, you know, Niago is going to be concerned, not concerned, but just a bit cautious, because Semyon could have something like king queen, pocket 7s, easier to keep this pot small and then maybe go for some river value. The diamonds do come in. I think there's a world where this does still just go check check. I don't think Niago is going to expect value from, you know, maybe the one hand would be like a queen 10 of clubs or something that might call, but even in that case, this sort of call check bet line is going to be even stronger than that. So
bold prediction here from Wow Factor NL. I think Queen Jack will win.
Okay, sure.
I mean, you really, really went out on a limb there.
Let him choose on.
But congratulations, you were officially correct.
yeah, and I have to take exception to Daniel Lugo's comment here on YouTube saying what a nit 10-10 would never fold to one bet, but I think I illustrated why. You know, in that specific situation, it's just a nice fold. That's a lot of experience, and Yaros does it. Oh God, what? Can I get a trigger warning?
Sorry,
what is
Griffin.
this?
I'm so sorry for the PTSD that you're now experiencing as we watch Will Kassouf get paid off on the river. Here we go. He always has it.
Does anyone know how many miles it is from Prague to Hollywood? He needs to know.
Never easy. Never easy. My special now. That was pretty easy. Come on. Now what? That was too easy. Just to win a pot on this table.
I'm going to say that his table mates seem to be tolerating him. I would say they're even amused by him.
Give it time, James. Give it time.
Danchev all in here with ace-queen from the small blind. Came over the top of Itzel's button open. Got folds.
Yeah, Ical, if you wanted 55,000, you should have showed your hand with ace-10.
I mean, all he needs to do is just show that, and the pot would have been pushed to him, but... Oh, we are seeing Stefan Kohler in action here, Griffin, opening to 7.5K. Big raise from Kohler, and we know he has the Jack of Hearts and something else.
14 together.
And Yarosh with King Queen in the big.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is too strong even to the 3.5x. Obviously, you're expecting Kohler to have a strong range here, but it could just be, as we see, probably pocket jacks, ace jack. So I think you want to just treat this spot as like, I mean, he's really thinking about folding. I mean, there is some consideration, but I think he's, the problem is just the player's not strong enough to, like, you're just going to find other ways to win when you don't hit, and you can get away from some situations. Yeah, he is going to flop better.
I mean, the near 4x open does smell of pocket jacks for sure, and Cola, I thought you said all in there. No, a small bet, 4,000, 4K into 18K, and obviously Jarosz, having flopped top pair, is going to call. And Cola has just over pot behind. Now goes 7.5K on the turn. Jarosz is hating life.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of acting from Jarosz. He knows that this hand is too strong not to play for stacks, so he maybe wants it to look difficult. And then we'll just be calling the all-in on the river.
Goes check, check. What's the other card? I need to know! Oh, shocking. It was a jack. Oh, he had the James and Joe. He had the good old JHJS. And as ever, it let him down. Because that's what we excel at. Letting people down. And that is going to leave Stefan Kolar with a 10 big blind stack. As Patrick Jarosz is now up to 75 bigs with 10 minutes left on this level. Still some distance from the bubble. 277 players remaining right now. We will go hand for hand when we are at 184 because 183 will get paid. Kolar all in on the very next hand, shoves with nines.
Goes from a 4x to a 10x open.
Also, the English took on the big one. I just really didn't want to call. I didn't want to call. I changed my mind. I usually, in this line, I usually see only two hands.
James, am I allowed to ask if we might have a new feature table or the same?
I didn't know that.
You can ask, Griffin. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, but the reason I ask is because I would just love for iCal to come back after the break and the conversation be about that.
Sure. Well, I see what you mean about the hand where he folded the flush. Okay, well, you asked the question and I've got an answer for you. I have been informed that we are going to keep this table. So we are going to have this table for another level of play, for another session.
And the recipient of that 10 high flush muck, Odani getting aces.
Yeah.
But no action.
So, Hager Gergo watching on YouTube says, Kasuf sat behind me 2 days ago and he was quiet for like 2 hours. Maybe he's changed. I think Will is on his best behavior. I think he knows there'll be consequences if he isn't. But all I would say is what happened in the summer, I firmly believe was a direct consequence of him being in the spotlight very early on in the tournament, with him taking a seat at the feature table on one of the very early days of the main event and sitting at that feature table for an extended period of time over the next few days. And I think we just leave him in the field, and if he makes a deep run and he becomes a contender later on, fine, showcase him. But I don't think he needs that attention now. Well, king high still good here. And that bet from Itzel is going to get a fold. With 6 minutes left on the clock. So Griffin, I don't know whether you saw, but before Joe and I came to Prague, we were in London together doing voiceover sessions for the next cycle of shows for the big game on tour. It's the final table from season 2. And those episodes are going to arrive on the PokerStars YouTube channel in February. And no offense, because I know you played in season 2, Griffin, but this is definitely the most exciting lineup to date. We've got poker legends Antonio Esfandiari and Phil Hellmuth. We've got 2-time EPT finalist Rania Nasruddin. We've got sports talk show host Nick Wright. And we have one of the greatest NFL tight ends of all time, 4-time Super Bowl champion Rob Gronkowski. The first 2 shows are so much fun, and I can't wait for everyone to see them when they start dropping on the PokerStars YouTube channel in the new year.
Yeah, I can't speak to what happened on the table, and even if I could, I wouldn't. But I will say the excitement in the room and the it was bombastic.
Yeah,
it definitely seemed like it lived up to expectation.
Well, trip kings. Know that Niago has the best hand, even though we can't see one of Rakisa's cards.
Yeah, Niago in another spot where it feels like, you know, by betting here from the big blind, it almost feels a bit obvious that you're have a king a lot of the time here. Sure, hearts could start bluffing in this spot, but you should have the weakest range on ace king king from the big blind, completing as the third person in the hand. So when you start showing strength on the ace king king deuce, oftentimes it is just going to be that king. And Rakita is going to find a call, which in my estimation is going to mean the other card underneath there is almost certainly an ace. Sometimes is going to have 2 9s because of that implication of maybe hearts, but almost certainly going to be something like ace 9 of spades, ace 9 off.
Oh no, 10s folded, right?
10s did fold, but O'Donnell not wearing it the way that Kolar did earlier when he made that straight on the river. I don't think you were with us yet, James.
No.
He was out of the hand, and the river would have given him a straight, and he did sort of an eye roll for the camera.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah. This time O'Donnell is just going to let it play out. See if he lets the table know that he would have rivered a boat.
Two and a half minutes on the clock. Blinds will go up, and that is bad news for Stefan Kolar, who's got 10 big blinds right now and is going to have a shallower stack when we bring you the 3rd level of the day. And yes, as Griffin and I were just discussing, we will have the same lineup, sticking with this feature table for another 90 minutes. Round 2, Olashemian. Table chip leader, and definitely one of the tournament chip leaders. Opening here with ace-jack. And it's going to be raise and take it, so we're going to squeeze in at least one more hand.
Ole Shemion, also known as Wizzo Wizzo.
Yes, that's his stars handle. It wasn't that long ago that we were watching him crushing during the World Championship of Online Poker.
And if you didn't happen to be watching, you know, the EPT and the circuit in general, sort of, I would guesstimate around 10 years ago, had one of the most epic sort of runs, maybe in tournament poker history, with some of the tournaments he was winning, up there with the likes of some of those runs we've seen from guys like Federer, Holtz.
It's out. Calls in the small. Danchev raises from the big.
And this could very well, no, so we are going to see iCal just call. I think there is some consideration to limp shove for 30 big blinds there, but maybe deciding, you know what, that's a bit too much. Maybe something like off 20, 25, we might see a limp shove, but iCal deciding to play it a little more cautiously and would have, you know, lost the race against Danchev, at least on the flop.
Depends if he was fun.
Look at that. Look at that flop for Danchev. That's nice.
Yeah. 95% equity. Top pair, nut flush draw, straight possibilities. You can't see it in his face, but he's loving this.
Oh, I don't know about this. This is. So I can tell you where this comes from. Obviously, it is disastrous in this scenario, but this comes from a place of, okay, if I believe Danchev, you know, is going to be balanced with his raises between very strong hands off 30 big blinds, the ones that are prepared to get in, and then the ones like 8-3 offsuit that are just trying to take it down before the break. This would work really well. Danchev, and not really the type, I think, to go after it in that way so much. So this just seems face value like a bad move, but I understand that the logic for iCal, but yeah, this is not going to work out well. Oof.
What is happening? Oh, I guess having raised the flop, he feels the need to barrel the turn, right? Continue telling the story?
I mean, yeah, I really not crazy about this. If Danchev does have the top of his sort of non-ace range and something like jacks through kings that would bet small on the flop, it might find a fold on the turn. I think that might be what iCal's thinking about.
Danchev.
iCal peers over.
I know.
Throws up in his scarf.
Well, I guess he's trying to see if he can push him off it, right? Danchev with 26k behind, 72k in the middle, and he's thinking, if I jam river, is he folding? Probably not. I check.
And I think really interesting to note too, James, is going to go into this break having, you know, kind of thrown away 35,000 here, and then is probably going to find out from someone that he mucked the best hand in that other hand.
Yeah.
So his stack should be increased by another 50k. How will that affect him, you know, going into the next level? We'll have to see.
I can only say how I'd be feeling, Griffin. I'd be very, very disappointed. I'd be disappointed in myself, and it would affect me mentally. I might just quit the tournament and go home. But yes, Ersin Itzal is going to get that information during the break, and we will return with the blinds going up to 1k, 2.5k, and the same lineup on the main stage, headlined by Ole Shemion, not just tournament chip leader, he is among the tournament chip leaders. We also still have Patrick Yarosh and Dimitar Danchev, and we have Stefan Kolar, who has fewer than 10 big blinds. So yeah, a short break, and then the action continues from here in Prague. Remember, we're playing into the money today. World famous bubble coverage still to come, and another 90 minutes of poker on the other side of this break.
Action is on John Juanda on the feature table. He has pocket deuces.
Quack. Quack.
And under the gun raise to 43,000. Pocket queens for Lucille Kai.
Here comes the twa bet.
She re-raises to 92,000. Ola Shemian has ace king.
Oh boy, we could easily see a 4-bet.
191.
He does re-raise to 191,000.
Well, at least 2 players are going to see all 5 cards here.
Javier Piazuelo has king 10 on the button. That'll be a fold.
Maybe an eventual fold. I mean, the guy is wearing a scarf. Clearly he likes attention.
299.
What? I'm not really sure this is a good spot for a cold 5-bet.
It is not.
I guess they don't want me to play this time.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious you're stealing.
Now, in spots like this, someone in there is going to have a real hand, and at that point, king 10 suited is going to hold up like a piece of wet toilet paper.
All right.
Juanda folds the deuces.
I'm on in.
Lucille Kai shoves.
Shemian's getting 2 to 1.
All in.
He reshoves.
Wow. We got aces and kings, huh?
Piazuelo finally folds.
Queens.
Yeah, it's a flip.
All right.
It's a familiar flip for Lucille. She busted the grand final ace-king versus queens.
It's my first big flip.
This time she has the queens. And once again, she's the player at risk. An ace on the flop.
Literally nothing you can do.
Lucille looking for a queen.
On.
She needs to hit on the river. Can she hit a 2-outer? No. The full house for Shemian.
Okay.
And the elimination of Lucille Kai.
Lucille was looking for redemption in Season 9 after second place in the grand final. She's probably bummed right now, but 2 deep runs in a row is an impressive achievement in and of itself.
Shemian up to 3.7 million. Is this Martin Schleich's moment of victory?
It is! There's some very enthusiastic fans in the crowd, Martin. Friends of yours?
I got to know this guys a few hours ago. They came in and
Yes. To be clear, Ola Shemian was one of 2 random Germans hanging around who railed Martin Schleich at the prospect of free Jägermeister from one of our producers. True story.
Blinds are up to 12-24 with a 3K ante.
I could use this one as well.
Shemian
48.
picks up another big hand. Pocket aces under the gun +1. He raises to 48,000.
Kind of a big hand.
And this is also a big hand. Kings for Juanda.
I haven't seen a cold deck this bad since EPT Siberia.
Juanda 3-bets. Makes it 145,000 total.
This is going to be a shame.
Action back on Shemian.
287.
There is the 4-bet.
This is like watching 2 trains on the same track. Going toward each other, of course. Would be interesting if one was following the other. That's just weird.
And Juanda 5-bets to 590,000.
All in.
There's the all-in.
Call.
And there's the call.
Not cool, Zeus. Wow. Still a very tense moment for Shemian. If his aces hold, he's going to have a beschneffly billion chips.
Juanda on the verge of elimination. So far, so good for Shemian.
Juanda's going to need a return of the king.
He's drawing to 2 outs. We've lost 2 players from the outer tables. John Juanda about to become our 18th place finisher here in Barcelona. But there's a king on the turn!
That movie is still having too many endings.
Shemian gets cooled.
Some people would say you have to look at this like losing a flip. Since you both play aces and kings the same way, it could have easily been on the other side of this. But John Juanda does drink your milkshake.
No ace on the river. Olashemian doubles up John Juanda.
He knows he's not out, right?
You'd want to get away from the table if that happened to you.
True story.
And John Juanda getting it quietly. What a pro.
I think Olashemian might actually be going to get sick.
That was a sick hand. That was a cooler.
John Juanda up to 3.5 million. On the secondary feature table, 3 players have gone to the flop, those players being Olashemian, Ilari Sahamias, and Aku Joentauster, who got moved off our main feature table.
Shemian's ahead, and he's the only one who's not up against any blockers to improving his hand.
Joentauster will bet 100,000.
The guy with the least equity, firing there.
Shemian with top 2 will call.
Just calls thinking maybe he's up against exactly what he is up against, a pair and a straight draw.
And Sahamias will also call. Turn, the 6 of diamonds, changes nothing.
Diamonds also not a factor.
Ilari checks a second time. Joentauster bets a second time, 300,000.
Joentauster raised this hand under the gun pre-flop, and by golly, he's going to keep repping a strong hand, gosh dang it.
Shemian has called. Actions on Ilari. And Sahamias will fold.
Yeah, probably for the best.
So 1.149 million in the pot. And the river card is the deuce of spades.
Well, it's come banana banana. No one's improved.
Joentauster has roughly a pot-sized bet behind.
I'm all in.
And he shoves the river.
With just ace high, wow, the 4-barreler empties the clip, throws the gun. And we can oversimplify this and say it's a random 4-barrel bluff, or if we look a little closer, we can see it's fairly methodical. Joentauster could have very easily have a nut hand with the line he's taken, whereas Shemian can't because he probably wouldn't have called twice. It's a tough spot for Shemian because all Aku's value bets are beating his hand. Top 2 is a bluff catcher.
Shemian will call the bluff.
Gulp.
And Aku Joentauster will be eliminated in 14th place.
Nice call, kid.
Shemian adds nearly 1.9 million to his stack.
I hope you guys don't mind, but I wrote a haiku for Aku. Bye, Joentauster. Aggressive young Scandi out. Still a good finish.
Please tell me that's the last of your finish puns.
You know I can't do that, James.
Olashemian, now up to nearly 4.3 million. Back at the feature table, action is on. Liv's boyfriend, Igor Kurganov. He's facing an under-the-gun raise from Eric Svez.
Have we seen this guy before?
Not sure, but his Svez is familiar.
Oh, man. I'm so sorry.
Well, it's been folded around to Ludovic Geilich in the small blind.
Angus McAngus. He's kind of like a bagpipe, real noisy, and nobody knows how it works.
Ace-deuce offsuit. Svez made it 4,600 with ace-10 of diamonds. Ludo's going to make it 15,800.
It's a pretty aggressive 3-bet. I guess he doesn't want to just call out of position against an under-the-gun raise.
Ooh, jacks for Olashemian in the big blind.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Shemian flats the 3-bet.
This should be setting off Ludo's Sean Connery alarm. You know the alarm all Scottish people are born with that lets them know when someone's trying to Connery them.
Svez calls as well, 3-way to the flop. And it's a king-high flop. Shemian's still ahead with jacks.
Ludo's got almost 0 equity, but luckily he also gives 0 you-know-whats.
50,000 in the middle. This is a continuation bet of 21,500.
And Ola's not folding for one bet. Nerp.
Shemian calls.
Seriously, Svez, consider this getting off easy.
He folds. Heads up to the turn. It's the 7 of hearts, pairing the board.
Ludo went from 1% equity on the flop to 5% on the turn. Not bad.
Still only ace high. But it looks like he's betting again. 48,000.
This guy's pretty nuts, huh?
And it doesn't look like Shemian's folding. He calls again, and this hand's going to the river with 189k in the middle already.
Neither player's got that amount behind.
And Shemian rivers a boat.
So not only is Ludo losing, but he'd have a better chance of getting Olo to do the truffle shuffle than to fold.
Gaelic does not empty the clip, he checks.
Obviously, Ola's betting.
All in.
All you can eat. And Ludo snap folds.
This is one of those hands that can look pretty terrible in a vacuum, so we just explain it away by saying table dynamics.
Ola Shemian up to 349k. He's taken the chip lead.
And action is on Ola Shemian. He is raising under the gun with Jack 10 off. Round to Patrick Antonius on the button. He folds. Sadri Sella is in the small blind. He's got King 9.
And I think yesterday, towards the end of the day, we saw Shemian getting a bit liberal with his opens from early position, and not everybody would open from under the gun with Jack 10 offsuit. And Lanini, he's got a good spot for aces. It's fun to get aces in the big blind.
It's fun to get aces in the...
Any seat you're in, any position.
I see your chips. You have a stack behind there?
900 more.
I don't mind that he's 3-betting right now, because you usually assume that people's under the gun open range is quite strong and that you will get more value this way. But Shemian is a bit weak, but he has position.
He's like, no, I'm going to see a flop. I'm going to outplay you. Or just crack
Outflop
your aces.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, Shemian flops trips.
I like this check by Lanini.
Hold my hair back, Maria.
Not on my shoes,
No,
Joe.
I'm going to... Hey, there's a turn in river still.
I'd like to see Lanini check call.
Shemian, that's 130,000.
If you check call here with aces, you just keep all the worst hands in, and you also give someone like Shemian the option of barreling on later streets.
Is that an ace?
Close, but no. Shemian now a 95% favorite. Lanini check called the flop for 130,000, and suddenly he elects to lead turn.
Yeah, this lead doesn't make much sense to me. I think that if you check call the flop, then you just open it up for Ole to do so many things on the turn. the worst thing, you have nothing to protect from. Either Ole has a jack or
Right.
eights full, or he's going to barrel off with no real equity against your hand. So, and you're also just letting Ole off the hook.
You're like really
to fold
hoping
in this spot.
You're really hoping he has kings. It's very wishful thinking.
And based on the pre-flop action, that's highly unlikely.
Right.
So this is roughly half pot, 250,000.
And realize that Shemyan has more jacks in his range than Lanini does, because Lanini's not likely to be 3-betting ace-jack from the big blind against Shemyan's under the gun open. He's not going to 3-bet, you know, queen-jack suited, king-jack suited. He's probably just going to call those.
When Ole stares at, Lanini there, he's not actually trying to figure out if Lanini has him beat, right?
No, he's just trying to figure out if he moves all in, if Lanini will call him.
Indeed. Well, Lanini had 500k behind, so when Shemyan shoves on him, it's a snap call from Lanini, and he's now drawing to 2 outs. He will need Barry Greenstein. He will need ace on the river, or Ole Shemyan will claim his scalp. Just a 5% chance of survival. Is Shemyan going to get Greensteined? The river is a 9. And Ole Shemyan eliminates Davor Lanini in 14th place, taking us down to 13 players. And Shemyan is now closing in on the chip lead. He has got 3.7 million, close to a 150 big blind stack, while Lanini walks away with 35,500 euros. So that was Monte Carlo in 2018. This is Prague in 2025 on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. But here on day 2 of the main event, there is a similar narrative. That story is the ascent of Ole Shemyan. We said he is probably among the tournament top 5. We have confirmation he is the tournament chip leader with 272 players remaining, 444,500 chips. And suffice to say, he is the biggest stack at our feature table. We have the same lineup on the main stage. Shemyan joined by the likes of Patrick Yarosh and Dimitar Danchev as the blinds go up to 1K, 2.5K with a 2.5K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan joined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And still with us live via satellite from Montreal in French Canada, it's Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone. That was an amazing coincidence. All those Ole Shemyan clips in the break. That was remarkable.
I'm sure it was just coincidence and not someone making the editorial decision to fill the break with Ole Shemyan hands.
We have a lot of them.
So confirmation that the third level of the day, level 13 of the main event, is underway. Back to the action at the feature table. Ace Hart asking how many total players in this one. If you look at the top right-hand corner of the screen, you have the field ticker, which updates with every elimination. Shows 1,224 total entries. And the current number of players remaining, 272. A reminder, 183 will get paid. We will play into the money today. World-famous bubble coverage a bit later on tonight.
Hey, Griff, congratulations on your recent scores, man. Looking good.
Yes.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it was it's always a thrill. No better feeling than getting deep in a poker tournament. So that was a lot of fun.
The perception is that you play like one tournament every 6 months and final table it.
It's, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, James.
Accurate.
Well, this is...
I'm cursed to prefer hanging out with you guys.
Top pair for Itzel. So the key question is, does he know about that hand and will it come up in conversation during this session?
Yeah, Nick, are you all caught up with the
James,
drama?
I mean, I like to keep an eye on the events, but James caught me up with the full breakdown details of this drama. Shemyan gives him a look as if to say, do you know that you have 2 diamonds right now? Oh, he doesn't. Okay, that's good. Ace of diamonds in hand?
10 on the turn, so Itzel now a 9-1 favorite.
Griff, is there a tell
kind
to
of
do
a pure equity call on the flop here from Shemyan? Go ahead, Nick.
Sorry, Griff. Is there a tell to do with blinking? Do you have any blinking tells?
I don't. Do you?
Well, so somebody once told me that blinking is usually just a sign of thinking. Often humans blink more when they are deep in thought, but I don't know if there's any particular trends that you could pick up on or patterns that would indicate strength versus weakness any more than thinking about a good spot is any more hard than thinking about a bad spot or a bluff spot where you might have not a particularly strong hand.
That went check on the river, and Itzel tabled his cards, so won the pot.
Perhaps missed a little value there, Griff. What are your thoughts on that river check?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a little tight. I will say that I don't think a bet check bet line will look particularly bluffy. So in the times that Shemyan has, ace 7 suited or something, is he going to even call a bet on the river when it doesn't really seem credible to be a bluff? I guess we'll never know.
Danchev opening the button with Queen 9 of clubs. The Spraggy for Roland Rakita, ace 7 offsuit.
Yeah, and between Rokita, Ole, and Dimitar Danchev here, 3 of maybe the top, 30, 40 players on the tour, maybe top 20. So pretty impressive players, 2 of which are top 3 in chips.
Yeah.
And Rakita going after this button open here. Juggernauts of the mind sport.
Do we think Rokita knows this is the Spraggy?
I mean, its reputation is known around the world.
Globally.
But he's not playing the cards, Nick. He's playing the player. As Danchev calls in position and we go to the flop. Queen 4 tray. Top pair for Danchev, 84% equity.
Not the worst start. Does Rokita want to continue telling a story? It is a relatively dry flop texture.
Yeah, just as a rule, you're going to want to be continuing on these sort of king 3-4, queen 3-4 type boards as the aggressor. We can see, of course, Danchev does have the queen 9 suited, but that also means he's going to have the king jack of hearts that's just going to fold on this flop.
Yeah.
So no need to really bet big.
Goes for a 10K bet into a pot of 43, so around 1/4. Quick call.
Okay, well, Rakita has picked up a couple of straight draws on the turn.
And Danchev only with about pot remaining. You've now turned a double gutter.
Yeah.
But you have to consider, what hands am I trying to fold out were I to shove for pot here? If I'm never really going to get a queen to fold. So is reaching for chips, but maybe not everything. Maybe just wanting to clear out those, king jack of clubs floats, which I think is reasonable to quarter pot on the turn, and not expecting a fold from a queen, but also not really expecting a shove from a queen either, right? So you are kind of setting the price of what you have to pay to actualize that equity when your opponent does have a queen.
$21,000 is the bet from Rakita.
I think worth considering, there are some pocket 8s and pocket 9s that wouldn't have been prepared to get in 40 big blinds as well that they might have. Could fold out on the turn. Jack on the river.
Yeah, the board bricks out for Rakita. And Danchev with just 47k behind. Less than half pot.
This does complete one of the Queen X combos. That's going to be, and he does put it in. And what makes this so difficult is that it just doesn't really feel like a bluff. I mean, look, no flush draws have bricked here, right? So you're just hoping for a complete stone air bluff here, betting 50% pot on the river, less than 45% pot on the river. I mean, it looks like Rakita just has ace queen plus here.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot despite having, you know, top pair.
And the other thing too, right? Ace 7 is it's such an interesting hand to have because it is the one that you would want to continue for that bet. But when you have ace 9, are you really betting twice, shoving river? Ace 10, like not really. Like so you're just hoping your opponent has something like an ace 7, ace 6, and would be prepared to go all in for half pot to try to get you to fold a queen. I mean, Danchev feels like he just needs to pay it, but I think he thinks he's losing. Yeah.
Queen 9 is good. That is a double up for Dimitar Danchev. And people like Jared and Poker Is My Life don't really understand why he took so long, Griffin. Easy call. What you talking about? I love the audible side there, Griffin. That speaks volumes more than any word
I mean,
you could utter.
I just think it's a great demonstration of what makes it so difficult to play against a player like Rakita, because you just shouldn't really be finding too many bluffs there, and that's where the pause comes. But yeah, getting 4-1. Ole's busting his chops a little bit. Like, come on, you got top pair.
Danchev now up to nearly 200k. Still have Kolar playing 8 big blinds, still in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Danger zone. Oh, double the danger zone, double the fun. Rakita with 3s on the button.
Double danger. Rakita now sitting around 110 big blinds.
Yeah.
Bit
of a dip after that hand against Danchev, but still a very big stack.
Yeah.
Shemian's big blind, Queen 7 of strawberries.
'Tis but a scratch, James.
Shemian defending. We see a flop, which is pretty decisively in Ola Shemian's favor because the 7, and sometimes the 7s, always coming.
Pocket 3s might be tempted to just fire flop, does decide to check.
Yeah, I think that you might expect to see a c-bet from 3s there because of the protection you would want against a hand like, you know, a king 8 or something like that. But I think the reason why Rakita elects to check is because he really respects Ole's ability to turn something like an 8-6 off into a check raise most of the time, and then 3s are just really frozen up. On the 6, I think we can expect Rakita to start thinking about even just folding, because even though he is ahead of something like a king 8 now that has turned a gut shot straight draw and might bet, you know, if we expect someone like Ole to almost always be betting the river, maybe we just want to make some tight folds to this pot size bet, but is going to call.
we see a river card, which is 6 of clubs, double paired board, full house for Olashemian. And Rakita's been counterfeited. Rakita is literally playing the board.
Might be good for him. You know, where the river, something like a deuce, might have considered a big call.
Two X pot on the river.
And the fold from Rakita. Olashemian, still tournament chip leader with more than 450,000, more than 180 big blinds. Our average stack right now is 138k with 265 players remaining in the EPT Prague main event. 183 of those will make the money. The bubble getting closer. Tom asks, can I be reminded of what 3-pair beats again? So 3-pair ties against trips, but it does not tie against a full house. So that was a loss, whichever way you look at it. But yes, if it had just been 3-pair against trip 7s, that should be, under the rules that Joe and I have introduced to no limit hold them, that would be a draw, a tie, a split.
A chop,
if you will. Ace Queen has raised to 5,000, and a frustrated Stefan Kohler does not defend his big blind.
Yeah, and quite a good candidate too, actually, off 7 big blinds, try to flop some equity. We saw very live against the Ace Queen, so small error from Kohler.
Spyro asking, where does a 7-card straight rank? Well, that pays the fortune bonus, my friend, especially if you're not using the Joker. Make sure you play the envy bonus.
And Danchev has small pocket pair chips now. Playing about 80 big blinds.
Yeah.
Started the day with about starting stack of 50, and now fortunes have turned his way. He is just so solid, so resilient, just incredible in these big fields.
Donnie's going to stick around here in the big blind.
And we'll see an ace-ace-king flop.
Yeah, and we're going to see the power of being the aggressor here. Going to clear out a lot of equity, I think, with this standard C-bet from Danchev. Range advantage so vital. And a resigned look. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the size on this as well, Griff. Just the smidge over 1 big is what you want to do here. Lovely stuff. 2-meter Danchev, such an experienced player as well, so you know it's good.
So a few people questioning why players like Danchev and Shemian aren't in the Bahamas right now. Should highlight this is the 3rd year in a row where we've had 3 big events all on at the same time. WPT at the Wynn in Vegas, World Series of Poker Paradise at Atlantis in Bahamas, and EPT Prague in the Czech Republic. And Prague has consistently done good numbers all 3 years. There are clearly players in Europe, many of them very talented players, who don't necessarily want to travel that far.
I mean, it might also be true that Prague is just an absolutely gorgeous place to be in December.
That is true.
Possibly. It might be true.
It's also, I can tell you this from experience, a lot cheaper to be in Prague than it is to be in the Bahamas.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Being held captive.
Christmas market freaks, if you ask me.
The final thing is it's not just a long flight. It's actually a very difficult place to get to directly. And some people, and we're not going to get into it, just going to put it out there, and then we're going to move on. Some people right now don't want to fly via the United States.
There's a lot.
I think the last time I went to Bahamas, it was via Fort Lauderdale, which was not the best experience for transfers.
I refuse to believe it's worse than flying via Miami International Airport.
I think it involved a shuttle bus to another terminal, which is always a nightmare when you're trying to catch a flight.
So I consistently and constantly complain about Los Angeles International Airport and basically behave like it's the worst airport in the world. I was reminded a couple of weeks ago of what it's like to travel through Miami. It's the first time in 10 years I've flown into and out of Miami.
Yeah.
And it's nice to be reminded that there is somewhere worse than LAX.
Back to the old way.
MIA is the nutlow.
I mean, I had ace-10 off.
You had ace-10 off? Yeah.
I warned you about those LA girls, James. Gonna have to be going to a lot of LAX.
Jack 7-3 on the flop.
Yeah, that was.
You can call, then hit stand, call 3 barrels, GG.
Jack 7 deuce even.
Rokita, semi-bluff territory here, got shot.
Oh, go to Luna. You don't know poker players.
Big table at least.
Don't think the high rollers are worried
Big
about
table
prices
at
when they're playing tournaments of 100K plus.
Must be quick
Griffin,
table
back
when
me
you
up
lose.
here.
Oh my God, you have
Back me up here. You have no idea. The penny pinching.
You have no idea.
These guys share rooms.
Have you guys not seen the memes about professional poker players and how tight they are off of the poker table? It's a meme. It's a thing. Griffin had to invite himself to stay in my room to get a nap after he came off a flight in Dublin.
To thrive, right? Like,
Don't make him mad.
Confirmed.
Was it Dublin? I
I'm
think it was Dublin.
waiting. I'm gonna double.
Just because you're willing to play a 100K poker tournament does not mean you're willing to pay $15 for a banana. Shemian still with the best hand on this Jack 8-6 flop.
It's 5 days tournament. It's no hurry, guys.
It's a marathon.
It's no hurry, Mr. A7, okay?
I understand.
Understand.
Come stai?
Jarosh making me laugh here. Keeping the spirits high out here. Christmas spirit. EPT Prague.
Deuce on the river.
Tohle to. Letěl si, jo?
You lose. Good read.
7 hanabi. 7 sushi.
Well, let's head out into the field and check on action at one of the outer tables. Talking of the Bahamas, Maria Lampropoulou, a former PCA champion, in a hand against Stefan Dimitrov. We're on the river, and that's a bet of 51,500 from Maria. The board, ace, jack, 10-5 tray. No flush possible, but a couple very straight combos are possible. Dimitrov counting out the call, makes the call. Maria tabling King Queen. That is the nut straight. That is Broadway, and that is good. She is going to win the pot and will now be playing around $250,000 chips. Confirmation. Lampropoulou stack 260K, with the average right now being 140K. Okay, I was probably exaggerating when I said the bananas were $15, but I wasn't exaggerating by that much. Whoever said they're free, lol, 30 cents in your dreams. Can you remember, Griffin, from all those times we stayed at Atlantis, how much a banana cost?
It was at least $12.
Yeah, it was double dig.
Best case scenario, $10, right?
Best case. Oh, it was more than that.
Oh, so here's a quick update on the other big stack in the tournament. We've got Shemian at the feature table playing 461k right now, number 1 on the leaderboard. His closest rival is Terry Jordan, UK legend. Terry has about 410k right now. Terry doubled me up during the first level of UK IPT Brighton a couple of years ago. That's how I became chip leader on day 1 of the UK IPT main event. I was out 5 levels later, but that's not important.
That's not important.
What's important is that thanks to Terry Jordan, I had the early chip lead in a UK IPT main event.
Terry Jordan, experienced player, been on the scene forever. Should have known. Never bluff the nit.
I like your style today.
I'm changing every day.
Good.
Sneak dissing around.
Banana Orchard. You guys are funny.
You go with 30% equity. Bet 16,000. Danchev ahead right now with the 8s. And Danchev folds the winner.
I think it's next time, I think.
Rakita, Queen Jack on the button, raises. Shemian with Jack 7. How many 7s on the flop, Griffin?
Well, it's always coming 7, so at least 1. Oh, dear God.
Oh, my goodness.
No, instead it's the Jack and the diamonds, so... Rakita with top 2. Incredible that Shemian is dominated here and still has near enough 40% equity. Calls the 4K, go to the turn.
Yeah, 40% seems high, doesn't it?
And now it's going to be 100%. Well, 95, of course, the full house possibility for Rakita, but Shemian's blocking that draw. Shemian with the flush. Rakita checks back the turn, does not improve on the river.
Quick, Griff, does Shemian bet the 7 of diamonds?
I don't know.
Thanks for that.
I mean, it's just
seems a bit weak.
It just seems too, yeah. And I think that there is a world where Rakita might want to fold out a Jack X by the river, but deciding, not to bet the turn to do so. So yeah, he wins.
Yes, you do.
Shemian continuing to run pretty pure. And still playing around 190 big blinds. As we once again take a look around the outer tables and see who else is in the field on day 2 of the EPT main event. Oh, there's a genuine poker legend, Juha Helppi, one of the first ever WPT winners. Been on the EPT since its inception in 2004. Ryan Mandara is a former Irish Open champion. Talking of Ireland, there's Conor O'Driscoll.
Love a good Irish name.
And there is one of the younger Finnish contingent, Luka Sorainen. And courtesy of StatTrick, we have a bit of fun for you at home. What connects those 4 players? What is the link between the 4 players we just saw in the field here at EPT Prague? Juha Helppi, Ryan Mandara, Conor O'Driscoll, and Luka Sorainen. I did not know the answer.
We're playing Connect 4.
They all love bananas.
That is not the correct answer, but thank you for playing.
Stick to higher or lower, Nick.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, answers like they're all playing this tournament or you're all showed all of them. That's going to get you a ban. That's just annoying. That's just stupid answers that are going to irritate me.
They're all EBT final
lists. Incorrect, Griffin. But that's the kind of thing we're looking for. You're banned.
They're all EBT finalists, like second place finishers.
You've had your guess. You were wrong. Oh, wow.
I thought I get 3 guesses like a genie.
APK, you're gone.
Gilbert says they're all in Prague right now.
There's another one.
That's good.
Go.
That's good.
They all have chips.
Although that's
God, hold on a second.
That's not really fair, though. They were all in Prague 30 minutes ago.
Can you guys...
Yeah, we'll talk about this end. All right.
I have to ban 90% of the audience because they're all submitting stupid answers.
Turned top pair for both Shemian and Jarosz, and I do believe this is going to get expensive for the King-Queen unless they find an improver. In fact, I think he might even have a little value bet on the turn. 27,000 in the pot. Jarosz.
I mean, he can this is going to be real trouble for Jarosz because I think that Shemian can credibly, well, credibly is not really the right way to put it, but he can check raise for value here. We would have expected to see, this is really interesting. Shemian might just want to bluff catch. Yeah, when check call on the flop, Nick, I was a bit distracted by Connect 4.
Sorry, yes, it went it went check bet call on the flop.
Okay, so this will play as check call then. If it had been check on the flop, I think Shemian could have done something really tricky. You know what? He's still going for raising chips because he's the best.
Yep, so check bet call on the flop, bet turn, and now a raise. The initial bet from Jarosz here was 15,500, raised to 46,500 total for Ollie Shemian.
And this is very cool, actually, because I think if Jarosz had better than ace queen, something like pocket jacks, pocket sixes, queen jack, would probably just play this as a call to this raise. So if he were to shove, you would expect it to be maybe something like a king 10 of spades and the like, and you can make this create a really big pot with just one pair. Jaros is really in it right now because this looks like, you know, sixes or threes or queen jack. Ugh.
I mean, folding to Ole Shimmy when he check raises the turn here feels like such a bad prospect. King Queen is so strong on this board as well. This is brutal. Wow. He does extremely well to get away from it there.
Okay, so we did have a few legitimate answers. Look, I'm not going to lie to you, it's a bit obscure, and I don't think anyone's going to get it. But please don't shoot the messenger. This was StatTrick's question, so please take it out on StatTrick. I'll make sure I put his email address in chat afterwards.
Good hand.
All four had their biggest live scores in 2024.
Gasoline on the fire, you know.
Oh God! See, I don't know if that's not so bad. I kind of like that. It's showing that they're all, you know, like on a heater of sorts. You know?
So Helpy was 5th in the World Series, 25k Omaha for $500,000. Ryan Mandara won the EPT Cyprus 10k high roller for $700k. Connor O'Driscoll was 2nd in an Irish Poker Tour event for $77k, and Lucas Sarainen was 20th in the EPT Barcelona main event for nearly €52,000. You're welcome.
StatTrick, I really like that one, mate. Well done.
I strongly disagree. I think that no one would ever have gotten it, and StatTrick is like the Riddler or something, and he's punishing everyone. That's just how I feel.
It's amazing. He was by far and away the most popular member of the production team until about 30 seconds ago.
Who, me or StatTrick?
Oh, hold it. It's not your question. Oh no, I've thrown the wrong person under the bus. Name and shame the individual, or are you going to take one for him? It's Gilly.
Oh, Gillardine. Okay, yeah, makes more sense.
Okay, guys. So basically, I just need to revise that. So this is the person you need to email instead.
You know what, Gilly? Actually, I like it. You're thinking outside the box, keeping people on their toes.
You kiss ass. When you thought it was Patrick's question, it's the worst thing you've ever heard. And now it's Gilly. It's like, oh, Gilly, I love you. Anywho, we have got a set of 9s here for Itzal. And Patrick Jarosz is betting into him with a pair of 4s. A reminder of the pre-flop action. Itzal open to 5k. Jarosz 3-bet to 15k. So this is a continuation bet with less than 1% equity. And an understandable raise from Itzal with second set.
Well, he got away from top pair, second nut kicker last hand. Certainly bottom pair. We can just start the next hand.
Nope. Sticking around. Hanging around. Hanging around.
Yeah. Turn card is the 5 of spades. Jarosz now officially drawing dead.
First time chatter Fred over on Twitch that says, why is he raising LMAO? To get more value, to win more chips, to get called by ace-4 of spades. Oh, what?
It's all in, and it's all in to call for Jarosz. Neither player had pot by the time we got to the turn.
Now, if Jarosz puts him on a club draw or a straight draw, he's still not a nice prospect. I'm not saying that this is a hand we feel thrilled about because we have a read or whatever, but it is a prospect. It is a possibility.
Yeah, and I think that the reason why that prospect is there is because you would anticipate with a hand as strong as pocket nines that would just call the C-bet after the 3-bet pre, right? You would expect to see some more trapping. You also block pocket fours with the ace-4, so that kind of, you know, it doesn't eliminate, but it makes it much less likely it's pocket fours. So actually you expect a lot of the hands that are check raise shoving to be more king jack of clubs type combos.
Yeah.
Maybe something like, you know, a king 10 of clubs, ace 3 of clubs. So I think that's the, you know, there is method to the madness of Jaros finding himself facing a 70% pot shove on the turn, drawing dead. But this would be a catastrophic call here if he's hoping to be up against the big draw.
Jarosz is also coming off that fresh spot against Ole Shemian just now. Perhaps feeling like, you know, a little bit discouraged by that encounter. Feeling kind of brave to try and make some hero calls now, but we can see it's not good at all.
Yeah, I think the problem is you know, Ole would be more capable of making a play, I think, than Eichel.
I agree.
But, you know, Eichel's probably not going to have king, queen, queen, jack, queen 10 here, right? Those are going to play often check calls on the flop. So if you're just stuck between, and yeah, he is going to call it off drawing dead.
Oh my word, makes the hero call and is wrong, and there is no card he can hit on the river that saves him. Patrick Jarosz eliminated from the EPT Prague main event. And that's going to take us...
Disappointed, but...
Oh, he made 2 pair on the river, but, you know, yay. We're down to 247 players.
Of course.
A reminder, 183 will get paid. We will be going hand for hand a bit later on this evening. And a lot of people blaming Stat Trick for that hand.
Nice hand.
Sinitsal now playing 271k, more than 100 big blinds. Well, the Shemian still sat there with more than 200 bigs, more than 500k, and still more than half the level to play. Stefan Kohler's 9,000 chips equate to 3 big blinds. And yeah, I think he has about 4 hands before he's forced all in.
I set it up for him, maybe.
The starting stack, Stowe Gas 11, was 30,000 chips. Now the average stack is 150,000 chips. That's 5 starting stacks. 5 human beings become 1.
When 5 become 1.
You know what, Nick? I need some love like I've never had love before.
Want to make love to you, baby?
I've had a lot of love. Now I'm back for more.
Sorry, the concept of Griffin making love to me is just... Well, it's affected me.
Griffin, set your spirit free. It's the only way to be.
I will say, that is a great duet karaoke. I did it recently. My friend had a birthday party, and we duetted that song.
It is one of my favorite Spice Girls songs, for sure.
Oh,
yeah.
6 of hearts.
We've had Danchev open ace-9 of clubs and Rakita 3-bet ace-6 of hearts. Looks like the action is back on Danchev. Things got a little bit wobbly there for a second, and he's going to call, and we're going to go to the flop. Seven, 5 deuce.
Danchev would love to see a turn card, but it's very difficult out of position in a 3-bet pot to find continues here. I think it's really going to be sizing dependent. Rakita's probably going to go quite small here, so maybe with that ace-9 of clubs, that interaction potentially with the 9 and the backdoor clubs might be reason enough for Danchev to see a turn. Something to consider as well is Rokita isn't just going to always 3-barrel, especially after getting caught in that previous hand. There is really important dynamic to consider.
Yeah.
After that 9 of clubs against a 7 hand.
Yeah, there's a universe where we just kind of get to shut on a bit more easily here. You're right, Griff. And
5, 6, 7, 8. The Bob Fosse straight draws out there now.
5, 6, 7, 8.
By the way, I think we've had the best piece of analysis of the day.
Oh dear.
From Wow Factor, who says if Kohler had won more hands, he'd have more chips now.
That's not necessarily true, but yeah.
No, I mean, it's technically accurate. If he'd won more hands, he'd have more chips.
All you need is a couple big ones. You don't need more hands. You can win lots of small pots.
I just really don't want to see him forced all in on the big blind. I hope he finds an opportunity in the next, few hands to get it in.
Is this a Danchev lead?
Yeah, 5th pot, price setting.
And Rokita is very pleased to see that he's got a 6 in hand now. Much better prospect now on the turn with the up and down straight draw.
Well, we're going to the river. Look like paint. Yep, king of clubs. So ace 9 high is still the best hand.
Griff, do you think this is how Danchev would play a set? You know what I mean? Like, how are we balancing this turn lead, do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't really have a good answer. I feel like it's going to be a lot of hands like what Danchev has, but it's just, you do it to sort of freeze up something like King-Queen that might just decide to bet really big on the turn and might even just fold to the small bet. Now it's interesting because Rokita is going to find himself with close to the bottom of his range. Certainly could have something like 9-10 suited, Jack 10 of diamonds that would c-bet and then just call. Ace 6 really shouldn't win, and the king favors Rokita here in this spot. Would play ace king like this. Pocket kings might just call to turn as well. So let's see if Rokita decides to turn this hand into a bluff. Should work against Danchev's hand. Worth noting, I think that Rokita is still going to have some diamond combos, like a queen 10 of diamonds, queen jack of diamonds, hands that facing a lead, you feel like you're getting, it's the action is being taken away from you when you are faced with that lead. But you would hate to raise and then get shoved on, right? So you would probably just call the 12,000, and then you kind of have to bluff the river. So there are some bluffs more than just the ace 6, ace 4, ace 3 type hands.
Let's see if we get a hero call from Dimitar Danchev. Meanwhile, quick update from the outer tables. A few players recently eliminated. Nicholas Schwiti, Igor Yaroshevsky, Christopher Putz, and Will Kassouf. None of those guys remain in the EPT Prague main event. Danchev's instincts have been pretty on point today, especially against Rokita. But on this occasion, he folds the best hand. The bluff gets through, and Roland Rokita chips up to 116 big blinds. So coming in Paris 2026, the next Spin and Go Championship Live. It's prestigious. It's dynamic. It will see 81 qualifiers competing for 300,000 euros in prize money. We know 100K is guaranteed for the champion. How the rest of the prize money will be distributed, we don't know. That's the great thing about Spin and Go. It is gloriously unpredictable. But yes, EPT Paris 2026 will see the third iteration of the Spin and Go Championship Live. The first was here in Prague last year.
Yep.
The second in Barcelona this year.
And
the
televised.
third
Yep.
in Paris next year. And at this point, we are rejoined in the booth by Mr. Joseph Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Hi, Joe. Yes, very excited to see the championship for the spinners return in EPT Paris 2026. Need to have some meetings about how we're going to handle those and make sure that we're always finding ways to improve the experience. And I need to double check, but I think qualification might still be going on, or it might have just finished. Let me double check.
Queen 9 tray. Up against the eye calendar. I've got a great bit in my act about the iCal as we see a repeat 9 on the turn. I'm not sure I can tell it on the air, though. iCal checks. Danchev checks. Gives it a little couple of seconds of wait so it doesn't seem so obvious that he has 7s. River's a 9. Full house. That's a great question. Is Kolar still in? Yeah, he sure is. I can see him. He's the same number of chips he had when I left. Which was a lot more big blinds then. iCal goes for the bluff. Gets snapped immediately. Has to show the Jack 8 high. Or the Jack high is what we'll play. Danchev picks up another one. Are we going to get to the bubble today?
I believe so.
We still have to lose 60 players?
You know, Joe, there's a defenseman on the Montreal Canadiens named Arbor Jackai.
Arbor Jackai?
Yeah, but it's spelt Xhekasj.
That's hold on.
You know what it's
Xhek
AJ.
AJ.
And you know what his nickname is?
Jackai.
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi. Because it's like a Wi-Fi password.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's pretty cool. I did this bit at an open mic once about somebody having a last name with the circle through a line through it, you know, with one of those letters.
Yeah.
And nobody laughed, and I told my buddy about it. He goes, "Yeah, that's a Seinfeld joke." I was like, "What?" He's like, "That's literally a Seinfeld joke." I was like, "Oh man, I inadvertently ripped off Seinfeld at an open mic, and everyone knew it."
Nice.
3-bet from Niago. Takes it down. Well, button aggression.
One of my friends had like.
What's the deal with these expensive bananas in the Bahamas?
Come on. Donkey. I'm gonna spank him later.
Oh, don't threaten me with a good time. What do I have to do?
I knew there was money in the banana stand, but not that much.
I hope he had the biggest cooler.
Crossover joke.
Otherwise, he's gonna get spanked.
There's always money in the banana stand.
All right, Luis here has got an interesting question here on YouTube.
He was fucking around.
Hold on.
Found
Sorry.
out, huh?
Yeah. You know how it is, right?
I know. You always find out.
1 hour can happen a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Or wait for it.
Coming back.
He's coming
He's
back.
coming here.
Here,
Yes.
this table.
Yes.
No way. How you know that?
Because his watch is off the hand and the phone and everything. Yep, he's coming here.
Okay, he's not a donkey.
Joe, have you
Now
seen
you know.
Auntie Donna's Big Ol' House of Fun?
But now you cook.
The one from like 5 years ago?
Another big stack out of the
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm sure this wasn't an intentional additional crossover joke from I Love YouTube 621, but he said pretty fly for a Wi-Fi, which is probably just referencing the Arbor Jack High conversation, but it's also a reference to Jerry Seinfeld in Auntie Donna's Big Ol' House of Fun, if you remember that from the first episode.
I don't remember the Seinfeld reference in the first episode, no.
So in the first episode, this guy shows up and introduces himself as Jerry Seinfeld, and everyone accepts he's Jerry Seinfeld, but he's clearly not.
At this table or?
And then at the end, the whole point of the sketch is that like they have a really cool Wi-Fi name, and they're like, "Hey, Jerry Seinfeld, what's your Wi-Fi name?" He goes, "Pretty fly for a Wi-Fi." And they all like freak out.
So it seemed like the players at this table were expecting Kostin Stancio.
Why are you telling? Why?
He looks like he smells good. So let's go Stancio.
He does look like a dapper, freshly
exactly. Look at him. How
groomed fella.
For cooking me. I'm gonna remember that. Don't you worry.
Okay. I can take some heat.
Yeah, you have a big stack. You can.
Raise.
Let's let these guys chat for a little bit.
Not too much heat, but a little bit is okay.
They're having fun. I could use another break.
Good vibes at the table. Whoa. Two players with the same hand.
It's the year of Romania, that's why.
The year of Stanciu.
All right, here we go. Both players hit second pair. This is a true poker hand. Both players with the same hand. Well, it comes down to position and heart.
This is the second dude I've seen with the Scotch and soda sweater. Is this the thing?
I have a Scotch and soda sweater I almost wore today.
Oh, yeah?
It's way too nice of a thing for me in general. So it was a gift for my birthday from someone with actual fashion sense.
Okay, so it's like a cool thing to wear.
It's a sweater.
Have you heard of the brand, Griff? It's a bit more Eurocentric, I think.
Ooh, Niago with the Jack of Hearts. Suddenly with some hope of not chopping this pot. Tredan says it could literally come down to heart. I wish I could say I intended that when I said it. But I didn't.
Yeah, go here. Got more heart. Is it enough?
River is a jack, though. Whoa. It's not another three hearts. There it is. Jack of diamonds.
On and off.
Sorry, did someone say all in? Who said that? Who said that? Not one of these players. It was me. And the bet of 8,000 is called for 8,000. This hand ends in a chop. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. I don't know what that's going to do. I don't know how that's going to go.
His glasses, Mr. Stark.
Actually, he's from Mr. Stark.
You're gonna get
5 out of 10. 1 out of 10. 7.5 out of 10. I don't. That's all over the shop there.
People seem to think it was Griffin's fault.
It's not his fault.
I came in pretty early, I thought, but I'll go earlier next time.
Oh, wow. And he's got cool glasses. This guy is too cool.
Very cool.
I bet he smells like Cool Water by Davidoff as well.
I bet he drinks Scotch and soda like Joe Stapleton's sweater.
Oh, love it. So lovely.
My sweater's a huge lush.
Yeah.
And enjoy the time here.
Never gets too uncomfortable in the end of the level.
No.
Yeah.
Was it a man or a woman that gave you the sweater? Joe?
It was a man, actually.
That's really nice. Normalize getting gifts for your men friends.
I think that's cool. Yeah.
He just has much better fashion sense. I think he's just irritated with how bad I dress. And so my birthday is a great excuse for him to be like, hey, here's a little, I want you, throw some of your clothes out.
Why don't you go try it on right now? Just no, try it on now, right now, before we go out.
Yeah. Come on, Joe. You never know when you'll be on TV, you know?
I actually have a good joke about that, too. I recently wrote. We have got an open from Niago with King Jack. 3-bet from the iCal. Ace-10 suited.
Can you tell us a joke after this hand?
It doesn't really work because it's like part of it's about how it's very humbling being a TV poker commentator. And Danchev, is that a 4-bet?
You know what? I saw that joke on Seinfeld, actually.
I stole that one from Seinfeld, too.
Got him!
Back to Ekal.
So Danchev with a very comfortable sort of 4-bet fold kind of hand. This is just sort of like, my hand's too strong to just fold facing a 3-bet. I feel very okay if a 5-bet comes in. I can just get out of the way. Sometimes I'll get a call from a worse hand like Ace-10 suited. And now he's playing a pretty significant pot of around 60K.
King 9-9. What was that hand that got folded? King Jack? Terrible fold. 2 clubs on this board. iCal checks.
Now, I'm not saying Danchev will always c-bet flop, but I think he's allowed to c-bet extremely small now if he wants to. In a cold 4-bet pot. Let's see how he wants to size it. Yeah, 14K. That was 14K into a pot of 65. Lovely work there for Danchev. Lovely work.
Nice one. Danchev, as someone noted moments ago, firing on all cylinders. Seems real locked in, as the kids say.
Absolute geezer. Shemian still up top on our feature table. Potentially an overall chip leader. We mentioned earlier, 499K. Stanchu just joined the table, 289.5K in second. Kohler needs to do some work, Joe.
Everything old is new again. So if Ola Shemian won an EPT, that would track for everything else that's happening.
But in the world?
Yeah, like just history repeating itself. And if someone said Ola Shemian wins EPT, what year would you think it is? Probably not 2025. Ace-4 offsuit for Rokita, which is a smaller version of a Roku.
Oh, thank you.
A small Roku.
Worth mentioning the hijack fold with 9-7 suited from Danchev. I think that speaks to a very deliberate strategy of, not tangling with Rokita and Ole as much as he needs. Oh, so you know what? Actually, it's because the big
Kohler had no money in the
Never
big
mind.
blind. Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, one big blind in the
It's
big
good
blind.
you're looking for stuff, though, Griffin. That's great. That's a very curious mind.
Yeah, I like it.
But Stefan Kolar is all in.
2-4.
I think he might be a fan favorite. I think people might be rooting for Stefan Kolar. I know I am.
It's not the worst spot if you're forced in here, basically.
2 diamonds on the flop.
Fair fight. 7 from heaven.
A diamond would pretty much lock it up for Kolar. No diamond yet. River card. Kolar KO'd. Ah, poor fella.
GG, dude. Elimination station.
Well,
35 remain.
I was trying to read this. Here's a quote from a comment from Zach. My dream is to make it to Prague one day for an EPT. My birthday was on Friday, and I know the festivities started last week, so Prague would be a perfect birthday place. Couldn't agree more, buddy.
Yeah.
And it's relatively affordable as far as the places we go to. Prague's still pretty cheap. You don't have to stay here at the Hilton.
Lots of very affordable options that are right in the city center. Lots of beautiful spots to check out. Lots of beautiful architecture. Lots of beautiful people.
Beautiful people for sure.
Great event space here. You can come and join us and then, you know, chip off wherever you want in the city afterwards.
I keep trying to convince them that a great promotion would be, you know, there's like a gold pass.
Yeah.
People should be able to win a Stapes pass where they can share a room with me for the week.
I think people would go nuts for that, Joe.
And we just document the whole thing, what it's like being my roommate. Or having me as a roommate, I should say. Iko, 6-5 of spades. Got to open. Danchev wants to play Queen 10 suited. And I love seeing this because that means I can play Queen 10 suited in this position. Donnie defends, 9-8 of diamonds. Ace 10-8. Pair for O'Donnell, better pair for Danchev.
Donche in position. Checks.
8-9. Now with a straight draw. Queen 10. Now with a different straight draw. Six five in the weeds. Drawing dead. And it's two pair on the river. It's two pair for both of them. Danchev's still got the best hand. All right, Danchev's going to pick up another one. This comment I've been trying to get to for a while from Luis, who says, does anyone remember the legendary video when Joe made that comment about Sam Greenwood, who sucks on his bottle, and Joe says, mama? I can't find the video anymore. I don't have any recollection of that, but that does sound funny.
It's a callback. We've been working with Sam a little bit recently, haven't we, Joe?
I love Sam Greenwood. He's one of my favorite people because he's like an actual person. He likes other things besides poker.
And what am I, Joe?
You're fun.
Griffin likes anime and stuff.
No, Griffin, is also a dude. Giova Bandinelli asks, the cash request for Begin how much was? And I appreciate this much effort going into a question, so I will answer you earnestly and honestly. It's 5,000 euros, 5,300. That's how much cash was request for Begin.
Crazy Coconut says Prague nightlife is wild. Had my stag party there. I can confirm there is a wild scene if you want it. There's also a lot of quaint Christmas markets you can check out.
When I was on Tinder here, I had this 5'10" former model take me out to a club. And it was so late. It was like 3 in the morning. And I was like, I really gotta go. She said, okay, one more song. And I was like, yeah. And then we left at 5:30 because that's when the next song ended.
That's how they get you, Joe.
That's how they get you. The songs take forever.
They go, it's a 1 song minimum. You go,
have you ever been to a club? Lupinzo says, and then you woke up, Joe? No, she was a 5'10" former model, but she's horribly disfigured. She'd been in a real bad accident. And Joe, you are 5'2". No, I'm also 5'10". But she had boots on, which made her a lot taller than me, and it made me look real rich. That's right. She was pancaked by a dump truck. Welly, then I think you should leave reference. Thank you very much. Pancake by. Did she usually say how they died?
I don't know if he's in it. Maybe.
No, he is for sure.
Yeah?
We all know it, right?
Oh, goodness me.
The guy who was there before. Your friend who got cooked.
You guys have been at James Dean's, right? In Old Prague. It's a famous one, right?
Never, but not for a long time, yeah.
Yeah, if you guys have never checked that out, that's a fun one.
Anonymous, that's a fun cocktail bar.
Right, they have really fancy cocktails that all sparkle and explode and smoke and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got one cocktail so fancy it'll drive your kids to school.
In a Merc.
Pocket Queens for Stanchu. Will he get action? Yes, out of the small blind.
Ole, cappuccino?
Yeah.
Over there.
8-6-4 is the flop. Pretty delightful for Pocket Queens. May not get any action on a continuation bet.
I don't need this. Just this. Thank you.
Velu says someone folded 3-5 and then the Keck face. Look, I'm all for telling people what you folded and, you know, being like, that guy would have made quads. You don't get to do that for what would have been an open-ended straight draw that's not even to the big end of the straight. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Like, come on.
Where are you from?
Romania.
You're Romania?
Year of Romania continues.
We've got a question here from Call Me Kebab who says, can we check somewhere the list of players with their stack? Absolutely, you can.
Hey, chill.
Thank you for your question.
A long way still.
Nah, it's already done.
Year is almost over, so.
Exactly. What a better time.
Gotta pick 26.
Yep. We are everywhere.
26 or 25?
No, 25 and 26.
So it's gonna be repeatedly the year of Romania.
Well, it was.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a while ago already.
I know.
Some consideration here from Rokita. One of those really poor playable hands pre-blind on blind. Sometimes you just want to ISO these and hope to take it down. You're hoping your opponent has something like a queen 6 off that'll just fold to a raise, but king 5 suited definitely going to fall into that category of a limp call. So we will see a flop.
Blind on blind, we love it. Ace Jack 5, pair 5s for Danchev.
Interesting how they navigate this one now. Of course, Danchev connecting with 5 has the best hand, but Ace Jack 5 is going to be a good board for Rokita to sort of continue telling the story. He's raising for value pre-flop. Decides just to check. That's interesting to miss that bet there. What do you think about that, Griff? Do you think you're gonna find a check here with 8 high, no draw on the flop after you've shown aggression pre?
I think it's nice to play a mix because if you expect your opponent to, you know, how is Danchev going to play all of his ace X's? Pretty much up to like ace 10, you know, ace deuce 3, 4. Like he's going to have a bunch of aces, limp calling. He's going to have a bunch of jacks. In this case, you know, happens to have king 5 also going to be a continue. Queen 10, king 10. There's just a lot of hands. There's strength in Danchev limp calling a 4x, you know. So I think a delayed continuation bet is interesting as well because it's going to be hard to fire more barrels. Now you're up against this pretty capped range, and Danchev more likely going to have, when he has a continue, something like a 5 or a jack than an ace. And maybe you can make a really big bet on the river. And actually, it kind of, I think, trips up a 5. That would have been an easy check call against a small bet on the flop. Now it looks like showdown value, right? Like this is how pocket queens would play, or a king jack, a queen jack. But Denchev has seen it all before and is prepared to call.
Yeah, you're right though, Griff. The check on the flop changes the dynamic so much. Quick check on the river there into Rokita. Manages to hit a tray. Now, obviously, ahead of some spade draws, diamond draws. Maybe some king X that has some sort of a straight draw as well, perhaps. But to know, this doesn't strike me as a spot where Rokita is going to want to. Yeah, okay, goes ahead, checks.
Yeah, Denchev's still going to have, king 10.
Yep.
Even king queen can play the hand like this too. So sometimes the 3 jumps you ahead.
Yep, and as we said as well, guys, the misdraw is still a real possibility there that, aren't necessarily going to feel good about turning their hand into a bluff on the ace-jack flop. And indeed, the way the cards ran out there. But nice hand for Denchev again. He's putting in the work here. 97 big blinds, navigating these spots well, as we've seen all these years.
Shemian definitely looks more like a grown-up now, but he's still got that whimsy about him. He's still got a very youthful quality to him, which I can appreciate.
Here's the thing about Ole. I've only ever met him in person a handful of times. Really nice guy. I don't think I've ever seen him not look windswept in some capacity.
Sure. Well, he flies by the seat of it.
He always looks like he just flew in on like an old school plane, like a biplane.
Yeah, he's got swag.
I think he might have actually flown to Prague.
I've never been on a biplane. I've always been biplane curious.
Yeah, sure. Understandable. They're cool. He always looks like he's just arrived on his motorcycle without a helmet.
Vroom, vroom.
Vroom, vroom, Ole Shemian. This is a hand that we should play. There it is, 5K to go.
Rokita with the ace-queen.
And these guys are super duper deep. Effective stack here, excuse me, about 84 after iCall makes that raise. He is the shorter of the two stacks. You can see in the graphic there. Rokita's going to 3-bet.
Calling there would have been so disrespectful.
Oh yeah,
just a slap to the face, really.
Yeah, Ole Shemian, handsome guy. He's been doing it for years. Crushing them poker streets. Wizzo online. If you guys weren't aware, you often catch him playing the highest possible stakes on stars during our events, such as Scoop and W Coop.
I was knocked out of the Sunday Million by Wizzo once, I believe. Rokita back in action, this time making it 5,000 with ace-8 off. Stanchu with ace-jack on the button. Seems like he could get a little weird here.
Yeah, interesting spot. I think that we can mix this if we want. You know, it's not always wanting to 3-bet 100 big blinds effective. With ace-jack, you know, if we were to get 4-bet here to north of 40,000, it's going to be very difficult to play. Rokita obviously very capable. But Stenchu is prepared to open up that door That looks like a fold to me.
And he's closing the window on Rakita.
Window closed.
Year of Romania. 13 minutes left on this level. 231 players remaining of the 1,224 who started. We pay players beginning at 183. We do expect to reach the money today, but not right meow. We have got a 20-minute break after this, then another level, then a dinner break. I guess it's a question whether we hit the money in the pre-dinner or post-dinner level. I think it's going to be post-dinner.
I think you might be right, Joe. I mean, this table is not moving as quickly as we've seen earlier in the day, but pace of play is going to be different depending on the players on it, of course. Still some ways to go before the money.
Keena's going to pick that one up.
Luxurious blind levels.
Lily white luxury levels.
That's right. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see. New player alert.
This player is Modestas Sakalauskas. Hell yeah. Modest Sakamausas. Look, they're not all going to be winners, okay? Congratulations to Sacramento, who's just been timed out for his 69th time.
Nice.
Well done.
Uh-oh.
Ekal. With ace king. Puts in a fistful of chips. Is that a rather large re-raise?
It is. He is out of position, though. So, you know, it's just a smidge over a 4x 3-bet.
It's pretty standard out of position in those spots, I think. But I know it comes off as quite big because we're used to seeing sort of, you know, 15K. But because of the out of position nature, seems fine.
Seems good.
I mean, it works, so I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, the only time that we're going to see out of position 3-bets are when they come from the small blind to the big blind. So that sizing is always going to be inflated.
This is a raise and take it for Rakita. Nobody wants to play with Rakita. What's your problem, guys? Why don't you play my boy Roland?
Me? You want to throw the chips to me?
What are y'all, allergic to mustard?
Ah, okay, okay.
Love mustard, Joe.
Brain, man.
Not a mustard fan.
I know, you're more of a mayo guy.
Oh, give me all the mayonnaise. Shemian with the 9-9.
The Neeners, Joe.
Folds around to the small blind who folds. Big blind, Rokita. You're going to get your wish, buddy. You're going to get to play a hand.
Yeah, this is going to be a player.
Against a phenomenal player. Here we go. This could be huge. Queen, 5, 6, and a diamond. Top pair for Rakita. Is Queen Trey offsuit still a defend?
No.
Okay, great. Great.
It doesn't even have a hand name anymore, let alone a defend.
Queen with a tray. The Royal Flight Attendant. Turns an ace after it goes check, bet, call on the flop. Board continues to get grosser for pocket nines. A little grosser for Queen Trey as well. Oh boy. Check, check.
Check.
King on the river. So that's 1, 2, 3 streets of overcards for pocket nines. 2 streets of overcards for a pair of queens. Yes, everyone. We know what the Queen 3 used to be. You know what? This is our fault. I can't even be mad.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even really be mad about this. To think that all of chat would understand what the hell we were talking about.
Check, check.
Ole, you want to buy it?
No.
Queen Trey takes
I
it.
will exchange 500
Why is Glenn here?
for 1,000.
He's here to tell you that you've been fired, all of you, for being boring. Here's the new feature table. We've got Pietro Nicasto, qualify for 25 euros online. Anton Vig, Copenhagen champion. And is this a joke? Paraskevas Sukaritis. Nailed it. Who's a 530 euro online qualifier. So a couple online qualifiers, an EPT champion.
Paraskevas Sukaritis.
So we've got a raise from Shemia with 10-8 suited under the gun. Dan Chav with a dominating 8, dominating another suit, which is clubs. 2 clubs on the flop.
Whoa.
And a straight draw, but it's a flopped joint for Shemian.
This is very spicy. Joe asked for action, and here it comes.
It's too late. We already fired these guys. No matter what they do here, they're not coming back.
This is an absurd flop.
Yeah, this is nasty. Danchev probably wants to start putting chips in now to the tune of half pot, perhaps.
Looks like
4?
Looks like a
Yeah.
half of half pot.
Half of half pot.
No.
Yeah, but knowing Danchev, I mean, he's not going to be putting in a third bet on this flop. Probably just be
5% of the
calling the big raise.
There's the raise.
But you're gonna be
Is it to
cozy
13,000?
I don't
18,000.
want it anymore. It's a too high price.
Yeah, but your butt is gonna be grateful.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you say your butt is going to be grateful?
I think he did. Something to do with being on the feature table.
Well, now you've got my attention.
We all are going to be on the same table, right? Yep. Yeah, it's fun.
All right, we're not folding the straighty flushy draw, of course.
Surely not, but this pot got a lot more interesting for both players. Danchev turns the nut flush and a straight flush draw.
How much more does he want?
Street flash.
Street flash potential, Griffin, absolutely right.
Shemian, I mean, still has the best straight, but this has to look like a pretty bad card for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's thinking about what he could even really get value from where to bet here.
Right.
Based on the action so far. You know, if he is up against two queens, probably just going to get folds on the turn. You don't want to inflate the pot the times you are up against a flush. And when you're up against a dry 8, you know, it's okay to just sort of check this and then just get one more street of value.
Can I have one blue chip?
Later.
And Chev is not going to miss the opportunity to start piling. 52K in the middle, that's 19,000 chips.
Not nice. No good. No good.
Yeah, it's an interesting sizing because it's not that sort of big polarizing, I either have a flush or some sort of bluff here. It looks more like a sort of a blocky bet that can sort of get continues from a wide range.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack. How big of a straight do you want there, Joe?
Yeah, isn't there a fortune bonus we were told on a 7-card straight?
At this point, I want no straights. I would rather have a total air ball.
The elusive 7-card straight, I'm afraid, takes precedence. Shimmy 100%. Just kidding.
Precedence, I think.
Precedence? Residence?
You said presidents. It just,
Presidents?
Danchev thinking, okay, well, I have an 8 in hand. I got check raise on the flop. It's probably something like a 2 pair. Is there anything? What can I bet to even get called by that? And if my opponent does have an 8, I don't want to bet too much to maybe get him to fold because of my flush.
That is a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be 80,000.
Cacao, 80K. KDA.
Brutal spot for Shimmy in here.
Yeah, and let's talk about what this, 85% pot bet is saying. It's not any old 8 that Shemion is beating with this higher straight. It's going to be flushes, and then the bluffs are going to be like ace 10, ace of clubs, which would c bet on the flop and take and take a card on the check raise. And Ole sees it. He's like, I feel like I'm just going to be up against a flush so often here, but I flop the bloody nuts.
Does pay it off. Yeah. And is going to feel the pain.
Massive one. Huh? Could have been a massive one on the phone.
It's still pretty big, my dude.
Something like that. When you call it.
Danchev picks up a 250,000 chip pot, profiting 128,000 of those chips. 4 starting stacks and then some. As these players head to break, let's have a look at the chip counts of the feature table that once was, as we say goodbye to Dimitar Danchev, Ola Shemian, Kostin Stanchu, Roland Rokita, Ursin iCalendar, Darius Niago, Takumi Odani, and Modestas Sakalauskas. Taking a fair few chips back into the field with them. No short stacks. 4 players with near enough 100 big blinds or more. Remember, we've got a new feature table after this. Pietro Nicasto, Anton Vig, couple of online qualifiers. More from EPT Malta after this.
Action will be on Owen Crow.
Wow.
He will fold from under the gun. Chip leader Jerry Wong has kings.
Run better, Jerry Wong.
From under the gun +1. He will min raise, makes it 120,000 to play. He's been folded around to the small blind. Dimitar Danchev has ace-queen suited.
Some folks would see re-raise here, but Lieutenant Danchev may opt to just call. Yeah, you don't want to 3-bet call it off with ace-queen in the spot. You don't want to 3-bet fold it either.
Is that a stack of green in the back?
Yeah. Andrei Shatilov with pocket sevens will call as well. 3-way to this flop.
Plenty good odds for Shatilov to take a flop.
And Dimitar Danchev flops the nuts.
Jerry Wong's shirt is about to get puke in it.
Danchev checks. Shatilov checks. Wong, an overpair to the board, plus a flush draw.
Yeah, so he's not even going to really know to be afraid of this flop.
Bets 175,000. And look at Danchev shaking.
OMG. Well, the good news is, Jerry, that Danchev can't hit a royal. I think Danchev could very well raise here. He can rep a lot of semi-bluffs on a board like this.
He does raise to 430,000. Shatilov gets out of the way.
All in.
Jerry Wong shoves.
Call.
Danchev calls.
Gotta respect the lack of slow roll, but when you get called like that, your stomach just drops out.
Wong drawing extremely thin, just 3% equity. Danchev set for a big double up here.
Like Mike and the Mechanics, Jerry Wong is gonna need a miracle.
You want to chop the pot?
No.
Everyone loves a chop pot. Well, that'll do it. Yes. He was already ahead.
They turn me every single time.
I don't know who these guys are, but I like them.
Danchev's rail celebrates as he doubles up to 4.1 million. We're going to sweat with Joel Micker on this hand. We're playing the hand from his perspective. He has raised the button with deuces.
Sweating with my friend Micker.
Danchev, 3-betting from the small blind. Wong folds the big.
Sorry, how much did you say you had? I think like 5 something, but I'm not sure.
If you're going to try to flop a set on someone, you've got to make sure they have enough chips to make it worthwhile.
Micker calls, and he does flop a set.
Oh my god, yes, we got this. Play it cool, everybody.
Danchev had the pre-flop betting lead. Can expect him to continue on a king-high flop.
It's on you, bruh.
He bets 525,000.
Now, smooth call is totally fine here in position. We're in a good spot to either call or shove the turn.
Micker does call. 2.2 million in the middle.
This way we keep all of his bluffs in.
3 of spades on the turn. Danchev does not fire a second time. He checks.
Well, if Danchev had a king, he probably would have kept betting there. I think now we should bet for value. Protect a little bit, set up a river shove. Somewhere in the range of a Milski should be good.
The grey chips are worth 100,000 each. The green chips 25,000. So that is a bet of just over a million, 1.1 million.
How much?
Roughly half the pot. Danchev not looking overly comfortable, but he calls.
What the heck could he have that would call there? I still think he bets a king. Maybe a heart draw, a baby ace that has a pair and a gut shot. Sometimes pocket kings, but I think even then he raises us. Not really sure what to make of this.
A 4 on the river.
Woof, ugly river. Any ace is now beating us. I'd really love to not face a bet here. We will happily take a free showdown.
Danchev considering his options. 4.5 million in the middle. He's got 2.8 million behind. He checks. And Micker checks it back. Danchev shows ace-queen. He rivered a straight.
Nice check behind us. Danchev tried to catch us in his net, but now he's just wearing it. Nice call on the turn, bruh.
Blinds up to 80-160 with a 20k ante. Danchev on the button, 5-7 off. He raises. 7-9 suited for Joel Mika.
Standard raise, standard defend heads up. Expect ranges to be pretty wide.
Mika does call, so let's see a flop. 8-5 deuce. Danchev pairs his 5.
Mika first to act though, and he's got squat.
He checks. Danchev checks behind.
Little pot control. I'm already in cheap showdown mode, maybe.
Mika picks up a flush draw on the turn and bets it. 475,000.
Got a gut shot to go with that heart draw as well.
Danchev calls with his pair of 5s. 3 on the river is a brick for Mika.
Gross card for Danchev, but one Mika could potentially bluff at.
And looks like he will bluff. Yes, 775,000.
Danchev has exactly the 817th nut, so this would be quite the hero call. Although he is wearing the black Spider-Man outfit, so maybe.
Nice man.
He folds the best hand.
Imagine how cray-cray they'd be going if they knew he bluffed that with 9 high.
Actions on Danchev. Pocket deuces. He raises. Makes it 325k. Ace king for Mika.
Here we go.
He 3-bets. Re-raises to 925,000.
4-bet shove here with a pair wouldn't be all that crazy, heads up. You shouldn't be calling for 15% of your stack with deuces, that's for sure.
I'm on.
Danchev does shove.
I call.
And Mika calls.
And this flip could be for the PCA title.
If Mika hits an ace or a king, he has won this thing. And Danchev is the bridesmaid once again. If deuces hold, they will be even in chips. One side of the room calling for an ace, the other side calling for a deuce. No ace or king on that flop.
Pretty decent flop for deuces.
Well, Joey will need to get the ace king right. Clear the board.
Danchev will double up unless there is an ace or a king on the river. If Joel Mika hits one of those 6 outs, we have our winner. The river card is a 10. Danchev doubles up.
What an amazing hold for deuces. See, it does happen.
Dimitar Danchev wins a massive flip, the biggest flip of the tournament so far, and now has the slight chip lead. And it's all gone quiet over there. Blinds 100-200 with a 30k ante. Danchev has 3-bet Mika pre-flop. Mika calls in position and flops top pair.
A pair on a very dry board.
Danchev continues with 750,000.
Standard C-bet, no reason to fold here, no reason to raise.
Mika does just call. The turn, 4 of diamonds.
With no pair and only an 8 high flush draw, I think it's perfectly reasonable for Danchev to slow down now. Nope.
He bets again, 1.65 million.
I only like this bet if he's planning on barreling the river too. Mika can have way too many drawing hands that are ahead.
Mika calls a second time. 7.1 million in the middle, and a jack on the river!
Terrible, terrible river for Mika. Danchev absolutely has to value bet now, and Mika could very easily pay him off.
A value bet of 2.8 million.
I think Joel might even be more inclined to call, a little frustrated, wanting to win this tournament even sooner.
Mika calls!
That was huge.
Dimitar Danchev now with the big advantage in this heads-up battle. 3-1 chip leader over Mika.
Things are not looking good for Joel Mika. And boy, did it get quiet in here or what?
So 22 million plays 6.7 million. Ace-queen for Danchev.
Monster heads up.
He raises, makes it 400,000. Pocket fours for Joel Mika.
And so's a pair.
He shoves.
Call.
Danchev calls.
Neither of these guys are ever getting away from these two hands in this spot.
This is like an action replay of the deuces against ace-king hand.
And once again, we are potentially flipping for the title.
Mika was a coin flip away from winning. Now he's a coin flip away from seeing Danchev crown champion.
Danchev's rail calling for an ace. Mika looking for those fours to hold. Joel's dad wants to keep it low.
But there's an ace on the flop! Danchev takes the lead. Joel Mika needs a 4. This could be the final hand of this final table. The turn card is a 10. And Dimitar Danchev is now a 95% favorite to go one better than EPT8 San Remo and claim victory on the tour. It's a 7, Danchev's done it!
You played great, man. Really tough, man.
Dimitar Danchev is the champion of the PCA 10 main event. So gross for Joel Mika. He lost 2 big flips and that lost him the tournament. So the Bulgarians celebrate their first ever victory on the EPT. Worth pointing out, by the way, that there is a 7-figure consolation prize for Joel Mika.
I call.
Lippmann's gonna call with Queen Jack on the button.
Don't love the call. Yes, it's for not many big blinds, but you've got 2 people act behind you, like this guy.
Jerry Wong in the big blind with ace 10.
I think if Lippmann had re-raised, Wong's forced to fold this. As it stands, now Wong may be the one putting in the 3-bet.
315.
He does re-raise.
Well, I didn't love Lippmann's first call.
I call.
And now we are officially breaking up.
I register the high roller. Go hang out over there.
Good news for Mosen is that he's only up against unpaired hands that will have to hit to win.
And there is a 10 high flop. Wong takes the lead.
He's gonna love this flop. Now Mosen knows if there's a bet here, he's toast.
$200.
There is a bet of 200,000.
Small bet.
All in.
What?
Some hope for Mosen.
I call.
Never mind.
So looks like Chirani is going out, and Wong is going to double up through Lippmann.
Are we sure Lippmann's not a football coach? Because that was an absolute punt.
Oh boy, actually had a hand.
I need paint. I need paint. I need paint. Give me a paint. Give me paint.
That's not paint.
It's a 6.
Give me a paint.
Mosen's hopes of doing the double have all but faded.
Feel it's coming, baby. Come on. Give me paint. Give me paint. Give me paint. Paint.
That's not paint either.
That's somebody.
How much does it mean?
Go like us.
The one argument for Lippmann's shove was a huge side pot, but doing it with no equity, woof.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we have lost our last remaining EPT champion.
Ryan. Coach just blew up.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty accurate. Like an overinflated basketball.
Just don't believe me, huh?
No, I didn't believe you.
Well, now Wong's got all the chips. Believe that.
Jerry Wong playing a stack of over 2.4 million. Action folded.
Turn Mulder. He's out. Table chip leader Cheng Zhao folds queen deuce. Marius Kuzmanis is on the button with kings.
He can't be stopped, James. Don't stop me now.
Raises to 80,000. It's Ramon's small blind.
Oh,
and he's
no.
got ace king.
Oh man, Ramon here, 49 big blinds deep. I don't think he ever misses an opportunity to 3-bet this.
There is the re-raise. A fistful of 25k chips. He's made it 300,000 total. Aces for Marley Sprague.
What is this? What is this?
A three-way all-in. That's what this is.
All in.
So she shoves, and that does reopen the action. Kuzmanis wants to see what Ramon has behind. We can see that Kuzmanis has him covered.
So question is, does he flat and try and get Colias in, or does he raise and try and get Colias out? Because he ain't folding, that's for certain.
What an absurd dynamic. Button against small blind against big blind.
This is unreal. This is a setup of behemoth proportions.
I'm all in.
All in.
And there's the ISO.
So now it's all into call for Ramon, who's put some time bank cards out and is clearly going to think about this situation. I mean, if Ramon does call here, he's going to be in terrible shape. And he does call.
He does.
It is a three-way all-in.
What a dream spot!
Marley Sprague set for a triple
The
up.
blades. I know. Just
And
the side, dream spot.
Ramon on the verge of being eliminated.
Oh my
Good for TV. Good for TV, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I have to give my reaction for TV because it's just like, oh, pure. It's pure.
Speed's alive.
Ramon looks sick to his stomach. Well, this has been a sick hand so far. Are we going to see more brutality, more vomit-inducing action when the board cards are dealt? Here comes the flop. Jack 4-4. 1% chance of survival for Ramon.
Oh man, this turn is going to be sweaty. Doesn't matter. Any of the cards coming out are sweaty now. Such a big pot.
Deuce on the turn. That is Ramon done. But Marley gets the triple up unless the case king hits the river.
Oh, please don't do it.
River card is a 10. That is a triple up for Marley Sprague. She wins the main pot. But Kuzmanis wins the significantly bigger side pot and eliminates Ramon Colias.
Exciting for me.
Wow, that's just no words. That kind of thing just does not happen that often. And look, Marley's reaction goes to show you what an incredible setup that was. Dream spot. Just final 20 players now going down, now decreasing after an incredible triple opportunity. Aces versus kings versus ace king. That is one I will remember forever.
And some people may question Ramon's call there. But one thing you can't take away from him, he's made another deep run in a major MTT, another deep run on the European Poker Tour, a 20th place finish which earns him 36,780 euros.
He just covers it. He has 2 million, he has 1.9. Yeah.
Marley now with 55 big blinds. Marius Kuzmanis with 65
I know,
bigs.
sorry.
It's okay. It was cute though.
It's a big spot for me.
It's a very big spot, yeah.
Fast forward 24 months and we are back in Prague with the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day number 2 of the 2025 main event. Continuing our live coverage here from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague, with the bubble getting ever closer. And confirmation that Terry Jordan from the UK is the current chip leader with 617,000. 222 players remain from a starting field of 1,224. 183 get paid, and at least for the next 90 minutes we'll be watching these 8 players on the main stage. This is our new feature table for level number 14 of the main event. We have a former EPT champion, Anton Vig, and a couple of qualifiers. Pietro Nicastro won his seat for 25 euros. Paraskevas Sakaridis won his seat for 530 euros. If they can cash, they can make the money, even if it's just a min cash. That is a very healthy ROI. I'm James Hartigan, and we have repositioned the satellite. It has moved west from Montreal to Los Angeles in California. Maria Ho, how be doing you?
Hi, James. This is like your second home now that I'm at.
Indeed, but I am in Prague, which is unseasonably mild. Normally, if you step outside at this time of year, you need a big winter coat. You need to go full Han Solo in Hoth battle gear, but not this year. It's like London weather. It's maybe 11, 12 Celsius, which is like low 50s Fahrenheit. I'm not saying that's warm, but it is significantly milder than what we're used to.
I think you and I have different definitions of mild, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's Christmas. It's meant to be cold. So first hand back from break, the new blind level, 2,000, 3,000, with a 3K big blind ante. So that means the 500 chips have been removed from play. And we have had the opening raise from Dimitrios Zatis, and now we have got the 3-bet from Alexander Sokolovsky, re-raising to 15,000 with ace-10, and queens in the big blind for Alessandro Righetti.
Fun spot to wake up with queens here off of 22 bigs. Just gonna comfortably get all the chips in the middle. Hope to get some action. Doesn't seem like he will based on the hands, but
all in for 22 big blinds, and I imagine we'll see 2 relatively quick folds, very quick folds in fact, as the pot is pushed to Righetti, and he picks up a ton of dead money there and chips up to just over 30 big blinds.
Also the hoodie. What's that? I thought they were good glasses. I was almost going to say, like, I'll borrow them for the future.
That's right, man, Jax. We have Maria with us because it is ho-ho-ho season. Christmas is coming. Just 2 weeks away now. There is Anton, rocking the baseball cap in his Omega Dark Side of the Moon Speedmaster. Fold the 10-6. Ace-4 of hearts.
I'm not used to I'm not used to seeing Anton without his sunglasses, though. I feel like he's rocking those quite a bit, but okay, new look.
If you look back at Anton's EPT appearances over the years, he has had a number of different looks, a number of different vibes. So Poroliev is the table chip leader. Started the hand with just over 85 big blinds. Is opened here with ace-4 suited. Rigetti in the small blind. King-9. And the other Italian player at the table is qualifier Pietro Nicastro in the big blind. And just to clarify, for 21 Addy and anyone else who's confused about how this works, Nicastro qualified online, which is to say he played an online tournament that cost 25 euros and won his package to Prague via that online tournament. So his financial investment in this 5K tournament is significantly less than the standard buy-in. As we check on current chip leader, Terry Jordan. Look at that iced out watch.
Okay, I was just going to say, what kind of watch is that, James?
That is an iced out AP Royal Oak. I don't think it's factory set, which is to say he has reduced the value of a very valuable watch by having diamonds put on it. I will take it back if someone tells me that that is actually a factory set diamond encrusted version of an iconic Gerald Genta designed watch from the 1970s. We have Ding Fan here with ace-9 in the cutoff, and he's raising.
Yeah, one of the middling stacks at the table, obviously a good hand to open in the cutoff with. You know, there's just one really big stack at the table, and then there's a few people bunched up around this, 35 to 45 big blind stack, and he's one of them.
Rigetti getting frisky on the button with the king-9 off, decides to 3-bet to 17,000. Castro 5 deuce in the small folds.
This is definitely getting after it. I think, people might pick something of the suited variety sometimes, but choosing kind of the offsuit combo, cutoff versus button, seems like he's just being a little bit more aggressive than maybe the average player would be. I don't know, because I haven't, been here for the previous levels.
Yeah.
I don't know, if this is just a dynamic that he has with this particular player, maybe thinking that this particular player could be opening really wide from the cutoff, or this is just his speed, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, we're both new to the dynamic at this table. It's a new feature table for the start of this level. Obviously, Anton is a player we know. The rest of the lineup, kind of new faces to us. And again, these guys have been playing together all day, so that would have certainly created history and table dynamics that we're not currently aware of. And folded to Nicastro on the button, king-7. He's hovering around the 50 big blind mark. Interestingly, of the 8 players at this new feature table, only one of them has an above average stack. The average right now being 168k. Poroliev has 265k. Everyone else has less than 168k. Anton Wigg officially second in chips at the table and calling in the small blind with ace-4. Table chip leader with king-9 in the big.
Yeah, and this is really great distribution for, in terms of chips, for the chip leader at the table, especially when we start approaching that soft bubble.
Well, 2 pair for Anton, who has checked. Ivan Poroliev checks behind. Turn card is a 6. And Korolev is now officially drawing dead. I mean, he had less than 1% on the flop. He was practically dead.
Yeah, and Wig was obviously hoping that he could get his opponent to fire a bet on the flop when check two, but now that the board is getting a little bit more dynamic, he's going to go ahead and bet himself.
Wig now playing 50 big blinds. The shortest stack at the table is Zakaridis with 17 big blinds. He being the other qualifier at the table, in for 530 euros. Min cash in this event, 8,350 euros. That's what you're guaranteed if you make the top 183. There are then pay jumps as we lose tables, and once we get to the business end of the tournament, the last two tables, those money jumps become more frequent. Once we reach the final table, there is a money jump with every single elimination. As Fan opens with nines, makes it 6K to go.
Yeah, Nicastro has one of those hands that, of course, you know, could elect to 3-bet in this spot. Sometimes find flats. You can do both, but I do feel like in the more recent era of poker, people are trending towards the more aggressive action with a hand. But Wig, will the real big ace please stand up? I feel like he obviously has both players covered. This is a spot where, again, I think it's a little dependent on what you think the original opener's range is going to be from under the gun +2, but it's just such a strong hand. It could really benefit from just picking up a lot of the dead money that's already in the pot.
Hashtag embrace the squeak. A cold 4 to 35,000.
The squeak is like white noise to me now. You know, it's comforting. It's just, it's a part of Prague every year, so.
Yeah. I was saying earlier on, Maria, it's a very crowded time of year. Poker events taking place all over the world right now, so we need to have a USP. We have to have a defining characteristic, and I really feel that what sets EPT Prague apart from the rest is the squeak.
I mean, people are talking about it on social media. I feel like I saw Stapes quote tweet somebody asking, are the squeaky chairs still around? It's a fixture.
It's a fixture. In the same way that Atlantis has its $15 bananas, EPT Prague has its squeaky chairs. He pays you money, he makes your choices.
That's right.
We've seen 6 eliminations in the last 12 minutes, dropping from 222 to 216. Chances are we will go hand for hand. We will hit the bubble during the final level of the day, level 15, which will happen on the other side of tonight's dinner break.
Adam is good.
And that
That's
is a raise and take it for Nicastro.
I need everyone's response. I'm doing like a mini survey. So when you started playing, were you most excited about the love of the game or the money? Because
neither.
Okay, so is there another reason to play?
Huh.
Now it's the money, but when it started, I'm pretty sure that in a TV table, nobody's gonna ever answer the money. She's gonna get hated, right?
No, no. I mean, who can hate you for being honest? That's their problem if they do.
And who makes money from the start?
Well, I mean, but when you got started, like, what got you excited? You know, like what? After the first, okay, I learned the game. I know how it works. I'm interested. But then what?
So what's your answer?
Both.
That's easy. That's way too easy.
Political. He did kind of make it sound like it was an either or. He kind of presented it like both wasn't an option as an answer.
No, it's yeah. We got to that point.
So you called 4-bet and it's a glory.
Ooh.
But in 2010 it was not.
Oh, I think it was like 2009. 2009.
No, you won all 10, no? Copenhagen.
2009 in Copenhagen.
Copenhagen.
Yeah, I did 5-bet it all in with ace-3
I bet that you are so excited by the money. That's trophy.
Interesting flat from Proliev.
Those were the days, man. Like, yeah. Everybody was
Yeah,
just guessing.
very interesting, especially as the table chip leader.
Oh, thanks, James.
But that's what I want. I want this new trophy. It's literally what I dream about. It's so nice, you know. It has that.
Yeah. Still alone.
It is nice.
If I would pick now, I would 100% pick for the love of the game.
That's correct.
We call it the Shard. And not only is it a very attractive trophy, but as I've said many a time, you could do some damage with that trophy. Someone comes at you, you grab that trophy, and whether it's used as a blunt instrument or used as something sharp to slice them open, it's got strong potential. And right now, Katsas has strong potential with a pair of threes and the nut flush draw.
Yeah, well, with Proliev just calling the raise with ace-queen, it allowed the small blind and the big blind to come in. And now, you know, just like you said, a lot of potential for that hand. Nines are still best for Fan currently, but obviously has to fade quite a bit of equity. And this is also why it's a little tricky when you decide to flat with ace-king. I can understand if you have some, you know, people behind you that you expect are going to be squeezing in that spot, and maybe you're just going to try to catch them 3-betting, and then you're able to, you know, call off their shoves with ace-king. But obviously, you make a disciplined fold here with the 2 overs, but I think there were a lot of different ways it could have played out if you had taken a more aggressive route pre-flop.
So the call from Gatsas and the fold from Sokolovsky. 7 of spades on the turn. Fan now becomes near enough a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, now it's starting to get really tricky for the nines, right? Because small blind could have some 5x in the form of pocket fives, ace-5 suited, you know, maybe some 6-5 suiteds, maybe even as low as 5-4 suited, just coming in from the small blind against a single raise. And you do see that Katsas is going to start leading on this turn. I think for the sizing, you might see Fan maybe decide to call and then have to be put to a decision on the river, but it does feel like it's kind of hard to see a lot of good river cards for the nines. You're either drawing dead right now, or you're up against, again, a hand that has a lot of equity, and you're pretty uncertain where you're at and where you stand with your nines. Certainly makes it tougher to play when you put in 17K now and you're left with 70K back, which is less than pot. And what will you do on the river if faced with another bet? So now the real decision, I think, for Katsas is, does he want to just turn his pair of threes into a bluff here? now that he's missed the flush, he hasn't improved. You know, Fan in some ways is capped to some of these types of hands, right? Some overpairs to the board. Probably doesn't have quite as many 5x as Katsis could have when Fan opens from under the gun. So here we go. Does turn his hand into a bluff and gets a quick fold.
Different question then. Maybe this is more interesting.
You also want this.
How did you learn to play poker?
I have yet to achieve that.
That's an honest answer, just like the money question. Yeah.
It's not easy.
Nobody?
Most people play because of Chris Moneymaker. That's the real answer, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But then, like, how did you?
The older people. No, if you are 30 something, how old are you?
38.
38. I'm 35. 34. Probably we both play because of Chris Moneymaker, right? Otherwise, there would be no poker in Europe. How old are you?
39.
And you don't play because of Chris Moneymaker? When I say because, you know what I mean. It became popular, everybody used to play.
I mean, yeah.
I think it would play more because of like WPT and like all the. They had this. I kept like downloading, like on these torrent sites. I went to download like different poker episodes from all these places on like very slow broadband. You know, with the. They're like downloading these WPT episodes and watching Tony G and the guys play.
Actually started playing because I'm married.
What's that?
Because I was married, I started to play poker.
So you could get away, you get a little vacation. That's good.
I think it's very sweet that the content that Anton Wigg was searching for and downloading from Pirate Bay was poker shows.
Right? I would hate to see Stapes' search history.
Well, we have the all-in from nines. By the way, is it compulsory that someone has to have pocket nines every hand at this table?
Right?
I'm gonna see it on the video.
Read them and weed.
So, Anton Wigg says his ambition is to win the new style EPT trophy, very different to the one he lifted in Copenhagen in 2010. Yuri Gilboa, who won Sochi in 2019, showing the rest of his table. Your screensaver's come on, bro. There it is. That's the trophy he won. Bless him. And he was wearing that t-shirt at the time. Leo Worthington-Lees came close to winning a trophy in Monte Carlo in 2023. He was third in that tournament. And Erkan Sonmets also made a final table in Monte Carlo. He was our 6th place finisher in 2022. That's right, Tom. 3-second screen flash at a time. Look like an Android device to me. How to trigger an entire audience in one single sentence. By the way, quick update as this hand begins from our previous feature table, the one we were watching for the previous 2 sessions. Darius Nergo flopped a set with 8s against Ersin Itzel's aces. All went in on the turn, and the set of 8s held. That was a full double up for Niago, who now has 300k. Itzkel now down to 60k and very much in the danger zone. Sokolovsky re-raises with queens.
Not that he's going to get any action from Queen 7 of Diamonds, but I do think that it's a little more sus to 3-bet off of this stack size of you know, what, 13, 14 bigs versus just shoving, especially when you're up against a late position opener. I think, you know, you're actually more likely to get some action if you just 3-bet shove versus the non-all-in. But either way. James, how was your Caribbean cruise?
It was lovely, thank you, Maria. It's a delightful Thanksgiving at sea, stopping off at 3 different Caribbean destinations. None of which was the Bahamas, crucially, which I've been to many, many times.
Yeah. Was it hard to go from LA to Caribbean weather and then to, I'm guessing you were in London before you went to Prague?
Yeah, I mean, I can adjust quite easily. The stupid thing was flying Miami to LA and then LA to London. I mean, granted,
Ew.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't like the same day. I was back for 2 nights, but it did seem a bit absurd to fly for 6 hours and change time zone by 3 hours for then 2 days only to come back on a 10-hour flight and change 8 hours. But, you know, so my sleep's been a bit weird.
Yeah. The things you do for love.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, someone's about to get on a flight from LA to Heathrow and then a connecting flight from Heathrow to Prague. So I'm not the only one making noble sacrifices in the name of romance. Okay, well, the Castro has flop best here. Top pair and a straight draw. Call from Paroliev. Queen on the turn doesn't change anything. The Castro now an 87% favorite.
Yeah, I don't mind the lead from the Castro on that type of flop, obviously. And even though, you know, he hasn't improved, he still does have a pair. Of course, some of the times Paroliev's continuation there on the flop is going to contain some Queen X in the form of, you know, ace queens and king queen. And I don't know, maybe something like Queen Jack of clubs, obviously, or Queen Jack of diamonds could be in there as well against the flop bet. But the Castro still gonna get some protection for his pair. It's a little nice to have that additional equity in case you get raised, where you would still be able to continue, depending on the sizing, with that open-ender.
So, according to your mini survey, why most people start playing? Is it because of money or the love of the game?
I mean, it's different. Like some people, I'd say, like they start and they learn the game, and then they're like, oh, wow, I can make money off this.
But you have to like a game just a little, at least.
In the most cases, yes, of course. I mean, you're way more likely to stick with something you really like, right?
Yeah. Yes. If it's only for the money, probably the game is gonna kick you out of it, or you're gonna drop at some point.
Yeah.
If I heard that correctly, Anton Wigg's survey has concluded that people started playing poker for different reasons.
People either play for the love or they play for the money. Or, I mean, the glory, I think, is a part of the love. I've been in this game for 20 years, so. Long time.
So Sokolovsky is open with sevens. Round to Rigetti on the button with ace-king. Sokolovsky's got fewer than 20 bigs. Is he raise folding this, do you think, Maria, when the 3-bet comes in?
I mean, I feel like hijack versus button, probably not. I mean, definitely not, you know, low jack cutoff versus button. And especially because, I mean, it's a small sample size, but we have seen Rigetti, you know, 3-bet once already. You know, again, they might have been able to see some pattern out of Rigetti. Maybe he's 3-betting at a higher frequency than a lot of players at this table, which would make sevens a better shove. Obviously, you still have fold equity against a player that could have quite a few 3-bet folds, but you know,
I'm mostly interested in
I think it's understandable to fold sevens.
Yeah,
but I probably would have gone
Probably
with
all
it.
the things that you mentioned, glory plus money, plus you feel like you become better in a field. Every day you become better and better. So probably it's addictive. You get addicted to it, to success.
Yeah.
Or you are just addicted to gambling. It's
Or the,
one or the other.
or the lifestyle, right?
Yeah, or the lifestyle, of course.
Yes. Not having a boss. Good reason.
Poker players love not being told what to do.
I feel like it's hard to really start getting into poker without loving the game first, because I feel like it's quite a financial investment to take on just for the money, because most players who start out don't come off the bat winning. And so, you know, to think that you have to throw maybe good money after bad, not knowing if you are a winning player or when you will become a winning player and actually capitalize on the fact that there is a lot of money to be won, just seems like not an undertaking most people would be willing to go through. But I mean, I certainly didn't think about the money when I'm playing, you know, 50 cents a dollar online when I first started playing, right? I don't think I saw millions in my future.
Well, have you taken Anton's survey, Maria? Have you provided this data?
Well, I just like to know what the survey is for. Is this like a book he is writing? Is this just a way to make conversation because people are quiet? I don't know.
He didn't seem to be writing any of this information down, so he's either got a very good memory or he's just doing it because no one's saying anything else.
Yeah, and he's only really been able to get engagement from like 1.5 players at this table, so I appreciate the effort, Anton, but it seems like a tough crowd.
Anywho, the Castro has flopped a pair of fives, which is currently the best hand. Rigetti betting the ace-queen. He was the pre-flop aggressor, so this is a C-bet of 8K. Tia watching.
Yeah, without a diamond,
Yep.
it just seems kind of tough for the 6-5 to continue. I mean, you do have, again, you have the big blind to act behind you. You are up against the pre-flop aggressor's range. It feels ambitious, but okay.
Yeah. Just going to quickly answer Tia's question. 184 will be the player who bubbles. 183 make the money, therefore the pure bubble is 184, and that's when we're meant to go hand for hand. Sometimes we go hand for hand a little bit earlier, but 184 is when we will be on the pure bubble.
This turn card is actually one of the few turns that, you know, almost feels like a good card, as good of a card as Nicastro can hope for, in the sense that you do see Rigetti slowing down, even though he does have the ace of spades, but he does feel like Nicastro could have some 9x here, maybe some 10-9 suited, some 9-8 suited, which kind of allows Nicastro to decide, does he want to just try to take a free card, get a cheap showdown, or does he want to start betting 9s and 5s here? There's just so many other turn cards that I think Rigetti was planning to barrel on that wouldn't allow for Nicastro to either take the betting lead in this pot or, you know, to even be able to get to showdown very easily. But you do see Nicastro electing to bet now that it's been checked to him.
That was a very dramatic squeak. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
As you mentioned, James, you know, because most of these stacks, you know, are kind of trending towards average or slightly under average stack, you already see how much pressure that puts on everybody once, you know, this hand goes to the turn. You're facing a 21K bet off of a 100K stack. You know, there's quite a bit of investment of your chips that happens when you are playing post flop. When your stack is under average, you really have to decide, you know, how much of your stack are you willing to commit here.
Well, we are still in a situation where only one player has an above average stack, and that is Paroliev. With 213 players remaining, the average is 172,394, and the second biggest stack at the table is Vig with 172K. So the fold from Rigetti means Nicastro wins the pot. Still 55 minutes to play at this level. At the end of this level, there is going to be a 1-hour dinner break. On the other side of that break, we will be kicking off our world-famous bubble coverage as we play into the money in the UPT Prague main event. Always good to have a longer break for the players to reset and get refreshed before we come back for the bubble, which sometimes takes a while. The level may only be advertised as 90 minutes, but with stoppages for tables being broken and the clock being stopped every time there's an all-in when we're hand for hand, it's probably going to take longer than an hour and a half.
Yeah, and it's always kind of annoying for people to reach kind of the soft bubble before dinner because they're like, oh, do I want to come back to a short stack? Am I going to be the bubble person?
Yeah. Oh, Zach Schmitz watching on YouTube says, it's always nice to hear Maria Ho in the commentary booth, but it's a double-edged sword because it means she isn't playing the tournament anymore. Let me share something with you, Zach. Maria couldn't be bothered to play the tournament this year. In fact, she couldn't even be bothered to come to Prague.
Well, but it's like what I think some people in chat have been saying. It's ho-ho-ho season. I mean, Mrs. Claus has a lot of work to do during Christmas time. So it's not that I can't be bothered. It's just that I have the very important task of loading up my husband, Santa's sleigh, with all of the gifts we're going to deliver to children around the world.
To quote Zcat on Twitch, nice save, Maria. Jack 8 versus Jack 8, blind v blind. I'm going to say that Jack 8 of clubs has the advantage here. Check, check. That's the flush for Zakadis.
Yeah, nice little free roll comes in there.
Bine _ asks, when is dinner break? In 52 minutes and 40 seconds time. The end of this level. Tries to get a little bit of value. 5,000 is the bet. Jack high, unlikely to pay off this bet. He does
Oh.
call. Okay. Jack High Hero call. Discuss.
Yeah. Well,
That was the best
it was
reaction you've ever given to any hand ever, Maria. Huh. I mean, the noise said everything.
It was unexpected, but apparently he didn't even realize that maybe there was a flush on board, or that because he turned over his hand. So, I mean, maybe Jack High is a little bit better without 3 clubs on board, but you know, it's ambitious. We'll say that. We'll leave it at that. It's ambitious, but it only cost him $5K.
I guess you're buying information for 5K. I'm trying to put a positive spin on it. I love the way you say optimistic. We have the chat pros being a bit more definitive. Kadabra Music, horrible call. Viper Stern, not a good call. Worst call ever. And Sokolovsky opens ace-3 suited under the gun.
Okay, but maybe that's where Peroliev got all his chips in the first place. Maybe he's just been making Jack High calls all day and has been right.
No filter.
No filter?
Yeah, have you seen them?
No. I have no idea.
Yeah. So they made a documentary. It's a Swedish guy, Monir, who runs it.
About what?
About changing the poker for more fun.
Really?
About bringing that back, and he made friends with Michael Mizraki during WSOP, and then yeah, it was really good. I thought it was going to be good, and I came out of there and that was amazing.
You were excited.
It was really good. Yeah.
I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, I think they're gonna air it either this week or next one. So
think about it.
Yeah.
So you bet of 6K called by Gatsis, who has the best hand.
And the guy who made the movie did a fantastic job. Elliot is his name. Super good. Very well edited. Great all around. I think he gave a very good perspective on poker, and it's supposed to be fun, right?
It's supposed to be. Yeah, it starts with fun.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter how it ends, but it always starts with fun.
Well, I mean, I like the competition. It's supposed to be competitive as well, but it's my business partner always says, you don't want to see 2 robots just ace king against queens for infinite, and then they're cooler. You want to see someone bleed, bleed a little, feel it.
I mean, I want to see them bleed literally.
Right, with that very sharp, blunt object of a trophy.
Absolutely. It is both a blunt instrument and a sharp object at the same time. It's a multi-purpose weapon.
Shout out to the designers. Sokolovsky with that second barrel puts a lot of pressure on the Jack 10, who ends up folding, a good spot to, I think, just take advantage of your range advantage.
Flush versus full house, something pretty casual. And you get a paired board, everybody goes, wow, amazing. Now you see set over set and quads on the river, and it's it's easy. What can you do?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
People got a little jaded.
Armed robbery, 211. 211 players remaining.
Should we do an over-under on how many times Anton attempts to start a conversation with this table before dinner break?
I want to know what other questions are in his survey. The third question was more of a plug for a forthcoming
my
YouTube video.
Did one out, some guy in a circuit event in the States.
One out?
You know what he did? He called his shot, he hit the one-outer, he then started celebrating and running around the table.
Well, Proliev has opened in the cutoff with 7-6 of hearts. The Karaidis has one of those squeezy hands, one of those 3-betty hands, and he's going to go all in with it.
It's got to be a 2-outer or less. Okay.
Thank you for the support.
Well, he wants you to stick around because you're the only player that's talking to him.
So are you chasing a leaderboard or something?
What's that?
Are you chasing a leaderboard or something?
No, I haven't played enough this year to have any leaderboard. I've been stuck in front of my computer trying to figure out what works and what doesn't with artificial intelligence.
So no extra pressure for them in the money?
No.
Okay. Good to know.
I can answer this question, Anton. Fabricating poker players' voices, that doesn't work. Brigetti, pocket eights. Raises to 6K. Is it going to be a raise and take it? Just got Ding Fan in the big blind to get through. Oh, Queen 9, that's defendable, especially as it's suited in strawberries.
15?
Yeah, and Fan now the table short stack, really hoping to flop some equity. That's not really the flop he's looking for. Not really the flop eights is looking for either, but you would expect that on most boards you're just going to be betting range here as the under the gun opener, so not necessarily a reason to slow down.
C-bet of 4K from Rigetti and a fold from Fan. And an opportunity to remind everyone to save the date, really save the dates, the start and finish dates of Scoop 2026. EPT Paris wraps and Scoop starts March 1st. Scoop finishes March 25th. The Irish Open starts. Now, all we're giving you now are the dates because it's going to be earlier than usual. Scoop normally runs in May. In 2026, it will be in March. Full tournament schedule will be revealed eventually. We can confirm at this stage we will be streaming the main event live on Twitch. I'll be part of that coverage. Joe Stapleton, whether you like it or not, you're going to be part of that coverage.
I'm just happy to be involved. Hello, my babies.
I heard a sigh there, Maria. It was very subtle.
It was more of an inhale than an exhale.
I can tell the difference between a Maria Ho inhale and a Maria Ho sigh. That was a subtle sigh. That was a, oh, Joe's here type sigh.
Wow, these headsets are good.
So Pietro Nicocastro, which one is he? The 530-euro one?
No, he's the 25-euro one.
Nice one. Proliev. He says King 5 off. Sukaritis is the other qualifier, yes? Pocket nines for Fan. Ding Fan. He loves a game show.
Yeah.
He's a Ding fan.
He's just electing to shove here from the small blind against the under the gun open. It will get through.
55, maybe.
Yep.
Thanks.
56,000.
Also known as too many big blinds for ace eights.
Too much, too rich for my blood.
Stapes, is Prague, I mean, maybe Prague was already your favorite EPT stop, but after what they served for dinner yesterday, is it officially your favorite?
I didn't participate in the crew dinner yesterday, or else I probably would have enjoyed it, but I was obligated to go to the welcome drinks.
Well, of all days to miss the crew dinner.
I did already have a gigantic sausage before that. I think you probably saw it.
I did. It was probably one of many.
I definitely didn't need more meat product of unknown origin sliding down my gullet. Well, you couldn't see by that photo, Maria, is that sausage is actually 2.5 feet long.
Stop it.
We've got a raise here from poor old Liev. Alessandro Righetti folds 9 deuce. Pietro Nicastro. 25 euro qualifier. This could be freaking awesome if this guy goes deep. $10.75. What a flop for the qualifier. Flops the flush.
Flush with street flash.
Yeah.
Potential.
That is fun.
3,003.
I'm sorry, Mr. Poroliev. Those shan't be coming back to you on this hand.
Stapes, you sound very excited for a monotone board. What's going on here?
I know. I was just overcome with excitement for the online qualifier, but you're right. This is a monotone board. Continues the monotony. Or the monotone.
Not exactly the card Nicastro was hoping for, but good news. Poroliev does not have a spade, and Nicastro, just in case, does have the backup street flash redraw.
And it's a 10 of diamonds on the river. The board pairs. Oh, wait, it's not monotone anymore. Pretty annoying run out for Nicastro.
Yeah, probably wasn't going to get much out of Poroliev anyways.
Yeah, but now it's just more
flop,
stressful.
So it is, and now you're just playing it as a bluff catcher.
Just check, check.
No straight flush.
No, I want to.
What a turn card.
Yeah.
You must have been so thrilled. You're like, gulp, here we go. I'm gonna have to call off 75% pot and full pot.
Maybe.
With 8 high.
Maybe.
Maybe. That's the best feeling in poker.
What's the best feeling in poker?
Oh, he's going from like, we're locked down, baby, to like, gulp.
Oh. Bluff casting 8 high?
Yeah.
How quickly things can change with the turn of a card.
Some Swedish sarcasm there. Not the best feeling, in case you were wondering. It is one of the great conundrums and kind of what makes poker perfect is that if you have the nuts, your opponent can't. And that's super frustrating. Like it's, you know, you need someone to pay you off with the not nut hand if you want to get paid when you have them. Sokaritis. The other qualifier opens King Jack. Sokolowski has Ace Queen suited. Just calls.
Yeah, kind of surprising, I think, off of a 20 big blind stack to not see maybe some aggression from the Ace Queen suited. I do think there's a couple of ways that you could play it. I mean, the flat's fine, but, you know, a small 3-bet would have been fine. But Wig waking up with the kings now is a little interesting because we see that Wig has a real hand, but clearly when you see an open and a flat behind, it does certainly open up the possibility that he could be squeezing without a hand. I mean, just going to decide to shove here versus a 3-bet, non-all-in, putting both of his opponent's stacks at risk. Folds to the Ace Queen of Hearts. What to do, right? Because now you have a great hand, a hand that, like I said, you could have done something different with pre-flop other than flat, but now you're faced with a very capable player jamming and putting you all in. Do you feel like Ace Queen suited is good enough to go with? I mean, personally, it feels like the way that he's played this makes it so that he should be calling, I think. But it's rough because obviously Anton just has it this time. But so many times you will be, you know, flipping.
We went from one very annoying poker situation to a way more annoying poker situation. Like, this is so unlucky.
Yeah, and it really is a tough decision. As you could see, he's pretty pained by it. Yeah, if he just did anything else pre, he wouldn't really be faced with this tough of a spot, right? If he 3-bets, he can't 3-bet folds.
Right.
If he shoved himself, then, you know, the cards
is what
would be
it
on
is.
their backs.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Good fold, good fold, good fold, good fold, good fold, good fold, good fold.
Yeah, results-wise, definitely good folds. But you would have to probably pry those cards out of my dead hand.
What's a good fold? 7 is not fold, I think.
What's a good fold? No, 7 is a snap call, and then you walk away like this.
Casabianco says,
Ace 10 big fold.
Kings versus Ace Queen is my most jinxed hand. Jinx isn't racist, is it?
Something like that. It seems about right.
Okay, great.
No.
It sounds like it should
putting
be.
my money on pocket tens.
Well, wait, jinx, yeah, but spelled as jinked feels like it could be.
Yeah.
I don't know what Gen Z is saying these days, you know? Like, it could very well be.
You know, Gen Z won't even fantasize about a person that they know or any human without their consent. Ding fan, King Queen suited, or Queen fan, I should call him. Statric says, I think it's because the Pokemon Jinx looks like it should be racist. How does the Pokemon look racist?
I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to look up.
Yeah, I think he's gonna send a picture. Yeah, all right. It looks like a Karen. It looks like an over-tan Karen from Florida. It does look racist with fake boobies. Yeah.
Cool.
Poor old Liev makes the call in the big blind. Couple of diamonds, but it's top pair.
Ooh.
So if another diamond comes, it is poor old Liev. At least it can't be the Jack of Diamonds or the 10 of Diamonds. Bet of 10,000 for fan called by Poroliev. It is a tray ball on the turn. This time it goes check, check,
Yeah,
river. Yeah.
Yeah, he tried to realize his equity there with the check back, with the free card. Doesn't hit, though. And now 10's just looking really good to Poroliev after he got the check back.
Oh, what a big man betting top pair. How brave. How stunning and brave. The 8K bet from Poroliev does not get. Poroliev can't even get called with top pair.
Fan visibly frustrated. It has been a tough level for him.
Yeah, you could do something. You could
2
roll
overs
up
and a
to-
flush draw, and it goes brick, brick. Not a fan.
But you're saying you could do something.
Very crazy.
Yes.
That was just a breathing in, right, Maria? Not a sigh.
No, that was just a breathing in.
Well, because what it sounds like is that it is not the same as a sigh, but it's also kind of insulting. It sounds like you're about to say something and then decide against it.
Sometimes I am. That time, no. But
Okay. Because there's the there's the sigh, and then there's the, and then you think better. You're like, I'm not even going to engage on this. They're both pretty bad.
yeah, and then sometimes there is just like the dead silence of not even going to humor you whatsoever.
The dead silence of Maria muting herself and calling her agent and being like, "Get me out of here."
That's only happened like what, twice since we started working together, Stape. So you know, it's.
I think 2 legitimate
not
times,
that
and the rest of the
high.
times you've faked it. But yeah. You're like, Stapes, look, I think it's funny as hell, but I got to protect myself. You're on your own here, putty. So we've got a raise from Nicastro, call from Poroliev. Big blind is out. Domination situation, and uh-oh, say hello to top pair, bad kicker. Poroliev. Sacramento says, PokerStars not capitalizing on the Joe and Ho show is an actual shame. Where is Strags? Feels like they are capitalizing on it. Never mind. Capitalizing on it. I just ruined
Well,
it.
that's why we don't have our own show.
I know, I just ruined it. It's just, God, that was me being humbled in real time, everyone. 4 on diamonds on the turn. Poroliev with the still no good kicker.
Yeah, you wonder if this will save him some chips, though. Might slow Nicastro down. Oh, wow. Alrighty then. This little improvement for Poroliev. Definitely going to come with a lead, I would think, after it goes check, check on the turn. And it would be hard for Nicastro to find a fold after he checked back the turn, was able to control the pot size, to be able to pretty comfortably make a call here, and does get paid.
I can play with you. I can play. 3-day is the same. Under river set, under river to.
See, there we go. Yeah. A little emotion. Yeah.
Nice time, nice time.
Yeah, screw you.
Tu testimone, visto.
Blame him. Oh yeah, blame the dealer. That always works.
I'm playing my cards.
No, il dealer mi odia, perché su spot se
Samas, give me my money back.
miliardo, Cagliari.
It's true what they say. The real prize is the laughs you have along the way.
It was the opposite, remember?
No.
Just one time.
Yeah, I'm sure
No,
that's
he
what
doesn't
you mutter
remember.
under your breath after you play live
10
poker.
For you, one for me.
Yes, no,
Maybe.
that's 3
11 for you, one for me.
3 days ago, man. Who remembers that? We're poker players.
You'd remember it if it was a hand.
Unbelievable. 6,000.
6,000.
Castro with Jack 10.
So, why do you go then? You know how it goes. Start talking.
Can't you see? It's already back.
Jack
in
6-6, top pair for Nick Castro.
there. No, I meant keep coming back.
Gakatsas facing a bet of 4,000 from Nick Castro, a continuation bet, that is. You can do this to make him not think you're a pushover, but, you know, let's go. Move it along.
Yeah, maybe taking a little consideration with the fact that he could turn quite a bit of equity with a diamond, or perhaps, yeah, it looks like he's going to go for the check raise here.
Trying to get the qualifier off of top pair. What are you made of, Pietro Nicastro?
And I do think that this check raise would have worked against, you know, other parts of Nicastro's range that's going to c-bet the flop. You know, even ace high is going to be put to a bit of a tough spot because Katsas could have quite a few 6x here in the big blind. And now it's just about, you know, again, are you willing to fire another shell? I mean, the turn does give you some more equity.
Yeah, a little gut shot on the horizon now.
Yeah, and I think that was the plan, right? When you decide to check raise a hand like 7-3 of diamonds with one diamond on board and the interaction.
The plan was to pick up equity? Can you do that?
The plan is always to pick up equity so that you could bet again. But if you don't, that doesn't mean that you would slow down. It just means it's a little less likely that you'll bet again. This one felt like a pretty comfortable continue with the story.
Well,
but
I have to get out
Nicastro.
I have to get out my post-it notes and write that one down. Try to pick up equity on the turn. I never even thought to just try to pick up equity. This river is a brick, by the way. Gakatsas has been repping, and it looks like he is going to continue to rep with almost all of his blue chips.
How much?
And listen, this is not the first hand we've seen him bluff. And it was successful the last time I saw him do it. You know, he turned bottom pair and a busted flush draw into a bluff against pocket nines on, you know, a 7 high board with a 10 river. And really just going to continue with the story that he has trips here. You know, there's just not going to be a whole lot of other hands that you check raise the flop that you're going to bet turn and river with. I think the problem is just how dry that flop is for Nicastro to think, well, you know, there's just not a lot of very natural bluffs here. It would be different if the board was maybe Jack 10-9 on the flop or Jack 9-9 on the flop. But, you know, Jack 6-6 rainbow, there's not really a lot of obvious busted draws, a lot of, you know, obvious hands that bricked off that would be trying to bet on the river as a bluff. It really feels like Katzis would have had to be pretty ambitious with his check raise on the flop to get to this river and still fire without a hand. I mean, if only he could see, you know, how ambitious it is. 7-3 of diamonds, but it's not that obvious. It's the problem. And now Nicastro's just straight trying to go for a read.
Have we even touched on the fact that this is a 25-year-old qualifier as well? So, you know, just to... Yeah, see? Oh!
The bluff.
That's why he's like, oh, do you want me to? No, don't show him. Don't do it. Oh, you can see him just dying inside.
Bravo, bravo, bravo,
You're
bravo.
more happy than him.
Well, you're so proud when we Thai boxing.
That was beautiful. Actually, like.
You called it, Maria.
I couldn't have told it better myself.
Yeah, a lot of people, you know, would have given up on the river after being called on the flop and the turn, but not Katzis, and he got rewarded there. I'm okay with him showing the bluff in that spot just because we are going on dinner break in 20 minutes and the delay will catch up. I feel like in some other situations, maybe I wouldn't have let Anton talk me into it, but I get it. He was proud of it. He wanted to show off a little bit.
No, I know that you're, and when you're pronouncing, I've noticed Demetrius's name, that you're making the G silent. I think it's actually just, I think it's a silent access, and you only pronounce the G and the K.
Listen, I'm just doing what James did. I'm following.
Yeah, I'm
James'
pretty sure
lead
it's
on
a silent access on this name. And it's pronounced Gaka.
Well, let's see. How did Griffin pronounce it? Because we
That's
know
definitely
it's
the
not
wrong way.
that.
Yeah.
It's not that. Right.
Hey, everybody loves pocket aces. Sokolovsky in the big blind. Put this one in the me column, Maria Ho. When they raise out of the big blind, they have it.
I feel like this is a little unfair, though. because
Super unfair.
Likelier. It's a little, and it's also a little likelier that they have it off of this stack size as well, you know. When, you know, most people are not 3-betting light off of that stack size. So, you know, yes and no.
Show the bluff. Well, this is one of but many tables in this tournament, and this is another one. Chip leaders table, Terry Jordan playing against Perry Mason himself, Jerry O'Dean. We are on the river. 9-7-6, 9-4. 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. And Jordan in the background has bet 35,000. O'Dean in the foreground facing that bet of 35,000. O'Dean makes the call, very quickly turned over and proudly shown by Jordan. 9-6. The old 69 full house.
Let him keep 6,000 behind. I should have read into that.
I think they're going to be fine. Back to our main. Wait, what? Did we just see this? Is this a rerun? He has aces 2 hands in a row?
Yeah, and both times, probably not going to get past the flop.
All right, we're going to see a flop.
Huh. I don't know about this call off of that stack size with queen 8 suited, but here we are.
I reserve judgment about the call until I see if there's a jack on the Turner River.
If it gets to the Turner River, I mean, SPR just slightly over 1 here. Sokolovsky, no heart in his hand, obviously wants to, yeah, just shut it down.
I love it.
Getting a lot of fans, really.
Finally, someone had enough of you and called.
He had aces twice, Anton. Still going Sokolovsky looking like Euron Greyjoy. I thought that one thing that Greyjoy couldn't do was Euron 8. Right? I don't remember much about that show, but I remember that.
Strange situation because usually the action or the activity is slowly. Not this table.
No.
The one is chaotic. Yeah.
It's almost Christmas. We got places to be. Dinner break is approaching.
Okay.
None of us has a new trophy. Especially not me.
Especially not you.
Poroliev,
Apparently
King
Mom and Dad is watching for a few people, so
Jack.
Is that what my son is doing? Is just like, why is he thinking with those crap cards? It's embarrassing.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Wig.
Maybe my wife is saying this for the kids, I don't know.
I hope he's not bluffing about you.
Goes back to the question: why are you playing, right? If you're playing for the money, now.
Rigetti acting a little too pained about making this call. He's got 30, almost 40 big blinds. No, almost just over 30 after making the call.
Since you weren't here for the start of this level, Anton's been taking a survey. We don't really know what for, what this research is going to be used for, but he's been trying to ask players at the table when they first started playing poker, did they do it for the love of the game or for the money? And he's really been trying hard to keep this conversation going for the last 75 minutes and hasn't gotten a whole lot of engagement thus far, Stapes, but
Well, I think he's probably using it to train his AI. If I were going to take a guess. Maybe if you feed AI enough answers to questions like that, it'll just tell you if someone's bluffing or not. Did you ever watch that show Devs with Nick Offerman on FX?
no.
So they basically figured out, this is a sci-fi show, it's based on the premise that all of our actions are predetermined by our DNA. And so there is no actual free will, it just feels like it. And so once you know that, then you can build a supercomputer that can just look at any point in history, past, present, or future.
Would it be too brutal to say like 10 minutes ago with bluff?
No, you can pick whatever you want.
Okay.
Favorite
I like the reaction.
Favorite poker moment. Not like a memory.
Don't answer it, because then he's going to ask you for your mom's
moment.
maiden name and the last 4 digits of your social. This is how it happens.
When you're going to bluff and
it works.
And you bluff. Maybe.
Seat price is 6,000.
Poor Oliev with pocket jacks. Facing a raise of 6,000 from Anton with queen suited. Now's your big moment, Mr. and Mrs. Wig. This could be huge. Come back in from the sauna. The sauna.
Definitely against about a 60 big blind effective stack. I do like just flatting here with jacks. You know, Wig open from under the gun, so certainly you're not going to love it if you 3-bet here and got a 4-bet out of him. So happy to play post.
9-7-4. So far, so good for poor Oliev.
Yeah, Wig just recognizing that it's a pretty strong flatting range from under the gun +1 against an under the gun open, and without the presence of a diamond, doesn't really want to c-bet. That is a very interesting check back, though, by the jacks.
Yeah, jacks do not attempt any value on that 9 high flop. Ace of spades on the turn.
Yeah, no value, no protection, and you're lucky that Wig doesn't have an ace.
Mm-hmm. Will he try to rep one, or is king, queen too strong of a showdown hand? Looks like too strong.
Yeah, you would feel at this point, Perliev is going to feel comfortable going for some value.
A very small pot. I'm sorry I called you in from the sauna, Mr. and Mrs. Wig. I thought it was going to be more exciting than that. That one's on me.
I have two favorite poker moments.
Oh, was he asking just so we could say these?
In the main event in Vegas, like the main. And it goes open, high jack, I want to say. Cut off 3-bets, 4-bet kings. We're close to the bubble, and the small buying 5-bets. And I say,
okay.
He cover you?
He covers me, and I say, it's the
no way.
It's the hijack, cutoff, and button, mind you, and he leads in. Like, we're getting close to the bubble. I'm like, if there's one time to not fold kings in this spot, it's got to be this one. So I punt it in.
Yeah.
Get snap called by aces. Get out of my chair. Drill a king on the flop, and I just sink back into my seat. I'm not even up. You know, I sink back in, and there's a lady on the rail over there. She goes, "You can sit back down, honey."
Yes, but you know
that was a good feeling.
But you spoiled it because you said that it's your favorite moment. We already know a king is coming.
Yeah.
Sure.
Asking for him if it's a favorite moment for him. I don't think so.
That's great.
No, I don't think.
I mean, he could have just told that story. It probably would have gone over fine. He didn't have to ask everybody else first. It's like when people ask you what the first concert is you've ever been to because they just want to tell you what theirs was. Just tell me. It's fine. We have to pretend like you want to know what mine was.
Right, or it's on break and they're like, oh, how many chips do you have? But really, they just want to tell you.
Yes, yeah.
They're the table chip leader.
King 7. It is always coming 7, despite Sokolowski preferring to see a 6. Hand is over.
A long time ago. A long time ago. I have no idea which year.
I mean, back then people were like kind of crazy critical. So
yeah, well, let me tell you, when the 5-bet came, I didn't feel like.
Yeah, I'm saying like today it would be kind of different story.
I don't know about that.
2012.
I mean, I've gotten in kings into aces plenty of times, and every time I am like, woo. I never expect them to turn over aces. I'm very happy every time until I see the aces. It's queens every time. In my head.
That just goes to show what kind of fantasy land you're living in.
Isn't Fantasyland a slang term for when you're running real hot at poker?
Fantasyland is a part of Chinese poker. I don't know
Poker
if
and
people-
pineapple and all that, yeah. Domination situation and another top pair kicker problem for poor old Liev. It is kind of like a little bit of shame on the rest of the table for not asking the question back to Anton and making him go, well, my answer is... The least you could do is say, what about you, Anton?
Really hasn't been much of a two-way conversation. It's really just been Anton leading the charge, trying to get people engaged, getting very limited interaction. I mean, from one and a half people at this table, he's gotten a little something back, but then nobody continues the conversation. It just goes quiet until Anton speaks again.
Well, I appreciate Anton trying to inject some personality into the game, into the broadcast. Probably irritating everyone else, but I like it. River is a king, so neither kicker will play. Uh-oh, Maria, how are we doing this? How are we doing this? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to wait extra long or short?
No, I mean, I think you just wait your normal time, and I'll start right when you're done with the last.
Okay, all right.
Of the phrase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
As we do.
All right.
Don't panic.
Okay. 1 check, 2 checks. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. I think I might have gone a little early.
Why? We literally talked about it right before.
I think I might have gone. I was nervous. I was really nervous. I think I screwed it up. A solid 6. I'm ignoring the bad ones. Someone just wrote disgusting. Tom, you mother. You don't, when I say think I was a little early, that's when you say, no, Stapes, you were fine. You don't agree with me.
Listen, when you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah, but I was right about being wrong. So I'm going to count that as being right.
Yeah, but just because, I was going to say, nowadays, everybody does say accountability is the most important thing, so I guess.
Ooh, you know what?
I guess so.
I will admit, I've really taken a lot of accountability lately for things, and it's made me very attractive to the opposite sex.
Well, I think that you've had to take a lot of accountability because you have somebody who's holding you accountable.
Stop! Shoot! Stop! Gakatsas with the Nieners. Ace deuce in the small for the big old sigh for poor old Liev. That was a Maria Ho-sized sigh. Hasn't committed more chips yet. Yeah.
I would say I don't like this. Whatever you're gonna do, raise, call. I don't like it.
You like a fold there
against an under the gun open. I do like a fold against an under the gun open. I do. I think ace deuce offsuit is just not one of the combos I'm gonna throw in there as a 3-bet.
Now, Maria, do you remember the last hand that Kakatsis showed down? Not showed down, sorry. Showed, I should say, specifically.
Oh, you mean the bluff with the 7-3
The
of diamonds?
bluff with the 7-3 of diamonds.
But still, it's a very different scenario.
Of
This
course.
is under the gun open. You know, this isn't him, you know, defending from the big blind against an open, and we've seen 3. I mean, this is just straight disrespect, actually.
It works. What? Kakatsis.
Really surprised to not see the call with 9s, especially off of a stack that is deep enough to set mine. You know, you're in position post. A lot of good things can happen.
Maria, I guess you could say that
but
maybe
okay,
maybe you completed your analysis on that hand a little early. This is going to be the last hand of the level.
You're not back the next level, are you?
Oh yeah, but you've got James to protect you.
I was gonna say, can we switch up the?
It's all 3 of us after
Is there
dinner.
anyone else? Is there anyone else? Maybe get Nick back. Why don't you have an early night, Steve?
You know,
we'll just have Nick.
I'm gonna tell them that that's what you recommended for me. Poroliev on the button. 87. E86 is the 87. Jack 10 for Suckeritis. And Kakatsis has been shoved upon and has a hand. How many big blinds is this? 10, 11? Doesn't call it off. So Suckeritis picks up a decent pot there. I mean, not decent, but picks up some chips. Is still on 10 big blinds after the blinds go up on the very next level. So, I don't know if I was able to tell you guys this, but we've had major action from Terry Jordan on the other table, too. Knocked out Jerry O'Dean. He's taken close to $1 million to the dinner break. Look how many chips that is compared to everyone else here. Is that 350 big blinds? 1 million chips? That's wild. Anyway, these are the big blinds of the players who will be returning to our feature table after dinner. Maria, thanks for being with us. I know we've got one more level after this. Me, Hardigan, Maria Ho, and almost certainly the Money Bubble. We shall return after this. Action here on Stefan Kolar with pocket 7s. He is all in. Kolar was the shortest stack with 8 big blinds. Darius Niago is not going anywhere with ace-jack suited.
Call.
Is gonna call.
How much is the all-in?
How much is the all-in? Asks Dimitar the Scimitar with pocket 10s.
Yeah, and this is actually a bit tricky here for Danchev. While his opponent is going to have hands like ace-jack, so he does go for it. Thinks his hand is just a bit too strong. But it's not like...
Oh!
Yeah, it goes... Oh!
This just keeps getting better and better. Patrick Yarosh with ace-queen suited has every one of these players covered.
Yeah, I think this is just a fold, though. I mean, we can see, of course, this is doing decently,
a fold,
Joe. But if you consider, if you consider the action here, you know, I think Danchev has the bottom of his range of what he'd be prepared to put in here. He's going to put in ace king plus, tens plus, right? Ace queen suited doesn't do that well against it. You still have to consider the strength of Niago's flat here. Like I said, I don't think Niago's going to be calling with ace 10, king queen, so he's going to have ace jack suited plus.
Clearly, you're right, but you are annoying.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It is not a clear fold, especially suited, right? But I think it's just when you break down the ranges.
What you mean is it's a clear fold if you're good. I understand what you're saying, and that is why it is very, very annoying. It's very hard for me to separate being able to see the hold cards. But I do tend to, when I play poker, to err on the side of tightness. I probably would have folded there also.
Well, now I'm in a world of pain.
But I probably fold in other spots when I shouldn't, I guess. So just because my broken clock would have been right there doesn't mean I know what the hell I'm doing. Niago, with 2 overs, would be flipping against each of these players.
Yeah, and he happens to be looking at the best case scenario here. 2 sevens,
Right.
2 tens. And he's going to be completely spinning when he sees he put in, 17 plus the sort of, not dead money from Kolar, but yeah, he's going to do it. And he's going to be really thrilled by what he sees.
All right, so we have a 3-way all-in.
I want my cards back.
2 players at
Give me
risk.
my cards back, please.
Danchev, the favorite.
Pocket queens.
And I'm not prepared for a 3-way flip. Because one of them dominates the other.
Something
Literally.
Queen 6.
So I would need 2 things, something that races against 2 things that one that dominates the other. Yikes, that's a tough one.
I'm kind of rooting for this guy, I'm not going to lie.
King, queen. Where did that ace queen go? You're rooting for Kolar?
Go to him.
Show us. Yarosh.
It was bot.
Danchev still looking good with these 10s because Niago cannot make a straight to win this hand. Not against him.
I would like a 7 on the river just so I can continue doing Kolar commentary.
Nice. It is a 7. 7 Kolar Rivers. A full house.
I win the side hooks. I win the side.
Danchev is going to profit in the hand after doubling through the ace jack.
I made very tight fold.
And the only loser
What do you have? Queen jack or what?
is Darius Niago.
24.
Too much action.
Patrick Yarosh dodged it.
Profit.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
You know what they
Not
say,
the best,
right?
not the worst.
Yeah,
It's always coming.
Please,
seven.
you didn't fold.
It is always coming 7.
It's catching on.
You know what? And my lift shit's all in from the small blind against the button raise is not going to get it through. Unfortunately, king queen a little too strong to let go for that short stack shove from Lifshitz. Domination situation.
Yeah, Lifshitz with a bit of fold equity here from the small blind on 9.5 big blinds. Really hoping for some, king 7 off, raise fold, something like that instead of, the king queen.
As a punishment that you miss the flop.
Or a flip against something like an ace 5.
Didn't miss.
Queen high flop. Not much help for Lifshitz. The 10 is somewhat helpful.
Okay, turn it. Okay. Turn.
And 20 squats.
Okay.
6 of diamonds is not a helpful turn for Gabby.
So that's why I said like.
Doesn't have a jacket to put on. Might not be enough just standing up.
GG.
2 pair on the end for Niago. But it is Lifshitz who is going to go. as we have lost 4 players in the last couple of seconds. Gabby Lifshitz is out of here fairly early on day 2.
Great example here of how difficult a hand like pocket fives is to play facing a 3-bet on this stack depth of about 40 blinds. I think given the sizing from, I would imagine 4,000 the min raise to 14.5, I think we should probably mix in more folds at this particular big blind depth. Just going to be very difficult to play. The pot's going to get inflated. You're only going to have a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. It does find the call technically ahead on the king, queen, 4, 3 diamonds, but yeah, a lot of ways in which you can be behind like that ace turn. So I think this is a bit of chasing from Odani. I'm not thrilled by it.
And this is looking pretty good for Itzel, having top pair with the backup of the diamond draw and the straight draw.
Yeah, now we can see 56K out there, 53K left. You feel like you've just jumped ahead of something like King Jack of clubs or, you know, Queen Jack of spades. But if you do shove and get called, you're pretty much always in big trouble. Check through and gets that perfect river where Odani might think this 5 of diamonds is good enough, might just put out a blocker bet, might just check, and we can see check, check. Nice takedown for iCal.
What?
Oh no.
What happened there?
Oh no. Oh no.
He mucked? He didn't realize he had the 10 of diamonds?
No. Oh no, sweetie.
So checked at showdown, Odani tabled the 5s. Itzel saw the flush and didn't realize he had a bigger flush. Meanwhile, Felix Schneider's all in and at risk. Felix with the Grafton, 10-9 suited, dominated by ace-9, but that 10 on the turn is domination rotation in Felix's favor, and that is going to see Felix back up to 18K. He survives.
iCal just none the wiser right now, but you have to wonder, right, James, is he going to find out? I mean, surely someone's going to tell him that was watching, maybe a friend or family member.
I mean, when the flop comes down all diamonds, Griffin, even if you're not 100% sure what you have, you know one of your cards is red. I mean, at some point you're going to look back and check the suit of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, you have a better understanding of the card reader than I do, and I think you probably are going to say that it's almost certainly was the 10 of diamonds. So it's it's human error on his part. So that's we haven't seen one of those in a while. That's it's a little bit embarrassing.
Sure.
But, listen, we all make mistakes these days.
We do.
Long.
We do. And of course, it's worse when it's highlighted on a live stream. But the reality is, I'm sure people make mistakes like that all the time because we are humans. That's what we do. We make mistakes.
Power poker here from Ole. Look at this. You know, a hand that I think we would expect to see just calls from a lot of the time in this spot. But Ole taking aggressive action, recognizing, you know, Conch is going to be raising pretty wide, going to have a lot of hands to fold. Look at this.
Oh my word.
James.
What a gift for Shemian, flopping 2 pair when his opponent flopped top. And Shemian does not continue, checks it. Conch checks behind.
Oh man.
Shemian now a 3-to-1 favorite.
And I would expect Ole to start sizing up here. You know, wanting to get calls from hands that might check back on the turn. And look, he's reaching for pretty much pot here at 41,000, hoping that Conch check back something like, you know, Queen Jack, King Jack.
Yeah. 41,000 into 42,000 gets called. Conch wearing the PokerStars patch as he qualified for this tournament via a €109 online satellite. We're playing for stacks here. The 3 of diamonds completes the board. Conch has 99k behind. There's 124k in the middle.
And if you're asking yourself, how does Ole feel about this 3 on the river? I think he feels fine about it. We don't expect a lot of 4x combos for Conch here. You think maybe ace-4 of clubs, the only one, maybe pocket 4s that continues to pot on the turn. It's not like Conch is going to have ace-4 of hearts here and call on the turn to pot, you know? So he's thinking that his opponent's going to have something like what he has, ace-jack, king-jack, queen-jack, maybe something like pocket 9s or pocket 10s. And this is the precision in which Ole played this hand to stay under-repped. This is going to be very difficult to let go.
Yeah, he has shoved on Conch. It is all in to call. And you just know that a high percentage of the time you're being pushed around by this absolute beast. And top pair, top kicker is probably way ahead. On this occasion, it is not.
Yeah, I mean, to Conch's credit, though, do we really think that Ole is going to, you know, 3-bet a hand like ace-9 off and then check the flop and then bet shove? It doesn't feel very bluffy. You'd think a bluff line would start by betting on the flop. So I think the alarm bells are going off. But you do have ace-jack. So the strongest part of Ole's range. And yeah, he does pull it off. Wow,
calls all in, sees the bad news, and that is going to be the elimination of Attila Conch. A qualifier KO'd. What is Shemian going to have after that hand? Close to more than 475k, nearly 240 big blinds. Danchev opening the button with Queen 9 of clubs. The Spraggy for Roland Rakita, ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, and between Rokita, Ole, and Dimitar Danchev here, you know, 3 of maybe the top, 30, 40 players on the tour, maybe top 20. So pretty impressive players, 2 of which are top 3 in chips.
Yeah.
And Rakita going after this button open here. Juggernauts of the mind sport.
Do we think Rokita knows this is the Spraggy?
I mean, its reputation is known around the world.
Globally.
But he's not playing the cards, Nick. He's playing the player. As Danchev calls in position and we go to the flop. Queen 4 tray. Top pair for Danchev, 84% equity.
Not the worst start. But does Rokita want to continue telling a story? It is a relatively dry flop texture.
Yeah, just as a rule, you're going to want to be continuing on these sort of king 3-4, queen 3-4 type boards as the aggressor. We can see, of course, Danchev does have the queen 9 suited, but that also means he's going to have the king jack of hearts that's just going to fold on this flop.
Yeah.
So no need to really bet big.
Goes for a 10k bet into a pot of 43, so around 1/4. Quick call.
Okay, well, Rakita has picked up a couple of straight draws on the turn.
And Danchev only with about pot remaining. You've now turned a double gutter.
Yeah.
You have to consider what hands am I trying to fold out were I to shove for pot here. If I'm never really going to get a queen to fold. So is reaching for chips, but maybe not everything. Maybe just wanting to clear out those, you know, king jack of clubs floats, which I think is reasonable to quarter pot on the turn, and not expecting a fold from a queen, but also not really expecting a shove from a queen either, right? So you are kind of setting the price of what you have to pay to actualize that equity when your opponent does have a queen.
$21,000 is the bet from Rakita.
I think worth considering, you know, there are some pocket eights and pocket nines that wouldn't have been prepared to get in 40 big blinds as well that they might have. Could fold out on the turn, jack on the river.
Yeah, the board bricks out for Rakita. And Danchev with just 47k behind, less than half pot.
This does complete one of the Queen X combos that's going to be, and he does put it in. And what makes this so difficult is that it just doesn't really feel like a bluff. I mean, look, no flush draws have bricked here, right? So you're just hoping for a complete stone air bluff here, betting 50% pot on the river, less than 45% pot on the river. I mean, it looks like Rakita just has ace queen plus here.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot despite having, you know, top pair.
And the other thing too, right? Ace 7 is it's such an interesting hand to have because it is the one that you would want to continue for that bet. But when you have ace 9, are you really betting twice, shoving river? Ace 10, like not really. Like so you're just hoping your opponent has something like an ace 7, ace 6, and would be prepared to go all in for half pot to try to get you to fold a queen. I mean, Danchev feels like he just needs to pay it, but I think he thinks he's losing. Yeah.
Queen 9 is good. That is a double up for Dimitar Danchev. And people like Jared and Poker Is My Life don't really understand why he took so long, Griffin. Easy call. What you talking about? I love the audible side there, Griffin. That speaks volumes more than any word
I mean,
you could utter.
I just think it's a great demonstration of what makes it so difficult to play against a player like Rakita, because he just shouldn't really be finding too many bluffs there, and that's where the pause comes. But yeah, getting 4-1. Ole's busting his chops a little bit. Like, come on, you got top pair.
Turned top pair for both Shemian and Jarosz, and I do believe this is going to get expensive for the king-queen unless they find an improver. In fact, I think he might even have a little value bet on the turn. 27,000 in the pot. Jarosz.
I mean, he can this is going to be real trouble for Jarosz, because I think that Shemian can credibly is not really the right way to put it, but he can check raise for value here. We would have expected to see, like, this is really interesting. Shemian might just want to bluff catch. Yeah, went check call on the flop, Nick. I was a bit distracted by Connect 4.
Sorry, yes, it went. It went check bet call on the flop.
Okay, so this will play as check call then. If it had been check on the flop, I think Shemian could have done something really tricky. You know what? He's still going for raising chips because he's the best.
Yep, so check bet call on the flop, bet turn, and now a raise. The initial bet from Josh here was 15,500, raised to 46,500 total for Ollie Shemian.
And this is very cool, actually, because I think if Jaros had better than ace queen, something like pocket jacks, pocket sixes, queen jack, would probably just play this as a call to this raise. So if he were to shove, you would expect it to be maybe something like a king 10 of spades and the like, and you can make this create a really big pot with just one pair. Jaros is really in it right now because this looks like, you know, sixes or threes or queen jack. Ugh.
I mean, folding to Ollie Shemian when he check raises the turn here feels like such a bad prospect. King Queen is so strong on this board as well. This is brutal. Wow. He does extremely well to get away from it there.
Anywho, we have got a set of nines here for Itzal, and Patrick Jarosz is betting into him with a pair of fours. A reminder of the pre-flop action. Itzal open to 5k, Jarosz 3-bet to 15k. So this is a continuation bet with less than 1% equity. And an understandable raise from Itzal with second set.
Well, he got away from top pair, second nut kicker last hand. Certainly bottom pair. We can just start the next hand.
Nope. Sticking around. Hanging around, hanging around.
Yeah. Turn card is the 5 of spades. Jarosz now officially drawing dead.
First time chatter Fred over on Twitch that says, why is he raising LMAO? To get more value, to win more chips, to get called by ace-4 of spades. Oh, what?
It's all in, and it's all in to call for Jarosz. Neither player had pot by the time we got to the turn.
Now, if Jarosz puts him on a club draw or a straight draw, he's still not a nice prospect. I'm not saying that this is a hand we feel thrilled about because we have a read or whatever, but it is a prospect. It is a possibility.
Yeah, and I think that the reason why that prospect is there is because you would anticipate with a hand as strong as pocket nines that would just call the C-bet after the 3-bet pre, right? You would expect to see some more trapping. You also block pocket fours with the ace-4, so that kind of, you know, it doesn't eliminate, but it makes it much less likely. It's pocket fours, so actually you expect a lot of the hands that are check raise shoving to be more king jack of clubs type combos.
Yeah.
Maybe something like, you know, a king 10 of clubs, ace 3 of clubs. So I think that's the, you know, there is method to the madness of Jarosz finding himself facing a 70% pot shove on the turn, drawing dead. But this would be a catastrophic call here if he's hoping to be up against the big draw.
Jarosh is also coming off that fresh spot against Ole Shemian just now. Perhaps feeling like, you know, a little bit discouraged by that encounter. Feeling kind of brave to try and make some hero calls now, but we can see it's not good at all.
Yeah, I think the problem is you know, Ole would be more capable of making a play, I think, than Eichel.
I agree.
But, you know, Eichel's probably not going to have king, queen, jack, queen 10 here, right? Those are going to play often check calls on the flop. So if you're just stuck between, and yeah, he is going to pull it off drawing dead.
Oh my word, makes the hero call and is wrong, and there is no card he can hit on the river that saves him. Patrick Jarosz eliminated from the EPC Prague main event. And that's going to take us...
Disappointed, but...
Oh, he made 2 pair on the river, but, you know, yay. We're down to 247 players.
Of course.
A reminder, 183 will get paid. We will be going hand for hand a bit later on this evening. And
so we've got a raise from Shemia with 10-8 suited under the gun. Danchev with a dominating 8, dominating another suit, which is clubs. 2 clubs on the flop and a straight draw, but it's a flopped joint for Shemian.
This is very spicy. Joe asked for action, and here it comes.
It's too late. We already fired these guys. No matter what they do here, they're not coming back.
This is an absurd flop.
Yeah, this is nasty. Danchev probably wants to start putting chips in now to the tune of half pot, perhaps.
Looks like
4.
Looks like a half of half pot.
Half of half pot.
No.
Yeah, but knowing Danchev, I mean, he's not going to be putting in a third bet on this flop. Probably just be calling the big raise.
There's the raise.
But you're gonna be
Is it to 13,000? 18,000.
I don't want it anymore. It's a too high price.
Yeah, but your butt is gonna be grateful.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you say your butt is going to be grateful?
I think he did. Something to do with being on the feature table.
Well, now you've got my attention.
We all are going to be on the same table, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's fun.
All right, we're not folding the straighty flushy draw, of course.
Surely not, but this pot got a lot more interesting for both players. Danchev turns the nut flush and a straight flush draw.
How much more does he want?
Street flash.
Street flash potential, Griffin. Absolutely right.
Shemian, I mean, still has the best straight, but this has to look like a pretty bad card for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's thinking about what he could even really get value from where to bet here.
Right.
Based on the action so far. You know, if he is up against 2 queens, probably just going to get folds on the turn. You don't want to inflate the pot the times you are up against a flush. And when you're up against a dry 8, you know, it's okay to just sort of check this and then just get one more street of value.
Can I have 1 blue chip?
Later.
And Chev is not going to miss the opportunity to start piling. 52K in the middle, that's 19,000 chips.
Not nice. No good. No good.
Yeah, it's an interesting sizing because it's not that sort of big polarizing, I either have a flush or some sort of bluff here. It looks more like a sort of a blocky bet that can sort of get continues from a wide range.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, jack. How big of a straight do you want there, Joe?
Yeah, isn't there a fortune bonus we were told on the 7 card straight?
At this point, I want no straights. I would rather have a total air ball.
The elusive 7 card straight, I'm afraid, takes precedence. Shimmying 100%. Just kidding.
Precedence, I think.
Precedence? Residence?
You said presidents. It just,
Presidents?
Then you have thinking, okay, well, I have an 8 in hand. I got check raise on the flop. It's probably something like a 2 pair. Is there anything? What can I bet to even get called by that? And if my opponent does have an 8, I don't want to bet too much to maybe get him to fold because of my flush.
That is a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be 80,000.
Cacao, 80K. KDA.
Brutal spot for Shimmy in here.
Yeah, and let's talk about what this, 85% pot bet is saying. It's not any old 8 that Shemion is beating with this higher straight. It's going to be flushes, and then the bluffs are going to be like ace 10, ace of clubs, which would see bet on the flop and take and take a card on the check raise. And Ole sees it. He's like, I feel like I'm just going to be up against a flush so often here, but I flop the bloody nuts.
Does pay it off.
Yeah.
And is going to feel the pain.
Could have been a massive one on the phone. Huh? Could have been a massive one on the phone.
It's still pretty big, my dude.
Something like that. When you call it.
Danchev picks up a $250,000 chip pot, profiting 128,000 of those chips.
Lines are now 25 and 50. King 10 for Dominic Panka.
This Panka kid may in fact be the early stages of Skynet.
He raises from under the gun +2. Makes it 115,000. Action folded around to Mike McDonald in the small blind. Pocket nines.
Mike probably doesn't want to play a huge pot with 9 super deep and out of position.
He just calls. He folds.
August 4th, 1997, Skynet goes online.
The flop is Queen, Queen 5. Mike still ahead.
Dry flop. So dry.
Mike checks to the pre-flop aggressor.
Panka's got the perfect hand to barrel with. It's one of the worst hands he can have in this spot, and there's a pretty good shot his pair outs are good.
That's a continuation bet of 140,000. And it's a bet that Mike calls.
Skynet begins to learn at a geometric rate.
The turn card, the 7 of diamonds. Mike checks a second time.
It becomes self-aware at 2:14 a.m. Eastern Time, August 9th.
Panka set to bet again with just king high. 255,000.
Timex right to be suspicious. Can he really have a queen? Can he? Nah.
Mike calls again. More than $1 million in the pot now. Jack of diamonds on the river.
If Skynet can find another barrel here, this could be a potentially very scary card for Mike McDonald.
He checks for a third time.
In a panic, they try to pull the plug. Skynet fights back.
Looks like Panka will bet again.
It's his only shot at winning this hand.
He bluffs 575,000.
It's a great bluff. This should get Mike to fold any hand that's worse than a pair of jacks.
And Mike does fold the best hand. The bluff gets through.
This kid is relentless, and he is right.
So here we go. 6-handed action at this final table. Folded around to Daniel Gamez. He's on the button with ace-5.
Take as long as you want, Daniel Gamez. I'm just going to check out the rail.
I knew you had a thing for Bryn Kenny.
Guilty.
Gamez eventually raises. Makes it 300,000. Pocket tens for Dominic Panker in the small blind.
And that was a big raise. He's probably not raising so big with a stellar hand. Maybe, though.
Panker just calls. Sham Srinivasan in the big blind has pocket jacks.
That big raise and call has put a lot of chips in the middle for Sham to be pretty happy to win this without a flop.
All in.
Re-raise all in.
Sham shoves. Gets a quick fold from Gamez.
Panker's got a call.
Call.
He does call. And he's crushed.
Come on, one time hold, man. Jacks against tens. I got the jacks.
Sham officially the player at risk here.
But it's Srinivasan domination.
27 blinds. I knew he had a pair in the small blind. That's why I jammed. I knew it. I knew he had like 9s, 8s. So I split it in. Hold. Just hold.
You know what? I knew he knew it.
Srinivasan set to double up to 5.7 million. Dominic Panker set to lose 40% of his chips, but there's a 10 in the door!
Ouch.
And it's like, it's a shot. Like, for really? For $2 million bucks? Really?
Yes. Really?
I mean, it's 1.8 million, but I get your point.
Srinivasan now has 1 foot out the door. He needs a jack on the river to survive.
A lot going on in there. I think I like this Panker kid.
It's a queen. Sham Srinivasan eliminated in 6th place.
In absolutely brutal fashion.
Just can't believe it. Off. Off. Son, real, man.
At least he's handling it well.
All in.
And Mush shoves!
Call.
And Panker snap calls, the former chip leader at risk.
Good luck. Good luck.
He didn't believe Panker. Now he's praying to the poker gods for mercy.
There's a 10 and a king.
It's Murphy's Law, I guess.
Mattis Mur now a 76% favorite to be eliminated. He needs a queen or a 10 on the river. It's a 9. Mur is out.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck.
Dominic Panker up to 14 million as we go three-handed. Mattis Mur, chip leader at the start of this final table, out in 4th for $581,000. So still $100,000 and the trophy to play for. This has been a pretty epic final table. Blinds are now 60-120 and we are sweating with chip leader Dominic Panker.
I like this kid's style. I like the way he plays. I like his tiny little teeth. Let's do this.
Queen 10 offsuit. He raises the button, makes it 250,000, gets a fold from Baron. It's Mike's big blind.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nobody said we were going to have to play against Mike McDonald.
Mike calls.
I even like Dominic's direct-to-video sunglasses.
The flop, 6-5 deuce with 2 clubs.
Well, we whiffed, but sometimes that's the best time to continue.
Mike checks. Dominic is going to continue for 280,000.
And Mike would defend his big blind pretty wide, so he'd have to call with any piece of this.
There's the call. Nearly 1.2 million in the middle. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
I was hoping the board would come something scary we could make a bluff at, or, you know, just hit one of our pairs.
Check, check. Queen of diamonds on the river. Top pair for Panker.
Cool.
Mike checks for a 3rd time.
I think we have to value bet. Could easily get called by a worse pair. Or am I sabotaging us because I kind of want Mike to be the first 2-time champion? JK, I still think we should bet.
Panker counting out a bet. The grey chip's worth 100,000 each. That is 785k total.
That is a pretty meaty bet. And this is going to be a Mo Better Meaty Meat raise.
Wow, Mike check raises to 2.5 million.
You're good. Very good.
I was going to say we should say that.
Why did you raise it so much?
All we can really beat is Mike turning a pair into a bluff or a missed flush draw.
Panka folds. Mike had deuces, he flopped a set.
Did you have it, Mike?
I'm sorry, Dom. I don't remember.
And blinds up again. 81.60 with a 20k ante. Panka, ace-9 suited on the button, raises. Isaac Barron with king-queen in the small blind.
All in or fold?
I'm all in.
He elects for the former option. Mike folds the big blind. And Panka calls.
Barron shoved knowing he was ahead of Panka's opening range. Panka called knowing he was ahead of Barron's shoving range.
Isaac, a 6-4 underdog. And it's his tournament life that's on the line here.
Barron looking to see some paint.
And Panka flops him dead.
That's pretty decisive.
Nut flush.
Great game. Great game, man. Yeah, for sure.
Always a pleasure.
Isaac Barron out in third.
Sure, the story's the next PCA champion, but hoorah for Isaac Barron, who is off the tour forever, then all of a sudden comes back and binks third for over a mill ball.
So we're down to 2. Both players looking to make history on the tour. Dominic Panka going heads up against Mike McDonald. It's Mike's button, he's first to speak. 10-7. And he raises, makes it 325,000.
Standard raising hand for heads up on the button.
8-9 suited for Dominic.
Call here would be standard as well.
There's the call.
This is what happens heads up. Ranges are blown wide open like somebody left the gas on too long and then lit the pilot light.
A 10-9-5 flop. Second pair for Panka, top pair for McDonald. Action's been checked to him.
Panka's checking to the razor, but I would imagine he's not folding to one bet.
Well, Mike's C-bet is 350,000.
You can certainly understand him calling here.
Well, those aren't calling chips. Panka check raises to $1 million.
Less understandable. His check raise is mostly only going to fold out worse hands. It's probably okay if he knows Mike has a draw, but even then, it's probably better just to call.
Mike calls the raise. And we go to the turn, which is the 6 of diamonds. Both players now with straight draws. Mike's still ahead, an 89% favorite.
Once Dominic raises the flop, he probably feels as if he needs to continue here. Kind of like when you tell your partner a lie and then you get called on it, but you got to stick with it.
That's a bet of 1.4 million.
And like most suspicious partners, Mike is not falling for it.
McDonald calls. 5.5 million in the pot. The river is an 8. That gives Mike a straight. It gives Panka 2 pair.
That card hits Panka, but in his mind, it could have hit Mike even harder.
Panka checks.
Mike should be value betting this.
He checks behind.
Interesting check back. Maybe just wants to see Panka's hand, catch him, make him admit the truth.
And that will bring about a change in the chip lead. Mike McDonald now has the lead with 16.4 million. Mike has picked up pocket 8s on the button. He raises to 400k. 10-7 offsuit for Panka in the big blind.
Again, this would be a very common hand to call and defend the big blind with.
Panka, not a fan of this calling business. He raises. It's a 3-bet to 1.2 million.
Ambitious 3-bet. Don't think it's going to get a fold. If they were shorter, Mike might shove, but they're still deeper than a Lars von Trier film.
Mike calls. He doesn't have the betting lead, but he has the best hand and he's in position. And he flops quads.
Dominic Panka about to fire dead like a zombie Alan Sugar.
Oh, that is an image I need to remove from my brain.
Did you say brains?
Panka continues for 900,000.
I'd say this is a dream spot for Mike McDonald, but most of us don't even have dreams this good. I'm banking on a smooth call from a smooth operator.
Sure enough, just a call. Better part of 4.3 million in the pot. 4 of diamonds on the turn gives Panka a no-good flush draw. He now slows down. He checks.
Maybe Panka's giving up. I don't mind it in general, and I love it here. With this board texture and Mike calling the flop, he's going to be pretty strong most of the time.
Mike bets 1.8 million. And gets a fold.
Show the quads. Come on, show it. It's good for the game. It's good for the game. All right, fine, don't.
Mike McDonald now has more than a 2-1 chip lead over Dominic Panka.
Panka starting to tanka.
It's his button. And the Polish qualifier looks down at pocket nines. Should point out that Mike also won his seat online. In fact, he was the first player to qualify for this year's PCA main event. King Jack in the big blind, facing a raise to 400,000. Mike responds with a 3-bet.
Dicey 3-bet with stack sizes. If Mike gets shoved on, he's rarely in good shape.
He does get shoved on.
Maybe he was 3-betting to induce a light shove?
Call.
Mike calls! It's a race, and if Mike wins this flip, he'll win the PCA main event and become the first player with 2 EPT titles.
Good luck.
Good luck.
King Jack runs down nines. It is over.
Nines holding on the flop.
Cringy flop for King Jack.
Panka the big favorite now.
That would finally be true.
We know Panka runs real good in races. He flips like a Romanian gymnast.
Mike McDonald has 6 outs.
King for the sweat.
If it's a king or a jack on the river, McDonald has done the double. It's a deuce. Panka doubles up and takes the chip lead.
And it starts all over again.
So close, yet so far. Right now, Dominic Panka has a big chip lead over Mike McDonald. He's first to speak. He has ace-deuce.
Pretty good hand, heads up.
Here comes the raise.
Raise it.
$500,000. Mike has 7-4 suited.
Definitely a hand he can call with, even though he's short. He can most certainly see a flop with this hand if he likes.
All in.
McDonald shoves!
Or he can see all 5 cards, maybe.
Can't please, but...
I think this would actually be a loose call, given what Mike's shoving range should be. His range is mostly better aces and pairs. Ace-deuce not doing well against those hands.
Call. Call.
Panka calls!
Sorry, didn't mean to...
Pardon me?
Didn't mean to slow.
No, that's perfectly fine.
This could be it. It's pretty much a flip. And if Panka wins, he is the 2014 PCA champion.
Come on, you better be a lucky dealer.
Technically, it'll be lucky for someone.
Jack 5 deuce. Panka now a 3-1 favorite.
Big whiff for Mikey. Lump in throat time.
McDonald looking for a 7 or a 4. There's a 7!
Wow, 7 of hearts.
Well played.
No joking. Do something better.
Play on, players.
Do something better.
Mike set for a double up unless the river card is an ace or a deuce.
Deuce.
It's an ace!
Congratulations.
Dominic Panka is the first ever Polish winner on the tour.
Congrats, Dominic, but I am just gutted for Mike McDonald.
And Panka now #1 on Poland's all-time money list.
Really sick start to this kid's career. Handled himself like he's been there dozens of times before.
Blinds 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Action folded to Mikkel Nielsen, who's got aces.
I just want to let you know, we're all counting on you.
He raises to 80k. Andrea Dato has 8-10 suited. He folds. Ace-king suited for Panka.
Things are about to get pretty rank for Dominic Panka. Do you know it's actually harder to get dealt ace-king suited than it is to get dealt aces? It's kind of messed up.
Here comes a 3-bet. Panka re-raises to 190,000. Kirill Radzivinou folds the small blind. Andre Letau in the big blind. Also passes. Back on Nielsen.
Folks aren't folding much in position, so I would suspect we're going to see a 4-bet.
He makes it 310,000.
4-bet's a little small, but I don't think it's going to matter.
All in.
Panka shoves.
Call.
And Nielsen calls. Panka at risk and behind.
Last time I saw a cooler this big, Rocky was punching meat in it.
Here comes the flop. 2 hearts on board.
Dominic Panka. So good.
He now has 9 outs. And that's one of them!
Me. Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
Nielsen's not drawing dead. With an ace or 6 on the river, he'll make a full house. No.
Must be nice.
That hand was the worst thing to happen to a Nielsen since Dracula Dead and Loving It.
Dominic Panka doubles up to over 2.6 million. Mikhail Nielsen down to 1.6 million. Back at the feature table, blinds 25.50. Andrea Dato folds under the gun. Dominic Panka, who did the dirty on Nielsen, has ace-queen of diamonds.
Hope you're happy with yourself, Panka.
He raises to 100k.
Probably gonna crack aces again with this hand.
Radzivinou folds. Letau is out. Gerald Karlik in the small blind has ace-king of clubs.
Like a good ratatouille, it's time to throw a little Karlik in this pot.
This is a 3-bet to 260,000. Popov folds the big blind. It's back on Panka.
He's not folding.
All in.
He shoves.
Makes sense.
And gets called.
Once again, this is just kind of coolery. Can Dominic deliver another brutal suck out?
Karlik is officially the player at risk. Well, that's a fine and dandy flop for his ace-king. He's set for a double up here. Dominic Panka only has 2 outs. Karlik just has to fade a queen on the river. Oh, it's a queen!
Dominic Panka not making a lot of friends today. Karlik and Nielsen are going to start a support group.
He does it again! Another brutal suck out.
Good luck.
And this one sends Gerald Karlik to the rail in 18th place.
I feel so bad I can't even do another garlic pun. Stinks.
Back at the main feature table, we are going to play a hand from Dominic Panka's perspective. We're going to sweat with Dominic.
No, this should be easy. Just jam with any 2 cards. Kid can't miss today.
Shatilov's raised from the cutoff. Panka's got queen 10 suited on the button.
It's like when Jamie Lee Curtis dropped the Uzi down the stairs in True Lies. Just hits everything.
Panka calls in position. Popov folds the small blind. Rudoy in the big blind.
His name's Rudoy. I'm always hearing about these Rudoys in South London. Come on, bruv.
I think you mean Rude Boy. And for the record, they don't have them in Putney. So Rudoy calls as well, 3-way to the flop.
Okay, we're in position. Let's just boot up our button-suited Broadway program.
Jack 7 with only 1 spade.
Not a great flop for us.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Shatilov set to continue. 240,000.
I like a fold here, but that's because I'm a giant wuss. Shatilov isn't likely to have hit this, and if he's got two big cards, he doesn't really even have a draw, so sometimes really good players are going to float here.
Panka calls.
The big blind might have hit something.
Rudo folds. Even though he did hit something, that was probably the best hand.
Probably a good fold because his hand was vulnerable and can't really improve.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Shatilov slows down, he checks.
Well, since we were floating, now would be a good time to fire back a bit. Commence firing sequence.
Panka bluffs for 375,000.
Shatilov can call with pretty much any hand. We're going to have to fire again on the river.
Sure enough, he calls. 1.8 million in the middle. The river card is a queen. A pair for Panka.
There's actually no reason for us to fire now.
Action goes check, check.
Good check back. It's hard to get value from worse.
Shatilov had ace high.
Nice call on the turn, buddy, but guess what? We're Dominic Panka.
He gets there again, this time against Shatilov. And he's up to over 4.5 million.
Big pot, but against a late position raiser, a call here would make sense.
I call.
He does call.
I don't know how much longer this kid's hot streak can last, though. He's come from behind more often than the 1988 Jamaican bobsled team. Cool runnings, man.
Panka is way behind, but if his nines can crack Andrea's kings, he'll be our new chip leader. Save flop for Dato.
Intense stare, Riario. And I think Skynet may have downloaded a Trojan.
Panka down to 5%.
Never click yes on Mac Janitor.
Andrea Dato just has to fade a 9 on the river to double up and survive. Boom.
Dominic Panka is capable of losing a hand. Maybe he's human after all. Just kidding.
He's down to 2.7 million now. Back to the main stage, where we're going to play a hand against Dominic Panka as we sweat with Mikhail Rudoy.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
So it's button versus big blind. Panka is raised. Rudoy's got 8-10.
Totally standard to call here, but against really good players, I'm not likely to call much worse than this. Sorry, I'm a fish.
He defends. And Rudoy flops top pair.
Buckle up your seatbelts. We're going for a ride. Hopefully it will be a short one unless we improve.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. Here comes a C-bet from Panka. 200,000.
Well, so far we know this ride is lasting one street. We're like TJ Hooker on the hood of a car. No choice but to hold on.
Rudoy makes the call. The turn card is a third diamond on the board. It also puts a 4-card straight out there.
Checks the play again, I like it.
And Panka checks it back.
Free card, yes!
Deuce of clubs.
Well, we can't value bet.
Rudoy checks for a third time.
There we go. How much?
Well, there's 910,000 in the middle. Panka makes it 325k.
This seems like a really bad spot to bluff, which makes me think we're not winning here, but we're getting like 4-1.
Rudoy calls. Panka has 8-6 for 2 pair.
A lot of folks are bluffing with 2 pair there, but with that sizing, he was probably going for thin value, and he got it. In the words of Mikkel Nielsen, bleeping Panka.
He's up to 3.6 million. 11 players remain. They'll continue to play down to the final 8 today. On the feature table, Hussein Ensan has 6-4 of diamonds. He raises. Ace-Jack of diamonds for Andrei Shatilov. He calls in position. Ace-9 of clubs for Dominic Panka.
Dominic could very easily shove this.
He starts this hand with 25 big blinds. And he's all in. Popov folds the big blind. Ensan's out.
That was a nice way to do that. I think for a lot of folks, this is the worst hand they'd call with.
248.
Shatilov calls.
Domination, termination. Shatilov over Skynet. Count it.
Once again, Panka needs to come from behind. A 7-7 deuce flop. So opportunities emerge for Panka. In order to survive, he will need to see an ace, king, 9, 7 or deuce on the river. But has he used up all of his run good today?
Yes.
The last remaining former champ leaves us in 11th place.
Nah, he was living on borrowed time anyway.
Good game, good luck. Good luck. Nice game. Good game.
That was 11 years ago. This is the European Poker Tour in 2025, and we are in Prague. Day 2 of the main event, the evening session about to begin. World famous bubble coverage incoming. It's James Harshkin alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Now, James, I know you said that was 11 years ago, but what I need you to know is that 11 years ago was actually only 8 years ago now.
How come?
That's just what it feels like.
Oh, you're thinking pandemic.
Yeah, it was only 8 years ago.
Yeah. So we see Terry Jordan is still tournament chip leader, and Ivan Porolyev is still the biggest stack at the feature table. Blinds going up to 2K, 4K with a 4K big blind ante. What will likely be the last level of the day, level 15 of the main event, will play 90 minutes of poker. The only reason we would continue beyond that point would be if we have not yet burst the bubble. We then play into the following level and stop as soon as we are in the money. I think there's a very good chance that we go hand for hand and burst the bubble during 90 minutes of play. Now, a min cash, this is what they're playing for tonight, 8,350 euros. But once we go deep in this thing, once we get to the last 2 days, we're looking at really huge sums of money, with everyone making the official final table locking up a 6-figure score, and the winner of this year's EPT Prague main event earning a 7-figure score, 1,019,300 euros, and of course receiving that shiny shard, that glorious trophy that Anton Vig so desperately wants. He has an EPT title, he has an EPT trophy, but he doesn't have that trophy.
When did we make the change from his trophy to that trophy, or is it like a Mandela effect type of thing?
Oh, that's a really good question. I want to say it happened probably the better part of 10 years ago, but, you know, Anton won his EPT many years ago.
Well, that's why I was confused, because 10 years ago, as you know, was only 6 years ago.
So yes, we return from the dinner break, and still with us, live via satellite from Southern California, is Maria Ho. Hello again, Maria.
Hi, friends.
I guess our dinner break was your lunch break.
It was. I mean, I don't know how you guys could have topped last night's dinner, but what did you have?
Guys, I heard that there is
What did you tell her about last night's dinner?
I posted a photo of it, but you weren't at it.
Is that okay?
That is very
I was at dinner with you last night.
Yeah, but not the crew dinner.
Very hard to follow.
Oh.
Very, very hard.
I posted a photo of the crew dinner last night. It was a big bowl of hot dogs.
Oh.
I think they boiled them and everything.
Sorry, I missed that.
How difficult is it?
Everybody got a straw for a little sip of hot dog water.
Tonight was an Asian beef stew, Maria, served with rice.
It was good.
It was edible. There was a slice of apple pie for dessert, which disgustingly was not served with cream or ice cream, which was a disgrace in my opinion.
Wow. Unbelievable.
But at least you got a Coke Zero, Joe. Oh, no, wait.
I was provided with the nutrients I needed to continue my day. Took me a second. I'm learning how to speak politically through Maria.
So we're sticking with the same feature table for the last level of the day. 192 remain. The bubble is 184. That bubble bursts. It pops when the 184th player is eliminated, because that means everyone else is then in the money.
I've never thought about how ironic that is, it bursting. Maybe I shouldn't have.
Now you can't stop thinking about it, and now we have a whole 90 minutes of you thinking about it.
Yeah, it better burst soon. I don't know if I can handle it if this bubble doesn't burst. All my chips are turning blue.
So small blind versus big blind, a raise and a call, 9-3 versus king 10, and of course it's the 9-3 that flops best.
Yeah, was definitely taking an aggressive line here with close to bottom of range, but his opponent had a hand that he can call within the big blind and does turn a better pair now.
Yes.
So, a little justice.
Oh dear. Checks when he's ahead, bets when he's behind.
Yo, why is there somebody in my Twitch chat asking for a password?
They're trying to hack into your account.
Oh, well, they could have just pretended to be Liam Neeson. I'm currently speaking with him on Facebook.
You're trying to bail out his new production, right? They need like $100 now, otherwise they can't finish filming.
Yeah, and they needed an Apple gift cards. It's for Naked Gun 2.
I don't feel like this is a tough river bet for Sokolovsky after it got checked to him, but apparently he does decide to check back. No value, but I guess a little bit of info with seeing what his opponent was willing to raise with out of the small blind. You know, heading into this bubble that has yet to burst, I feel like we should talk a little bit about what we spoke about the last level, James, how this chip distribution at this table is very interesting because, as you had mentioned, same thing as last level, only one player above average stack.
That is true.
And that is Preliev.
Yeah.
And so I think with this type of distribution, he's in prime position, right, to start opening pretty liberally. It's gonna be hard for the 25, 35 big blind stacks to play back at him too much. They're not gonna be able to find too many light 3-bets against him. You know, definitely there's a couple of short stacks that are just praying to be able to hang on to make it into the money. And so that should create kind of this opening for the table chip leader to really step up the aggression and to chip up really, really nicely during this level. And, you know, we've already seen a little bit of aggression from Preliev. You know, we saw a 3-bet from him with ace deuce getting 9s to fold from under the gun. You know, we've seen that he's willing to get in there and willing to be out of line, but I definitely think that if he recognizes this situation with the chips the way that they are, I would think that he's going to amp it up quite a bit.
For sure. So average stack right now is 191k, and yeah, Proliev's got 283k.
Nobody else is average.
Absolutely. So Anton Vig, for example, is the second biggest stack of the table, and he's got less than 160k. So it is all about Proliev versus everyone else. Two shorties at the table as well, by the way. Zakaridis and Fan, both sub 10 big blind stacks, both in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Yeah, and even though Anton's second in chips, he has the worst seat position with Preliev to his direct left. So, again, may or may not be able to find a lot of unreasonably wide opens because of that.
So Vigor's opened here with King 10. Sokolovsky, Jack Deuce offsuit in the small blind. Sokolovsky hovering around the 30 big blind mark is going to fold here. And still 192 players remaining. So we're still 9 off the money. That smile from fan says I'm folding.
Let's give him a minute.
There is the eventual fold. Yes, indeed. So Terry Jordan, we established, is tournament chip leader right now. And we saw as we came back from dinner break, he started this level with 985K. He has already crossed the 1 million mark. I believe he's the first player in the tournament to move over 1 million in chips.
250 big blinds?
Yeah. His closest rival is Ricardo Pinto, and Ricardo is one of our Gold Pass winners. He is using a Gold Pass to play this event. He's got around 58K in total live earnings. I'm not saying for 1 second that 58K isn't a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not someone with a ton of tournament pedigree. Action has been forwarded to the table chip leader, who's picked up aces. Has raised it to 8,000. We are at the 2-4 blind level.
It almost feels like not a great time to pick up aces because you don't expect your opponents to be playing back at you too much when we're kind of nearing the bubble. You expect that unless it's a cooler, you'll probably maybe get the big blind to defend. But even so, okay, the eights off of 113K has some potential.
Yep.
But again, you know, just sub 30 bigs here.
Oh, Sokolovsky. What are you going to do with eights here? He's going to call. Steel Pen Pirate, I'll address your point after this hand. Threes for fan in the small blind. Remember, he is playing 8 bigs.
Sorry, is he a fan or is he not a fan?
Of threes, not a fan in this spot.
I think he is a fan.
I don't know what you can do here other than fold.
You can quadruple up. You're not going to make it anyway.
And now we have...
What happened to poker players having guts? Huh? What happened to poker players?
Well, let's see if Alessandro Righetti's got guts and decides to squeeze here with King Queen.
Yeah, I feel like given the stage of the tournament, could be a little ill-advised. We have seen him make some squeeze plays in the last level, but again, I think just recognizing the situation, he might not take this spot. Yeah, just gonna flat here.
And that means
but you know, he definitely thought about it.
Plenty of squeaking going on in the background. Hashtag embrace the squeak. And unluckily for Righetti, he has flopped top pair.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate because the benefit of picking up aces as the table chip leader at this stage is that you might not get a lot of credit. I don't know if I love this check, though, by Paroliev. I feel like it's such a dry texture as the pre-flop aggressor, as the table chip leader. You're probably going to be expected to be c-betting this with or without a hand, and I think he lost out on quite a bit of action because the eights probably would have maybe called the C1 not knowing what Righetti was going to do behind him, and then you could have gotten Righetti in there as well on the flop, obviously, and just seems like a missed opportunity there, especially multi-way.
So here comes the turn lead from Righetti. 16,000.
Going to go from having 25 big blinds on the bubble to having probably 15, maybe less, maybe broke. I guess that's the good news. You don't have to be short stacked on the bubble if you go broke here.
That's an interesting silver lining. Sokolovsky gets out of the way and we are going heads up to the river. And that river card is a king. And Rigetti improves, in inverted commas, to 2-pair, but is losing to aces and sixes.
He may not have to be short stacked on the bubble. Oh, goodness gracious.
62K in the pot. Rigetti the effective stack with 80 behind.
Yeah, and Rigetti doesn't expect Paroliev to have a lot of 6x here, even if he were to be opening pretty wide as the table chip leader. But, you know, that's why this card definitely gets him in a bit of trouble, feeling like, how can he not have the best hand with kings and queens here when the flop goes checked around?
It's just such a shame because Rigetti is an anagram for tight is right.
23,000 he has bet, leaving himself 57 behind. I mean, I guess there's a chance Paroliev just calls.
I mean, there's always a chance that the big blind shows up here with trip sixes, right? But also you are beating quite a bit of value, but
wow,
I
does
guess
just call.
does get saved.
But it's going to leave Rigetti with around 15 bigs, as you predicted, Joe. And I wanted to just quickly address these comments from Steel Pen Pirate, who was assuming that the shot clock would be introduced at the start of the bubble level, because bubble tanking is bad for the viewing experience. There was a time, and bear in mind, shot clocks have been around in poker now for about 5 or 6 years, or to use your math, Joe,
2 years.
3 years. Oh, as we see Cesar Garcia exit the arena, we have had an elimination, a few eliminations since we came back from break. We're down to 189 now. The bubble's gone red because we're only 6 away from making the money. But yet, when we first experimented with running the shot clock in an EPT main, it was introduced before the bubble, and guess what? It makes the situation worse. If you give people 30 seconds pre-flop on every decision, they use that full 30 seconds every single time. It actually went slower with a shot clock than without, which is why now the shot clock is not introduced until day 3 when we're in the money. It's based on experience, it's based on results rather than anything else.
That's some great PR spin from James, but you really want to know what it is, Maria? Is the line at the border is very long if you're not from the EU, and Bernie the Lizard does not, his papers are dodgy at best. He has been in line, the Lizard line at Prague International Airport stretched all the way to the Rozvadov International Airport. That is the problem, and that's why Bernie will not be here until tomorrow.
By the way, Bernie the Lizard has become such a legend in poker that the Sprags named their baby after this lizard.
I got to hold Bernie the baby over the weekend.
No one holds Bernie the Lizard, though.
Well, not since the lawsuit.
Yantzis has opened here with King 10. Sokolovsky deciding what's doing the cutoff with Ace 9. Yes, Dr. Steal Your Face. You are here in time for world-famous bubble coverage. The bubble is on your screen. 184 is the number. 184 is when we go hand for hand. 183 is when players start getting paid.
Yeah, and of course you expect Fan to be stalling here. You know, feels like it's doable, it's attainable, it's in sight. We've seen people, you know, make it into the money with far less than 8 bigs.
It's probably the harder for Ding Fan than anyone else at the table. Harder for him to watch what Rigetti just did with his 25 big blinds. You're just like, oh man, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that hand would have played out a lot differently had Poroliev decided to bet the flop, but either way, Rigetti should be counting his lucky stars.
His lucky PokerStars.
Mm-hmm.
Another player eliminated. Inan Yildiz gone in 189th place. We're down to 188. Five more eliminations and everyone's locked up a min cash.
Do we know what the total prize pool is yet?
5,936,400 euros.
Do we know what the min cash is yet?
8,350 euros.
All right. I'm gonna double check those. Don't think I'm just gonna.
Sure. Well, Poroliev with another premium. Ace King has opened to 8K.
Yeah, we really haven't had a chance to see how out of line he's willing to get with his pre-flop opens, considering he's just had big hands so far.
Poroliev only gets big hands. Doesn't get to show any creativity. Poroliev only has him dominated.
Well, it's been folded to Ding Fan, who will take his time to fold 5-4.
This poor guy. Can we get Ding Fan a hand?
The thing is, I'm not even sure if he really wants a hand because he doesn't have much fold equity.
No.
And it feels like you just rather not have to be all in and at risk. You'd rather just hope to stall enough to be in the money at this stage.
I want him to have a hand.
Chip stack, not great.
I'm sorry, Maria. I'm sorry for stepping on that. I want him to have.
Okay.
I want him to have a hand so that way, when he takes a long time to think about folding, it at least is believable.
Okay, around to Anton Vig in the big blind, who has ace-3. And he's going to defend.
Ooh.
Pair of threes and a wheel draw for Anton.
That rotates.
It is.
It dominates.
Domination rotation. Went check, check on the flop. Check, check on the turn. And now, everyone is loving the outcome of this hand. And Maria, you you go immediately. We'll wait for you, but you go immediately.
Okay, that's what I did when it was just me and Stapes, and he jumped the gun a bit, but I'm glad that you're back to restore order, James.
I wish I could describe the face he's making right now. I can't describe it. Rage. It's just pure rage.
I'm pretty incensed right now.
Anywho, 13,000 apiece. Gets called. The pot is divided. It's a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Almost. Almost got that.
So, what Maria said was accurate. I did jump the gun.
Okay.
But what she gave me bad instructions. She said wait the normal amount of time that you usually wait.
Okay.
And I went early. Even in addition to that, I went a little early.
Okay.
But it doubled the mistake.
Because
I did need to wait a little longer, and then I didn't wait as long as I normally do. So It was real off.
How does it feel?
We're getting 8s and 9s, by the way. What? Excuse me. What?
I'm just saying, clearly, if you think about it, when you and I were just alone, it was terrible, and you admitted to being the reason why it was awful.
Yeah,
And
but
now that
I
James
just
is back,
realized that
I'm
you're
still
also
here.
the reason it was awful.
No.
Yes, because I asked you, how do we do this? And you were very confidently told me the wrong answer. Now, I still screwed it up. Even if you had given me the right answer, I still would have messed up.
No, I think this is an accountability moment.
Oh.
I really do.
Wow.
I feel like I'm taking accountability for saying that I did screw it up.
I can't work out.
No, you're half taking accountability, which is not accountability.
I'm not taking accountability for your account.
I can't work out at this point in time whether Maria is trying to make legitimate points or is just trying to rage bait you into having a complete breakdown on air.
She is... It's working. Whatever she's doing.
I would say that if...
She's succeeding.
If the latter option is the intention, absolutely working right now, because Joe is literally out of his chair pacing up and down.
It's actually kind of embarrassing because my cable attached to my headset, I can only do 2 paces in the direction. It's a lot of spinning.
There's a lot of back and forth. Anton Vig, King 9 suited in the small blind.
All right, so I can't pronounce this name. It says that defense didn't hold up in the Nuremberg trial, Stapes. Yes, if we're playing by Nuremberg rules,
wow,
it's 100% my fault. It doesn't matter that Maria gave me the order.
I mean, bringing Nuremberg into it feels a little bit heavy, but anywho, King High was the best hand pre-flop, still the best hand post-flop, and has a monster draw.
Monster draw.
I do think that, you know, even though we've talked a little bit about how Wig could potentially be a bit handcuffed having Proliev to his left, I think the benefit here is that Wig has seen that I think Proliev does play post a bit weak. You know, it's very clear 9 high doesn't have very much showdown value yet. Proliev's not really willing to even stab at it in position when checked 2 twice. And so I think those things are things that even between not just this level, but the last level, Anton has seen a few of his hands go to showdown and recognize that, yeah, the seating arrangement is probably not preferred, but also when he gets into pots post-flop, I think he feels very comfortable navigating against Proliev post. So there's a little bit of an upside there, which is also why I think he defended ace-3, right? I think when maybe a very experienced or elite player opens under the gun at this bubble stage that has you covered, you might sometimes just fold the ace-3 offsuit from the big blind. But Anton just didn't really have a problem defending it because, again, I think he feels very strong in his post-flop abilities, especially against this particular opponent.
Maria, I think that's great analysis. Would you mind analyzing? Would you mind analyzing this comment from YouTube from Steel Pen Pirate, who says, well, someone teed him up by saying, get Joe a big hamster wheel. And then he says, some of his commentary is like he is on a hamster wheel. Can you break that down for me? Can you explain that one to me?
Is the implication that you're out of breath?
I'm out of breath, or that my poop is next to me?
Go around in circles?
I don't know. I've got a bit. I don't even have a water bottle here. I'm not really sure. Yeah, James has got one, but
mine is like the water bottle you give a hamster. It's even got it's even got a little thing on it. Like,
I mean, that wasn't fake, guys. He really chugged a bunch of water there.
Down to 187, by the way. We join this hand.
I'm just surprised Stapes hasn't banned anybody yet in the last, between, I don't know, 60 minutes of commentary, I guess now, last 45 and then 15 here. Are you feeling okay?
I kind of forgot I could do it. I think part of the problem, Maria, is that my heart isn't in it. Like, I'm not that angry of a person at the moment.
Just keep rage basing and we'll get him there.
Yeah. You are in your lover boy era right now.
Yeah,
Sid,
exactly.
So I get it. I get it.
It's just all birds and poetry right now.
To quote the poet Shaggy, Mr. Lover Lover.
Oh, follow-up is that it was a comment to me going around in circles.
That was my read.
Right, but that's not what a hamster on a wheel does. The hamster on a wheel stays in place.
The circle moves.
Yeah.
It's actually not a bad thing.
A dog chasing its own.
Like
Fair.
a speaker with like a few soundtracks to bring to the poker tournament.
Yeah.
That's like a nice thing to custom make, you know? Like,
Oh, please, look. Molto bella.
We want waiter. How we want to get a waiter?
yeah, I would love on this one.
Water, waiter, something.
A waiter with water.
Yeah. How to play without phones.
Yes.
Okay.
We should put one of those big hamster bottles next to the stage.
Oh,
Wave your
yeah.
wand and you'll get one.
They are far, they cannot see.
Let's see. Should I play this hand? Let me call the home office. They said no.
Jack do suited for Rigetti. King 5 of clubs for the Castro.
Should I play this hand? Not really sure. Qualified for 25 euros. No incentive to stall. Carry the 1. He is playing it. Oh my goodness.
He is. He's going to open.
I take it all back.
The Castro playing a sub 25 big blind stack, opens to 8K. And it's rounds the blinds.
I take it all back.
Service. There we go.
This could be a crucial steal.
He's like, no, I don't want to be on TV.
He said no.
They're not allowed. I don't know.
Don't we generally ask that they talk to the stage manager and then the stage manager talks to the waiter?
What normally happens, yeah. Sometimes they go rogue.
I hope our stage manager's okay. Usually pretty on it.
That's right. You can.
Kakatsas.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am surprised to see Castro take this open spot. You know, I would have thought he was going to fold two, just considering he had, you know, two big stacks behind him in Wig and Pareliev. And also he's raising into a pretty decent stack, right? The third largest chip stack at the table. If he was raising into a really short stack where it's almost guaranteed that they're going to fold, I could definitely see that being a little bit better of a spot here. Just really lucky that he had his opponent dominated and flops apiece.
Yeah, just asking for two more waters, please.
More water, please.
2.
Huge relief to raise with this hand, get called, and flop top pair somehow. And it's going to be a huge relief to get a fold on this flop.
Yeah, the qualifier a little bit fearless here with that open.
It's on the house.
Rake back is coming.
Another elimination to tell you about. Looks like we're down to 186 players because Christos Argyrides has just been eliminated. That means we are now 2 away from going hand for hand, 2 away from the pure bubble, 3 away from being in the money.
Hey, look at that. We got him up there.
Of course, the tournament staff do reserve the right to go hand for hand early if they feel that the stalling is getting too egregious. Oh, what is Fan meant to do here with tens, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things, like I said, he almost doesn't want a hand because, you know, he doesn't want to be at risk.
If you
but,
were staying here, you would say the same thing. Just to make sure.
Got to do it.
He's so uncomfortable. Look at him. He hates it, but he knows he has to.
It's the aces of number cards. You got to get it in.
That's true. Never thought of it that way. I do love tens.
Now every single player here can make him sweat.
Wait,
Can I get a count? Everyone should ask for a count.
I mean, the good news is, again, because of the chip distribution at this particular table, it's not nothing for most of these players to call. You know, for some of the shorter stacks, it's half their stack. For the middling stacks, it's like a third of their stack. It's not comfortable, which provides him a little bit more fold equity because of that.
Paroliev
Cruel moment.
should have just called without looking.
Cruel moment.
Argyrides can't even make the full call, does fold, gets away from the worst of it.
Okay, so we've got that's us in the small blind with Queen 9.
Later.
And Sokolovsky in the big blind with 10-7.
That's how you learn the check raise too. Very quick to pick it up.
Which one?
The 7-3 check raise.
Ah, the 7-3.
Fan cools down.
You're still was good.
That's a semi-bluff, semi-bluff.
Yeah.
Sigh of relief.
Of course. Of course, semi-bluff.
That's a semi-bluff. Bought yourself another round.
Quanto già Saddam?
Saddam lo frulla, penso. Lo frulla, no?
Dici?
Penso.
How much do you have? 100? 100?
How much I have? The second one, 85, 90 something.
Yeah, same, buddy.
95.
Now 35 minutes into this level. Blinds 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K big blind ante. Online qualifier. Pietro Nicastro, 5-4 off.
Not this time.
Nope.
All right, well, let's follow the chip leader. Oh, come on, man.
Oh,
We want to see what he's going to do with the not premium.
Wow.
What are you going to do with Jack 5?
Please finish the hand you run and stop. If you get an all-in call in
Oh.
freeze the action.
Something's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Relax, everybody.
something is happening.
Something else is happening.
There's a button call from the nines. Meanwhile, confirmation that the clock has been paused and dealers have been told to hold the deal, so we'll get clarification on what's happening once this hand is concluded.
I am all for a little. Like, we gotta make it exciting somehow.
100k. 25x.
I mean, they had this survey at the beginning of this year, or like at the beginning of the main, if we should have a shot clock. And I'm like, yes, of course.
You mean during all tournaments?
Well, I mean, they should like just having a shot clock is obviously like amazing.
But from start, you mean?
But from start, and then like I would leave it up to the dealers to say, as soon as you feel like someone is like too much, you give them one warning, and then the second one is like your shot clock is half. Yeah. And then like the next
Putting
time,
a lot of
it's
power in
gonna
the
be
dealer's
5.
hand.
Because then like it's fair. Like I just want it to be fair for everybody.
Yeah.
And it sucks when it's like this prisoner's dilemma. Everybody has to do it.
Yeah.
Some guys, they're like. But if everybody has to do the same thing, then there's no discussion. And it's okay,
Well,
let's play the game.
When I say power, by the way, I mean power and responsibility.
Sure. I mean, first of all, I don't think you need to introduce a shot clock at the start of the World Series main event. I think you could introduce it during the mid to late stages, fine. Doesn't need to be there from the start. And giving autonomy and power to the dealers in the World Series main event is an atrocious idea.
They know. They've seen it a million times.
Well, here, yes. In some places, no.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know how I feel about this raise from Katzis either. I think, again, just given the stage of the tournament you're in, sure, you might want to clarify your situation a bit and see what Korolev does and how he reacts to a raise on this flop. But again, you know, you have such a good hand where it benefits a lot to just be able to call down in position, and that I'm not so sure you want to be bloating the pot against one of the few stacks that have you covered.
Did you hear what Maria just
Which is
said?
unfortunate. It was probably like.
It was a fancy
really
way of saying
excited
that
to do a great job.
raising to find out where you're at is kind of coming back. I knew it. I knew it would be back.
Yeah. First day at the office. Come in.
By the way, Gakatsa is keeping up the aggression. Somehow hasn't gotten aces to fold yet. And does not have a super duper stack to pot ratio as the river fills up Oroliev.
Hello, Barry Green.
I mean, now he's got too much of it. He can't even get paid. Poor Oliev.
I mean, that face just says it all. He thinks he got rivered, but actually he just got very lucky that pot was not bigger. And it's a very small size on the river to, quote unquote, look him up, or, you know, just a crying call basically, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to make it. Again, I think that raise size also on the flop from Katzis didn't exactly define the continuing range of Korolev, because the raise size on the flop was pretty small. You know, if he raised a little bit bigger and Korolev continued, then I think, you know, it gives Korolev's hand a lot more, you know, it's going to contain a lot of the stronger hands, but a lot of the ace-X would probably bet call against a raise size of what it was, which is I think 2.4x maybe on the flop. And so because of that, it just feels like you almost want to just call to see it, because it's not that much, but it's also quite a bit of your stack, but you've invested a lot already, considering you raised the flop and you bet the turn. But you obviously hate that river.
I think we can just focus on the fact that at this stage, this hand, what a cooler. What a cooler.
Do you have the discipline to just let this one go, even though you've invested quite a bit?
In the words of Maria Ho, as played.
Confirmation that we did lose a player and we're down to 185, and the staff confirming that we're going hand for hand at 185.
Yeah, he did call to see it.
Well, he gets to see it.
He's insane. That's insane, yeah. How many aces do you have?
So here's the question: who did we lose in 186th place? Answer: Umberto Ruggieri.
No way.
That's how we got down to 185, and we are now going hand for hand. 2 away from the money.
EBT main event dealers, please finish.
Ruggieri got rugged.
Main event dealers, please deal 1 hand down.
Here we go, first hand of hand-for-hand play. Tech asks, is there a prize for the stone bubble? No, that's the whole point of the bubble. They're the last person to leave with nothing. You don't really get bubble savers or consolation prizes for people who go out in the bubble in EPT main events.
It's a paradox. You can't have a prize for the stone bubble.
Well, you just move it by 1 spot if you do.
Right, so it's no longer the stone bubble. It's impossible. It's like clean coal.
How much you start with?
93.
Interestingly, we didn't get the speech. Normally players get told to stay in their seats. No getting your steps in.
You know what? It's weird because, like, James is constantly pitting me and Maria against each other, but I think he takes more shots at her than I do.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not let me live that one down, even though Kenny Hallard said it was okay.
Well, you know that we recognize Kenny Hallard as the czar of poker etiquette here on Team PokerStars. Look at Rigetti. Already irritated with this 2-spade heel flop. He looked like that Ben Affleck smoking meme for a second. Yeah, he's just like...
Not the flop Rigetti was looking for. Pretty solid flop for Katsis.
You're not getting a showdown for cheap, buddy. No matter how long you wait to check.
Bet 5,000.
I assume you're going to handle this comment from DQ'd.
Yeah.
After the hand.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
Okay.
I'd spotted it.
Because I'm just, everyone's coming at me today.
Not coming at you. This is basically someone having exactly the same idea that you had about 6 years ago. Actually, 4 years ago. Did Rigetti just raise?
Yeah, I think he feels like this flop favors him in the big blind a little bit more, but I don't necessarily agree because at this stage of the tournament, again, you know, we're basically about to, you know, be on the bubble very shortly. I mean, it doesn't make sense that you're going to be defending as wide from the big blind as you would, especially off of a shorter stack, right? You're not really going to be in there, even with 3-4 suited or 3-6 suited. Those hands are probably just going to fold, even though they might have defended at an earlier point with maybe a slightly bigger stack. But you know, just doesn't really, yeah, just doesn't really make sense to pick this time to go for it. I think, yeah, you're just better off. Even if you were like, even if it worked, I still don't necessarily think that.
I can only think of one reason why I would play this way on the bubble, and that's if I oversold.
So DQ'd question on Twitch was, have they ever done a big tournament with a gradual bubble to avoid this stuff? Like, the prizes just start at $100 or whatever, and at some point they ramp up to break even, and then eventually you'd get to a point where you're making a profit. So Joe, you pitched the bubble-less tournament several years ago.
I did, yes, where you automatically start off in the money, and it's basically exactly as described here. But then I realized that there's only one way to have a tournament that would have no stalling whatsoever. It's a bubble-less tournament, but the prizes are randomized.
Yep. Just like in a mystery bounty. So for
Except
example,
every prize is randomized.
So basically, you get the number that you eliminated. So say, for example, you go out in 183rd place. You get a card that says 183, and then once the tournament is over, the prizes are all then determined.
That's right. So you might win first place money finishing 183rd place. Trust me, this tournament will be over so fast. If you got something to do that day, 5 days, don't need it.
Yeah.
It would probably only take 4 days.
Double checking how many hands we still have in progress.
Not 1 minute of stalling.
Any all-ins out there? Also, the idea of the bubble-less tournament is everyone gets a flag on Hendon Mob. Everyone gets a cash.
Another plus to it.
We still haven't done that heads-up battle so that we can be 1 and 2 on the all-time money list.
Lambaroo says, so basically lottery but playing poker in between? No. No, that's not what it is.
And it was good.
Idiot.
And you won. I mean, otherwise I would That's why I know you called, but you just spending time. It's no payer call, my friend. No payer call.
So next hand. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, Maria, but Joe and I are going to play a poker tournament which has a $100 billion buy-in.
That's right.
And what we're going to do is we're going to chop it.
Yep.
So we cash for $100 billion each, and we are automatically 1 and 2 on the all-time money list.
50 billion each. 50 billion each.
No, it's $100 billion.
100 billion each. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Man, I was shorted you by 50 billion.
Please don't short me by 50 billion. You know, I've got to think about my retirement.
I mean, would you guys be willing? I want to get in on this. Can we just chop it, play three-handed, chop it 3 ways, and we all are still 1, 2, and 3?
I don't know.
Yeah, but the problem is you've already got several million. So once they add that,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
automatically going to be number 1.
You would have to take
Okay, then we don't
less
have
than
to-
third place money.
Yeah, I'll take. Okay. I would do that just to be on, you know, the top 3.
Now, here's the thing. I was a little critical of Rigetti here on the bubble. I really love this move with kings. I think this is one of the best ways to play them. And I think he did a great job of sort of creating an image during this bubble that he can maybe get some action on these kings.
I wish every time I created an image at the table, I woke up with kings the next day to capitalize off of my image. That's a part of the game that it's a little bit harder to plan for.
Plan A is to get there. Didn't you tell me that?
Did I?
I wrote it down on a Post-it
Maybe
note
that's something
like 2 hours ago. It was pick up equity on the turn.
Right. Well, right. Like plan A, get there with the caveat of like get there when you are aggressive in the hand and you have equity.
So we are hearing, and I don't think it will surprise you to learn that it's that table over there with like every camera in the room around it. At table 4, there is an all-in and a call.
You're rooting for me, right?
Player at risk is Severi Palmu, the player in seat 8. Palmu is all in and at risk against Ryan Mandara in seat number 4.
The Mandara effect.
And of course, we're waiting for all hands at other tables to conclude before the cards are flipped over and the board is dealt.
I've been lucky today, though. Me too.
Looks like it's Glenn running the bubble today, so he'll make his way over to the table and call out the action. We're just checking how many hands, or rather how many tables, still have hands in progress.
Crocker22 says, but then everyone would have the same EV, making the tournament pointless. Again, counterpoint, no.
Well, what about this argument from Simon Lynch 5191? Where would the incentive be to play a 4 to 5 day tournament if the first bust gets first place prize money? Sorry guys, just joining the live stream, may have missed some info on this.
So where would be the incentive to play a 4 or 5 day tournament with this? Maybe if I have to explain it to you, then you don't even really belong here. How about that?
Harsh.
I mean, why am I going to take time out of my busy day to explain a genius idea to Simon Lynch? And I will take us to Mars by 2027. With this idea, with this tournament idea. Do these guys know they're mic'd up? Should we be talking over this? They could be talking about God knows anything right now. It's like a 1 in 40 chance it's this poker tournament.
Future winner, you know. Yes.
I think we need more cameras down there. I love the fact, by the way, that we've got like professional broadcast cameras and there's some dude who's filming it on his phone. That's right, Sun Running. What a time to be alive. World famous bubble coverage. We're 2 off the money, 1 off the pure bubble. And on this hand, which I believe is the second hand of hand-for-hand play, we do have an all-in and a call.
Ooh, where?
The table we just saw, Severi Palmu, all in and at risk against Ryan Mandara, but we are waiting for hands to conclude at the other tables before we go down there and deal out that all in.
Yeah, this is a table full of hotties right here. We can stay here for the whole bubble. Look at these strapping lads.
Especially this guy. Yeah, I'm fine with everything.
That structure takes the skill out of poker. What are you talking about? It just makes it so that we don't have any stalling.
Looks like Glenn's coming across to table 4. I think we are ready to reveal the cards of these 2 players and deal out the board. It's all in pre-flop. A reminder, Severi Palmu, the player in seat 8 at table 4, is the at-risk player.
We're not on the bubble yet. Only that.
Yeah, of course. That's why we're waiting. It's really likely that somebody is running as well. What a surprise.
Well, Palmu's all in with aces. Mandara's got king jack.
Not like that.
Wait, I gotta see who's the favorite.
Flop is 3-8-7. 4 on the turn. 8 on the river. That is going to be a double up for Palmu.
I just crunched the numbers and aces was the favorite pre-flop there.
So just in the nick of time.
Yeah.
In main event dealers, next hand, please.
What are you feeling, Maria? Are you feeling meaty bubble today?
Well, I feel like there's got to be some stacks out there that are, you know, shorter than the short stacks at our featured table. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. No, I don't feel like it's gonna be meaty. I think it'll take. I'm gonna go with 7 all-ins, 6 all-ins.
I can't have a meaty bubble here.
Wait.
That is pretty meaty, though.
Yeah, you think it's going to take 6 all-ins for the bubble to burst, and you say that's not meaty?
You guys are driving me nuts, first of all, because I'm already turned on and up by this bubble bursting thing. Now you're telling me she's thick?
I mean, first we need 2 eliminations, right? So
Correct.
7 all-ins, 2 minutes per hand. That's not meaty. How is that? Is that meaty?
Look, one person's meaty is another person's big boned.
Yeah, but you're talking about 2 minutes of tournament clock. That's not 2 minutes in real time. That's more like 10 minutes in real time per hand. 7 times 10 is 70 minutes. Yes, I think that's meaty.
I would love to know what the average number of all-ins when we start hand for hand in all the past EPT mains. Like, what is the average number of hands?
Sounds like an awesome thing for Stacktrick to spend his entire Christmas vacation doing.
Yeah, we're going to need that delivered, Patrick, on January 1st.
I think it's interesting too, Maria. I'm curious about that.
Well, pair of queens ahead here.
What's that?
Oh, look, all of a sudden, who's all got Fitbits?
No, I think it was only on cold. No.
Bravo, cioè bravo.
Penso.
I mean, it's a little different to be on the TV table and to get your steps in. You can't really go far.
Wow, rules for thee, but not for me. Maria Ho, everybody. Hold on a second. Hold on. That's a
8, 9, 10 jack queen.
That's a straight.
Yeah, we've really yet to see Proliev show us what he's made of with that big stack when he doesn't have much of anything. But listen, that's fine. It's a lot easier this way just to have it every hand and to not have to make bold moves. I mean, it's a little less interesting for us to watch, but I'm sure he would prefer it this way.
50,000.
Woo!
Yeah. Katsis already, you know, once before paid off in a spot where he was beat. I mean, this is tough because you do block King 10 with your King of Hearts. You know, you don't block, again, some other, you know, when we think about what types of hands Proliev at this stage, again, would open from under the gun, it is going to be a little bit wider, right? It isn't just going to be Ace 10, King 10. It's going to be, there's going to be more 10Xs than maybe if he was just opening a standard range. So the fold feels pretty good just because, again, it's a lot of your stack there. 50K with 76K total there is not something you're willing to invest to find out. But at the same time, if we've seen Proliev make more moves without hands, maybe Katsis would have been a little more inclined to look him up in that spot. But Proliev just been showing down big hands. So I guess just not as much reason for his opponents to doubt him. Has a little more credibility than somebody with his stack normally would.
Yeah, he's just like, have it, have it, have it, had it, I has it.
The play concludes on the main stage, which means we come out into the field. See how many hands are in progress at the outer tables. Toby Stone stares wistfully into the distance, dreaming of Paris 2026. We're going to go down to table number 5. We're going to pick up the action in a hand between Matan Krakow and Diogo Moreira. Krakow in seat 3, Moreira in seat 4. Turn's just been dealt. The board is Queen of Spades, 6 of Hearts, 7 of Clubs, 8 of Clubs. There is already 175k in the pot. Pretty similar stacks here, around 350k each.
All right, so we're looking at a 2-club board. Straighty, 6, 7, 8 out there. 6, 7. Me and Patrick just both did the thing. That was fun. That was my first time doing it with the hand motion. I kind of see the appeal. Yeah.
I just want to check that Krakow does know he has to act first, right? He knows that he's out of position and the action's on him.
It looks like he knows. This is some unorthodox tanking. Maria, what's the longest you've ever thought about an under-the-gun decision?
Maybe a minute, 90 seconds?
Do you know where we're at on this one?
No.
I think we're around 3 minutes.
It feels longer.
Time is a construct.
You can call the clock, right?
I believe you can. Feels weird.
I think an under-the-gun decision might be my hair trigger for calling the clock on someone. But it also could be like one of those things.
Their opponent.
Go ahead.
I mean, if I'm their opponent, I just wouldn't even know what to make of it. It's like, are they thinking about if they should bluff? Is it like really that hard to figure out what the sizing should be? Like, I would just be, I'd be like, are they trying to reverse tell something like appearing to look weak? Is somebody that's not even at the table going to call the clock? What's happening?
It does really stink to be the opponent here, right? Because like if you say anything, you could end up getting them to do the opposite of what you want them to do.
Right.
But the other players at the table, I feel like should be want this to move along.
I mean, this has been almost 5 minutes now.
I guess it doesn't hurt them because, you know, only a set amount of time comes off the clock anyway per hand, but
And then the whole looking over at your opponent when it's your turn is also just weird. The drama.
I'm so confused right now.
All in.
And now he moves all in. And inevitably, now Moreira wants a count, and then he's going to think about it. So, yeah, we could be here for some time.
Was that 5 minutes?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes. And he shoved for like 2x pot, by the way. It's like 350 into 175.
Maybe he was counting from 1 all the way up to the number he was going to bet, and that's what took 5 minutes.
349.
He was like 1, 2, 3, up to 349,000.
Sounds plausible.
He's probably counting a little faster, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
If Moreira tanks for 5 minutes, I'm out. I'm done.
The thing is in the time that it took for Krakow to decide that he wanted to make this bet, I feel like Moreira thought about, okay, I would call for this size, I would fold for this size, but I don't think he thought about this 2.5x pot size. I didn't think he had time to factor that in. And so now he has to think about it. He's like, well, this was unexpected. This was the one size I didn't get to think ahead of time what I would do in response. And
I think
now I need my time.
Yeah, and I think that not everyone is able to play as optimally and as logically as some. And I think there's a lot of emotion right now in double and triple guessing yourself here. Double guessing? That's not the right phrase. What is it?
Second guessing?
Second guessing yourself here. Second and triple guessing yourself here. Third guessing. Anyway, my point is that you're like, what does it mean that it took so long? I'll feel real stupid if I call off here and he just has the nuts and I fell for it. But also, who thinks that long with an actually weak hand and then shoves?
So this is a 2-minute hand.
Mind death.
This 2-minute hand is going to take more than 10 minutes, basically. Moreira folds.
Show the bluff. Ah, I can do it. Y'all, that was one hand. One.
Carius on YouTube says, quality of stream not too great. It's not our fault that he took 10 minutes to play a bloody hand.
Don't make us triple guess ourselves. Steel Pen Pirate is back, says, I'd love to see a chart where this is optimal. 2.5 times flop shove is not normal, but may be correct in situations. Unfortunately, the chart, with that on there, we shredded it. It's in my hamster cage. Well, you should come have a look at it. It's right next to my used carrot.
No real shock, by the way, that that was the last hand to finish. So now we deal another hand. We're back on the main stage, back at our feature table.
I like when they have already folded and the hand's over by the time we even cut back up here. And then we're like, now what?
Yeah. So it's small blind versus big blind, unraised pre, and it's top pair here for Anton Vig.
Interesting turn card here. Some equity for Paroliev in the form of a gutter, but Wig's still a top pair, and after it goes check, check, definitely gonna try to get some value. Also, some draws now to protect from.
Yeah, bet of 8,000 and a fold from Paroliev. So play concludes at the feature table. Once again, we will see what's happening on the outer tables. Jumbo Marker asking how much is the chip lead. So we think chip leader Terry Jordan has around $1 million right now. But the real focus is going to be on the short stacks, right? It's going to be the players who could be forced all in on the bubble. 2 players to lose until we are in the money. So not on the pure bubble yet. But we have gone hand for hand, and I'm hearing that there is an all-in and a call. It is at table number 9.
We only need 6 more, right, to hit Maria's number?
I'm not sure.
So the players involved here are David Vesely in seat 5 and Gabriel Garini in seat 7.
I have $2 on my bank account, so I'm not that rich.
And it is Vesely who's the at-risk player here. Vesely has the red triangle of death in front of him. Again, it's all in pre. No board cards dealt yet, and we will wait for other hands to conclude before the cards are revealed and the flop, turn, and river are dealt. Caitlin, Texas Poker says hand for hand. So exciting.
Whoa. That's Texas Poker royalty.
That's Caitlin, Texas Poker in New Jersey. I think Caitlin's been having a good run in New Jersey. I think she had like 3 tournaments in 3 nights.
I saw that.
Nice. Go, Caitlin.
And one of them was for more than, was for 4 digits. 4-digit score.
Nice. We miss you too, Caitlin. We just look across the room and confirm that we are done on every single table, which means Glenn, one of the senior floor staff on the EPT, who appears to be running the bubble in this main event, is going to make his way back over to table number 9, where we do have an all-in. A reminder, it's David Vesely at risk here, all-in against Gabriel Garini.
Do we know the cards yet?
We don't. They're about to be revealed. Glenn's going to do his thing.
Oh, there we go.
It's kings for Vesely, ace-jack for Garini.
What is the bubble? You need that. What is ace-jack?
I mean,
Jack is a good hand.
Vesely has a ICM is for poor people shirt, so I don't know why he waited for kings. I would have expected him to go all in king 4 suited.
10-9-7 on the flop. 8 on the turn, that's a straight for Guarini. 9 on the river, kings cracked by ace-jack. And that will see David Vesely eliminated in 185th place. That takes us to the pure bubble. 184 remain, 183 are gonna cash.
Wait, that wasn't the bubble?
Nope.
What are we doing here?
We went hand for hand, 2 away off the money. There's only so many times I can say it.
Somebody was a little too eager for the hand-for-hand job, in my opinion.
So please retake your seats.
His shirt jinxed it. That is Smutov's conclusion. Embrace the squeak. So yeah, we are 1 away from making the money. A min cash in this tournament is worth 8,350 euros. Of course, you make a deep run in this tournament, you make it to the late stages of this tournament, and you are looking at huge sums of money. On the final day, when we are down to the last 2 tables, we're looking at nearly 100k for 9th, 122k for 8th, better part of 160k for 7th, more than 200 grand for 6th, more than €250,000 euros will go to 5th place, nearly 350k for 4th, more than 450k for 3rd, 636,400 euros for the runner-up, more than $1 million for the winner. Maria, I know that it's a bit boring and cliched to go over pay jumps, etc., but that jump between 2nd and 1st is pretty big.
Yeah, speaking of meaty, I mean, I feel like the decision in terms of, you know, how to accurately do the pay jumps and with the poker community sometimes being split, you know, sometimes people do kind of like that there is a little bit more to play for between 1st and 2nd, but I don't know, that's going to be really interesting in terms of deal making, of course, because that always factors into, you know, when you get down to 3-handed or heads up, of course, depending on who you're up against, you might be a little bit more incentivized to make a deal.
So after we lost Vesely in 185th place, the table broke, so we're now even tables, 8-handed throughout the tournament on the bubble. 184 remain. That bubble will burst when we're down to 183, and everyone left in the tournament will be guaranteed at least a min cash.
Cha-ching!
Rigetti, ace-7 suited.
Free raise 9,000. Focus.
Made it 9k. Anton Vig on the button with ace-8.
Yeah, Rigetti very much, you know, throughout kind of the soft bubble and up until now has not been playing like a man who is in survival mode with a short stack on the bubble, just, you know, trying to find ways to take down some pots uncontested. Don't think this one is going to get through Anton.
I got a hand to raise fault.
Oh. Thank you.
Get him, Tony.
Ding Fan's getting his steps in.
Yeah, but
That's about as many steps that I think Stapes got in when I triggered him and he was pacing.
There's definitely more spinning than stepping.
I only don't know how to play poker. Do you remember? No.
No.
Okay. Yeah. You had 80K.
So again, we're in a situation where play has finished on the main stage and we're waiting for play to conclude at the outer tables.
Did he win, Salah? Did he win? Okay.
The last edition of world famous bubble coverage in 2025. Of course, the first two stops of EPT 2026 have been announced and confirmed. The season starts in Paris in February 18th through March 1st. And then we'll be returning to Monte Carlo in the spring, April 30th through May 10th. Further EPTs for next year still to be announced. Of course, you can register for an EPT main event using a gold Power Pass, with Power Pass running every single day. And for more details on the EPT and other PokerStars live events, make sure you check out the PokerStars Live app.
Any players out of their seats, please go back to your seats, please. We'll be announcing action, so you won't miss anything. Any media...
Sounds like Toby's done with people getting their steps in.
He's had it.
Sit down or you'll have me to deal with. That, he didn't say that, but it was implicit. And not hearing of any all-ins yet. So I think what we'll do is just take the cameras over to a table where there is still a hand in progress and see how that hand plays out. Looks like our guys are down at table number 3. That's the chip leaders table. Terry Jordan is at that table, as is Roland Rakita, who we watched in action earlier on. He was at a previous feature table.
He was.
And funnily enough, Rakita and Jordan are in this hand. It's gone to the river. Looks like Terry's bet. And Roland's deciding what to do. The board, 8 of spades, 10 of hearts, king of hearts, king of clubs, 9 of diamonds. Jordan showing jack of diamonds, 7 of diamonds.
This guy is running hotter than a ghost pepper.
Rivered the straight and will win that pot and will boost his chip lead.
River
Jordan. On the bubble. The River Jordan, I like it.
That's pretty good, actually. A little irritated. I mean, it is his name and everything, but I probably should have got there. I would have got there eventually.
You're the River Jordan, isn't it?
If a joke's worth doing once, it's worth doing twice, Terry.
Oh, it'll be done again.
So apparently there's still one more hand in progress. Again, not an all-in, just a hand that's being played through the streets. And over at table 12, it's Tobias Peters in a hand against Fabian Wolf. Looks like it's on the turn. We'll get the cameras down there and we'll go across to see the action. Can tell you what the board is. It's the 8 of diamonds, the 9 of clubs, the 3 of spades, and the 4 of spades. So 8, 9, 3, 4 with 2 spades.
And who's in this hand?
Tobias Peters and Fabian Wolf. And looks like Peters has bet here. 121K.
Who was it recently complaining that they were letting Wolves into poker tournaments? Were they talking about this guy?
Well, Wolf has called. And that is going to take us to the river. 3 of diamonds pairs the board. Action on Tobias Peters. All you can eat. And I think this is all into call. Peters looks like he has a pretty big stack, and I think
he really wants to call.
He's got Wolf covered.
He really wants to call.
But if he calls and he's wrong, he is KO'd and he bubbles the EPT Prague main event.
Yeah, these are the spots that you hate to run into is, you know, you have a decent stack on the bubble, but then you just get into a huge pot against a player that has you covered and is putting you to a decision. You know that if you were to fold, you'll make it into the money pretty easily. But you also know that you have chips invested in this pot already, and you know that the player that has you covered might be leveraging this particular situation with the bubble looming to make a play and get you to fold the best hand. So it's just kind of a nightmare situation that you never really want to be involved in.
He seems less like he wants to call now.
You definitely don't want to level yourself too, because of course, even though in this spot Peters has him covered, he could also just have a hand. He could have it, and you know, really wants you to think that because this is the stone bubble, that maybe you'll just call, feeling like he's trying to take advantage of the situation. And so
what's worse, calling and being wrong here, or getting it in real bad pre-flop?
Well, neither's great.
Which way would you rather go out?
Neither.
I'd probably.
You're not allowed to say neither,
I'd
James. I'm
rather
sorry.
call.
Sorry, Maria. Go on.
I'd probably rather call and be wrong post than to get it in really badly pre.
I think so too.
But if you get it in bad pre, you can still win. You can still suck out. If you call on a wrong.
No, losing, getting it in bad pre.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought there was the option that I
No.
could still. All right.
No. No, you have to go out one way or the other.
Yeah.
I would rather call here because at least I could look like a boss. Heroing with bottom pair here.
Up against quads.
That's right.
Oh, clock's been called. The rest of the table have decided that Wolf needs to come to a decision sooner rather than later.
Skunky on YouTube says Wolf is a hero caller. He loves to call, and I know that for a fact.
Ooh. A hashtag fun fact. Yeah, it was Peters who called the clock.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
And is dead.
That was interesting. I mean, one of the best acting jobs ever, or genuinely, it's always weird to me, Maria, when I see someone get their hand timed out.
What do you make of when your opponent who put you all in calls the clock on you? You know, then I'm like, oh wait, maybe he wants me to call because he thinks that me calling the clock is going to look weak. I don't know.
There's a lot of leveling
That is
going on.
poker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, on
This
to the
is
next
the
hand.
meta.
Look at this bully. We found out what he's going to do with a non-premium. There it is.
Yeah, shoves on the blinds. Both players folding. Koroliev chips up to 447K, more than 110 big blinds. And once again, play concludes at our feature table.
If anyone should be able to get up, I think it's the feature table because, you know, there's some drawbacks to playing at the feature table. And if You want to take the space around the table
Sure.
to walk around. It's basically a racetrack. I say go for it. Just don't go down on the floor. And don't use your bird's eye view as a way to look at things that other players can't see.
So a reminder that PokerStars Live League is concluding very soon. This has been running throughout 2025 with players earning points in the high, medium, and low leaderboards. Now, if you finish in the top 3 in each table, you win cash prizes, and the top 10 in each table are going to be considered to be the next team pro. Now, the league concludes in Cannes. That's the last PokerStars event of 2025. But I believe there are no high buy-in events in Cannes. So that means one of the 3 leaderboards will be decided this week. By Sunday, we will know who the top 10 are in the high leaderboard. And this is how it is looking right now. I would highlight Clemens Reuter has been #1 since the summer. He has held on to that #1 position, but Enrico Kamoshi is closing in. Enrico has won 2 titles in Prague this week, including the Super High Roller, and Enrico is making a deep run in the main event. So that could still change at the top. But otherwise, this is pretty much locked. And I think the top 3 are probably pretty much decided. Reuter, Kamoshi, and Ponakovs are probably going to win those top 3 prizes. Jesse Lonas, for example, not here in Prague.
Do you think that if I went to Cannes, I could make a run at this?
No.
Wow,
I don't
you didn't even think about it.
Well, I don't think it's possible to earn enough points in a single series. Still hands in progress, by the way. Not hearing of an all-in and a call. On the pure bubble, the stone bubble with Toby Stone.
The stone bubble. Nick Walsh is saying that I can make a real shot at it in Cannes.
You know, Nick's a really positive person. He likes to hype you up, but he's also BSing you. So
he's the Jimmy Fallon of poker. He's like, that's so great, man. That's great. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ken, man, sounds great.
Yeah.
That's so great.
Well, listen, if you try to, Stapes, don't forget to take all your Post-it notes, okay?
Don't forget to hit up my occasional backer. Wink, 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 wink. You want some action? You want a little of this juice?
Well, you know, I feel like since you've been just such a mellow, butterfly rainbows kind of person lately, that actually might help your poker mindset.
Oh.
So...
a counter argument. There is a surefire way of changing his mindset, and that's him playing poker again.
I will say that the 2 of us in this relationship have been running real hot at life since meeting each other too. So I think I'm a good investment at this point.
We're going to go down to table number 12. This is the last hand in progress. Vasil Pedruzny in seat 1 against Tamer Kamel in seat 3.
Tamer Camel?
3 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, deuce of clubs, 7 of clubs on the board. And Vasil has bet 80K on the turn. Oh, I've received a missive from the desk of Mr. William Elliott from the PokerStars Live Events Department, highlighting there is a high buy-in event in Cannes. There is a 5K super high roller. So looks like players like Kamoshi will be going to Cannes.
Whoa.
Because they can still earn leaderboard points in that tournament.
All right, how about this? If you're on the leaderboard and Enrico Kamashi's causing you problems right now, put me in the high buy-in event and Cannes as one more player for him to have to get through.
I genuinely thought you were going to offer to like mess him up for a fee. Like I will.
No, I'm just going to mess him up in the tournament.
I will take a baseball bat to Enrico to stop him from making it to the south of France. That's genuinely where I thought that was going.
Yeah, you're going to be his Tanya Harding or what?
Yeah.
That was never proven, by the way. The only beatings I'll be administering are bad ones. I mean, at poker.
I really thought that was going somewhere else, and I was really worried. Are we going to need the clock again?
Look at that, beautiful. What a shot. What a tilt.
Looks like a fold, and Vassal's going to pick up that pot.
How many more all-ins before Maria's prediction is correct?
To be fair,
there's only been 2.
I feel like
yeah.
4?
Yeah, 4 more.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hashtag embrace the squeak. The question is, and I don't know the answer to this question, but I'm sure all will be revealed soon, is the PokerStars Live League going to return in 2026?
I guess it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either. It probably depends who wins this time around. Because if it's people we don't like, why would we do it again? You know what I mean? I can't believe they might make Barney Boatman a team pro.
He is in the top 10 of the medium leaderboard.
That'd be so sick to make Barney Boatman a PokerStars team pro.
Barney is timeless.
By the way, Maria, I kind of feel you've manifested this. Why couldn't you say 2 all-ins?
Well, but no, James, we all know that doesn't work either, because then I would have I was trying the reverse jinx. I'm sorry it didn't work out, but you know that if I said it was going to be a short bubble, it would have been an even longer bubble than this is going to be. You know that it happens every time. I can't win.
That's true.
Sorry, is that referring to your history as being my backer?
Yeah, it was a sub comment.
Mike on YouTube says, has the bubble ever burst at the main feature table? It has a couple of times, I think, we've had the bubble hand be at the feature table. Can't give you a specific example, but it's definitely happened.
I also think that if we didn't go hand for hand 2 from the money today, and we did it 1 from the money, I would have changed my number of all-ins.
Okay.
It would have been different. It would have been fewer than 7. I was trying to be realistic, and just, being on stream with you guys, I feel like we've definitely seen longer bubbles than 7 all-ins. So I thought that it was, a prediction that could have been plausible, but also not too frustrating.
Yeah. So at the start of the day, we kind of discuss possibilities and when we think today's going to end. And one of the issues we always face when we're streaming a day of tournament poker is YouTube has a streaming limit, right, of 12 hours. So if we get close to half midnight, we're in trouble. We're going to have to start a new stream. And I believe I said this morning, there is no chance in hell that we're still on air at half midnight.
Ooh.
And now I'm not so sure.
Wait, we're 2 hours from that.
Yeah, but the way this is, the pace of play, the way this is going. I mean, that clock is pausing like
So
every
it's your
30
fault.
seconds. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Let's
whoa.
not point fingers.
I just think the N word never is just not one we want to be throwing around.
What? Did I just hear what I thought I heard?
No one was using that word. I mean, come on. We have standards, Maria.
Did Maria just do a racy bit? Emphasis on race? Okay, it got quiet.
Is this a good time to bring up your Ice Cube impersonation or no? Staves.
We're going on a ride along.
Oh, God, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom in a minute. I'm not sure I can cope with much more of this. Next hand has been announced.
Crazy Carl gave me a 10 out of 10 for that impression. So, by the way, I added to Crazy Carl's title. He's now Crazy Carl, King of Comments.
Okay.
But King is spelled with a C.
I was going to say, because otherwise we've got to...
Yeah. It's a hard C. Look at Anton get a little out of line, knowing that he can get away with a little something here.
Sorry.
I wonder why Anton didn't show his hand, huh? Huh.
Rodrigo says, let's break the tension. How is your shoulder, Stapes? You said it was hurting a few weeks ago.
It's gotten a lot better. Thank you for asking.
Why do I not remember this?
I've had just even since during the World Series, I just had major. I would wake up like in the middle of the night, just from. I think someone said it was maybe something called frozen shoulder once, whatever. But
think it comes from sleeping in weird positions, or
no? I think I injured it somehow, and just it was injured so badly that even sleeping on it the wrong way was hurting it. But I think it's mostly better. Thank you for asking.
It comes from all the accountability that you weren't taking.
You know, I did have a friend who said that a lot of the aches and pains I was experiencing was a trauma I was holding on to.
Oh, I remember you telling me that.
And I think I have
release the trauma.
Accountability being, you know, a funny way of putting it, but I think I've started to release some of that trauma a little bit.
So we are going to go across to table number 17, where there has been an all-in and a call. That's why the crowd's gathering. That's why the cameras are in place. Juho Sutari in seat 3 has moved all in and been called by Jae-Hung Park in seat 1. Sutari has the red triangle. He's the all-in player here. But again, the all-in will not be dealt, the cards will not be revealed until players concluded at every other table.
Oh, I'm done with the bubble.
First player's not order. Drag him in order.
Hashtag embrace the squeak. So while everyone is gathered around table 17 waiting for that all-in to be eventually dealt, we're trying to find out where there are still other hands in progress, whether there's anything meaty that we should be getting our teeth into. that was a good one.
That was so good.
That was one of the best Prague squeaks ever. Okay, let's try and move across to table number 2.
Okay, I'm really going to pay attention to what the details are here. Go ahead, James. What's happening at table 2?
So this is table Shemian.
Okay.
And apparently Shemian is in a hand against Mengshi Tian. So Shemian is in seat 6. Tian is in seat 8. And I believe the hand has gone to the turn.
Shemian and Tian on the turn.
So Shemian is facing a bet of 115,000. The board, I've been told, is King 6-4-3 with 2 clubs, 2 spades. This is the 3 of clubs, King of spades, 6 of spades, 4 of clubs.
I mean, you could literally make up anything you want for the board. So Jack of diamonds, King of spades, the Joker.
A Joker.
Rules of bridge. And Shemian facing a bet from Tian.
Baltic Avenue, a draw 4 wild.
Oh.
Is Baltic Avenue one of those cheap properties?
Shemian's raised it. So Tian bet 115k and Shemian has done a virtual all-in. He's raised to 328k, leaving around 40k behind.
Well, at least it's not just one chip. Wow Factor says, I heard the longest bubble in history actually lasted for 17 hours. You know what I heard? You banned. Nice work. I think that was the first one of the day.
You got some catching up to do, buddy.
Well, if this bubble goes as long as you think it will, James, with us having to start another stream, then he'll have the opportunity.
Thanks, Maria.
Whoa. Whoa.
By the way, you know how much the satellite uplink costs. You know that this long bubble is going to potentially bankrupt PokerStars. Hey, look, there's Enrico Kamoshi.
Well, oh, wow, look at that.
Is,
Clear the jib, will you?
Fun.
Get in your seat. He had no problem staying in his seat at my comedy show while he slept through the second half of it. Please don't look directly at the jib. Please don't look at it. Don't point. Don't point. Please don't point. Thank you. Mitch, can you have him not point? Yes, James?
It's the perspective. It's the lamp head.
What, that he's got like a bubble on his forehead?
It looks like the lamp's on his head.
Okay, guys, we've lost it. We've officially lost it. Earlier than I would have thought. It's only 10:45 here. Look, he moved.
That's a fold. That's a fold. Tian's folded. Shemian wins the pot. So, another all-in and a call. So there are 2 all-ins right now. There's the one at table 17 that we told you about already, and there is another all-in as well. I believe we're going to go to table 17 first. So this is the hand we checked in on a moment ago. It's where the crowd is gathered. This is Juho Sutari who is the at-risk player. The other player in the hand is Jae-Hung Park. Let's listen to Toby.
Right, EPT players, we have 2 all-in calls, so we're going to go table by table. We're currently on table 17. We have an all-in the call, there's no board, there's no flop. Park has ace and jack, ace of spades, jack of hearts, and Yuho, our all-in player, has ace of diamonds and the queen of clubs. Once again, Yuho is our all-in player with ace queen, and Park has ace jack.
That's an insane number of chips out there.
Let's see the flop, please.
Domination situation.
Flop is 10, 5, 3.
Sutari set for a double up.
10 card, please. Turn is a 6.
Hij moet even hold this match.
Final card, please. Final card is queen.
That's decisive.
We are still
So Yuho Satori doubles up through Jae-Hung Park. And we are going to move across to the other table where there is an all-in, which is table number 9.
Number 9, that's my lucky number.
Well, the player at risk is Jaromir Hanel, and he's up against Gabriel Guarini. You might remember Guarini is the player who KO'd Vasily, turned the straight with ace-jack, and cracked Vasily's kings. So Guarini could do it again if he busts Jaromir Hanel, and if Hanel goes out here, Hanel will bubble. Full board is out on this hand. We're going to join it on the river.
If there's any players around this table, please go back to your seats. We're not going to announce the all-in call until players are back in their seats. Any media?
Nobody is moving. Okay, there's.
No, Toby said he's not going to say anything until people get out of the way.
Well, Wolf went back to his table. There's more people going to the table now.
I mean,
they actually gained players.
Okay, we're on table number 9. We already have a full board and a full. Board.
Yep.
Jaromir is our at-risk player. We have Gabrielle. Once again, Jaromir and Gabrielle. We have a board of Jack, 2, Queen, 3, 4. We're going to turn over the cards and identify the winner. See your cards, please. Jaromir shows ace queen.
That's top pair.
Queens, and Gabrielle shows king 9.
That's nothing.
We do still have 1, 8, 4 players remaining. Back to seats, please.
Okay.
The next hand.
Our take on the situation is that Guarini bluff shoved the river and Hanel made the call with top. So how many all-ins is that? That was another double up, by the way.
That's 4.
Really? It's not 5 at least?
I think it's 4.
Oh boy.
But it's not like Maria's guaranteed to be right.
Clearly.
Oh, dang.
But if I am right, that's 30 more minutes, approximately.
So we are still at 184. We are still on the bubble in the EPT Prague main event.
Will James have another giggle fit in the next 30 minutes? Will he lose the plot?
It depends. Will it look like someone's foot is a trash can? Maybe.
Just the thought of it is tickling me.
6-7. Oh, it's so fun.
No, it's really not anymore.
If you go down.
Well, that was raise and take it for the table chip leader, Ivan Paroliev.
Go to the toilet, no worries.
Exactly.
And we've got a bit of a comfort break occurring for some of the players at the feature table. Don't blame them. Miles asks, how many players are left? 184, as it has been for the last 2 hours. We're on the bubble. That red bubble that says 184 will burst when we lose another player. We'll be at 183. Everyone will be guaranteed at least a min cash. And we will play on to the end of this level. There's about, what, 22 minutes left on the clock? Yeah. I have to say, I don't dislike this idea from Lambaroo. I mean, it screws with game integrity, but I don't care. Each hand of hand-for-hand play, the person on the dealer button should be forced to go all in. How about if folded to the button has to go all in?
I like it.
Should I talk to Toby and Kenny and see if we can get it implemented in time for EPT Paris?
It's going to be tough getting it past the rules czar, Kenny Hallert.
Oh wow, we've got 2 all-ins already. There is an all-in at table 21, which is the table in front of us right now. And there is also an all-in at table 6. Well, that's exciting. We're going to have at least 2 opportunities to bust a player.
And that'll be all-ins 5 and 6.
And that's table 21. Table 6 is over the other side of the room. It's where this crowd is gathered here, right? Where there are cameras, where there's a boom mic, you know there is action. Well, let's go down to table number 6 and see who's involved in this hand. Let's see who's been presented with the red triangle of death. It is Gal Naim in seat 5, who's moved all in and been called by Ayal Moravi in seat number 1. So this is all in pre, and it's Naim, the player we're looking at right now, who's at risk.
What a gal.
Oz Method asks, what happens if they both bust? If there is an all-in at different tables where players bust in this hand, they will split a min cash. If there are 2 eliminations from the same table, it's the highest chip stack that gets the min cash.
It's all about the tables.
I don't want to hear any more questions about tables. Okay.
You should took his cards when he came. The second card, he wasn't in the chair.
Dr. Steelyourface says, but what is her job?
Tables!
Her job is tables.
Check camera. 100%. He was there.
Still hands in progress, by the way. And hold on a sec. Another all-in. Table 23, we've got an all-in there as well. That's 3 in total. All-ins at table 6, 21, and 23.
This has got to do it. This has got to do it. One of these 3.
Maria, are you feeling it?
I feel like this is a better chance than we've had, just considering that there's...
What's that? What's that? I'm looking for some kind of positivity, and you're hedging massively.
I know, I don't want to get blamed.
You're going to get blamed anyway, so you may as well just go for it.
Also, Maria, remember,
Okay, then.
roll the dice and take credit. Maybe it'll be credit and not blame.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, then I'm going to say it's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. So apparently we are going to start here at table number 6. This will be the first all-in to be dealt out. A reminder, the players in this hand, Gal Naim, he is the player in seat 5. He is the at-risk player. His adversary is Ayal Maravi in seat number 1. All in pre-flop. No board cards dealt yet. The cards have not yet been revealed. Is Toby in position? Is he ready to go? Toby, do your thing.
Players, we have 3 all-in calls. So yeah, please stay in your seats if you are eliminated. The 3 all-in calls, we're going to start with table number 6. We have no flop at the moment. We have Ayal and Gal. And Gal is our at-risk player. So turn over your cards, please. Ayal shows 2 kings, and Gal, our at-risk player, shows 2 jacks. So once again, Gal, our at-risk player with 2 jacks, and Ayal has 2 kings.
Statistically, this should be it.
Flop is 4, 8, 2.
Bubbling with jacks. This is as cliche as it gets.
Turn is an ace. Final card. Final card is a 3.
That will do it.
Please stay here for a moment. Thank you.
Oh, you feel that release?
It depends on what?
So wait, Naim could split them in cash if there are 2 more eliminations.
That's a hot, wet bubble exploding.
Yes, the bubble has definitely burst. We are definitely in the money with Naim going out, but there is the opportunity for him to walk away with a saver if more players are eliminated in what is effectively the same hand. There are still 2 all-ins to be dealt, and we're making our way across the room to deal out the second of those all-ins, and we're going to be at table 21, where it is Nusrat Atmaka in seat 6. Who is at risk against Javier Fernandez, the player in seat 5. Again, this is all in, pre, no community cards dealt yet.
I don't want to say I'm rooting against Nusret, but I also want them to be able to chop the money because I feel bad that I was rooting for all of them to bust so that I could be right, so that I could take credit.
So looks like Amatka is all in with ace-king here against Fernandez's 9-5. Fernandez with the dolly part, which they're live cards.
Nusrat is our at-risk player. Javier has turned over 5-9, and Nusrat, our at-risk player, turned over ace-king. So once again, Nusrat with ace-king is our at-risk player.
Let's do it, Toby.
No one's sweating this harder than the ace-king.
Flop is 5.
Oh, come on!
9. There are 3 diamonds
Who's got a
on the
diamond?
board, and Nusrat does have the ace of diamonds.
Sweaty.
Okay.
2 pair against a flush draw.
Turn card, please. Turn card is a 6. And the final card, please. Final card is a 7, and it's not a diamond.
So as things stand, Nusrat Atmaka is going to chop a min cash with Gal Naim. But a reminder, there is still a 3rd all-in to deal out, and that's at table 23. Luckily not that far away, so hopefully we can get into position relatively quickly. Toby's walking over, we'll move the cameras across.
So they want him to go broke here, right? Because then they get a 1/3 of 2 min cashes?
Correct. They'll split 2 min cashes between 3 players, which is effectively going to be a rebate on your buy-in. Slobodan Rzicic is the all-in player. Parwan Bansal is the other player. Again, it's all in pre. Don't know the hands. We haven't dealt the board.
So much
Okay,
red.
So final all-in call during this round on table number 23. We have Slobodan and Pawan, and Slobodan is our at-risk player. Let's see your cards, please.
You mean the guy with 0 chips in front of him is the at-risk player?
Slobodan, our at-risk player, shows 2 queens. Pawan shows 2 kings. So Slobodan with 2 queens and
All right.
at-risk player.
Statistically, this will be 2 min caches chopped up 3 ways.
Flop is 4, 5, 2. Turn count. Turn is another 2.
Only a queen.
Final card, please. Final card is a 6. We have lost another player over here.
Wow, 3 players eliminated on the bubble. So that is Slobodan Rizicic, Gal Naim, and Nusret Atmaka.
Maria was pretty accurate.
In terms of the number of all-ins, absolutely. Also, Maria, you said it was going to be it. We only needed 1 player to bust. We lost all 3. So yeah, 2 min caches shared by 3 players. They will get 5,565 euros each. So, assuming they're only in for 1 bullet, they do actually make a tiny profit. But effectively, they get a refund. They get a rebate.
Big assumption that they're only in for 1 bullet.
So we are at 181 players, and we are going to play out the rest of this level. A reminder of the top money finishes. Now it's going to be a few days before we get to the big cash money. Right now, everyone is earning 8,350 euros, and it's going to be a while until we get the first money jump. The jumps aren't that frequent.
We're already 2 closer than we normally would be.
143 we need to get to before there is the first money jump. So I think tonight it's going to be min caches paid to eliminated players. But once we get to the final day, 6-figure scores for everyone with a 7-figure score for the winner. There is more than a milli up top for the champion of this year's EPT Prague main event. But again, I'm going to highlight the gap between second and first. It's a big jump, and we were talking about this earlier, Maria. I do think it makes the prospect of a deal more likely. A 400,000 euro difference in prize money. Effectively, the difference between second and first is 3rd place prize money.
Absolutely. I mean, could you imagine if the 2 qualifiers that we have on the TV table right now got a heads up? They would be so happy to make a deal at that point.
For sure. So a reminder, this tournament continues all the way through to the weekend, concludes on Sunday. That's when we're going to stream the final table, playing down to a winner. Make sure you join us every day, live at 12:30 local time, apart from the final day when we're live at 1 p.m. Central European time. So we've still got 18.5 minutes of these players on the main stage. Congratulations, by the way, to Ragetti, Fan, and Sakaridis, who have managed to secure a min cash with super short stacks, 8, 6, 4 big blinds respectively.
You know, you mentioned that we might not get out of that min cash, but if we have 3 players this short just at this table, we're only about 11 or 9 players away from that min cash.
I tell you what, it's going to need to be an epic post-bubble bust-out bonanza for us to get down to 143 players tonight. To lose another 40 players.
40?
18 minutes.
Oh. I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the wrong thing.
There's bold predictions and there's inaccuracy.
Yeah, no, I was just basing it on faulty information. I was looking at the hand number. Which is a lot closer to 143.
How many years have you been doing this job now?
I'm still learning.
So cards back in the air. Of course, the clock will run for another 10 minutes or so, and then we will pause the clock and draw for the final number of hands to be played. So all in all, I reckon 11:30 will be done, which means one stream today. It was never in doubt. I said at the start of the day.
James, did you know that Maria was from Australia?
What?
Yeah, James on YouTube says, hello, James, Joe, and Maria from Australia.
When did you move to America from Australia, Maria?
I can hardly detect an accent.
When I was... That's what I was just about to say. I was 4, so,
Yeah.
you know, that's why I have an American accent.
Yeah. Do you enjoy throwing a shrimp on the Barbie? Do you enjoy necking
I
the
love
Fosters? Do you have DVDs of classic episodes of Neighbours sent over to you?
All my favorite pastimes.
By the way...
Maria and her sister's middle names are named after Kath and Kim.
By the way, Maria, at some point, and I appreciate we might have to wait until the new year, you and I need to have a major catch-up about the most recent seasons of both Selling Sunset and Selling the OC.
I binge Selling the OC in, I think, 3 days. It was crazy.
I prefer Selling the OC to Selling Sunset. There's so much more drama, and there's so much to talk about.
Maria, one of your favorite cast members from Selling Sunset is now part of my outer circle.
You know Maxim Lukov is? No. He's old PokerStars pro. You could...
I have a couple of favorites. Who?
The Maxim Lykov, right?
The main character.
Right?
Yeah.
Get back to me when you can introduce me to Alex
He used to
Hall.
be more darker.
Yes, a little
I'll
bit,
see what I can do.
Oh, right, because of Boston Rob, right?
Boston Rob is also friends with Chriselle, that's true.
Okay, and I gotcha.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, you actually have the putts, so now you look even more like Maxim Lykov with the putts.
You guys can play the tag team together.
Bearing in mind we just had the incident with the hand number versus the number of people who are going to get a min plus cash, I'm still going to trust you and leave you in charge because that bubble took so long, I need to go to the bathroom.
Well, look who needs Stapes all of a sudden. Everyone. Fan gets a dominating hand to fold.
Not this time.
He's a fan.
Yeah, all bets are off now for these shorties. They are just super happy to be in the money. Look at that face. Look at that smile.
That is very cute. Will we lose any of these shorties at this table before the end of the night? Suckeritis, 4 big blinds. Rigetti, 7 big blinds. Dig Fan now has 8. Heaps.
I mean, we don't call it the post-bubble bust-out bonanza for nothing.
We sure don't.
And plus, I'm so good with my predictions. I'm going to say we're going to lose one of these players, one of these 3 shorties. I'm being bold now. I'm just going to say what I think.
Maybe you're speaking it
Probably
into
right.
existence.
Ooh, manifestation.
Maybe you are the center of the universe. Maybe you are an all-powerful, omnipotent God.
Okay, I could get on board with that.
That could explain. It's probably the only explanation as to why good things happen to me.
I mean, you are probably running the best you've ever run in the last 4 months, 6 months.
It's been a really good run. I even won a poker the other night.
Wow. You played cash?
I played a little bit of cash at the Hippodrome, yeah. I won I won like 900 pounds playing slots. And then I was like, well, now I got a little money. Let's go see if I can win something I'm supposed to win at. And I did. I bought it for
You really are testing your run good.
Yeah, I bought it for like 200 playing 1-2 at the Hippodrome. I cashed out for like 6.
The heater is real.
I have returned.
Looks like Suckeritis has decided to be the master of his own fate rather than waiting to see what come in the big blind.
Oof.
Moved in all under the gun. Excuse me, the under the gun was a raise to almost all in. And Sokolowski ships pocket queens. Rigetti with ace 10. Come on, let's do it. Let's get Ding Fan in there and get Katsas. Let's just get all the short stacks. Nicastro, why not? 22 big blinds? No, Rigetti says no. Probably for the best. Ace Jack for Nicastro.
Did we cover this hashtag fun fact from our French colleagues?
No. Sorry, let me say that in French. No.
So apparently Davide Katai has just beaten Johnny Lodden's record for number of EPT main event cashes. By cashing this event, Katai now has 23 EPT main event cashes, beating Lodden's record of 22.
That's delightful. Congratulations, Davide Katai.
And merci Benny for the le hashtag fun fact.
Thank you, Benny.
I'll take a chop.
Reasonable.
Chop's going to be tough.
Oh!
How about an outright win?
Nice.
Sir.
Two spades?
A couple of the pairs.
Queen of spades on the turn. Ace of spades.
No, keep the queen of spades.
King on the turn.
Oh, you sick puppy.
Oh my goodness.
You sick
I'm
puppy.
so sorry. I should not have done that. I should not have spoken that into existence.
The guy's a qualifier.
I forgot that I am an all-knowing, all-powerful God.
Good luck, guys.
Well done for screwing him, Joe.
I wish I could do that when I'm playing.
A 530 euro investment and 8,350 euro cash.
Why?
Sarius asks, when is the stream starting tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow. Thank you for your question.
13 hours and 15 minutes from now, 12:30 p.m. Central European Time.
Goodbye. Zero. Bye.
I don't want to gloat over his demise, especially because he's a qualifier, but I did say we were going to see one of the shorties bust before the day's over.
I mean, that was, again, that was a really bold prediction, Maria. I mean, I can't believe you would stake your reputation on something so unlikely that like a 4 big blind stack wouldn't survive the day.
I'm feeling really bold and very confident today. James, what can I say?
Maria Nostradamus Ho. That is the nickname that Jalku on YouTube's given you.
You didn't go for Nostradamus?
It's just weird.
Hostradamus?
Nostradamus. That's pretty good.
Love it.
I mean, they were right there. Low-hanging fruit, like Maria's
I just
predictions.
wanted to tee you up.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh. No, come on. The seven all-ins when we were,
that was clutch.
what, an hour
No, that was
away
awesome.
from-
Yeah. No, you get the credit for that one.
Thank you.
But that's why you need to go out on a high and not just make ridiculous predictions like, oh, I think this day is going to end soon.
I think this day is going to end in the next 10 minutes or so. After the bubble burst, they don't draw for hands, right? They just let the clock run out?
No, there's a redraw overnight, so we are going to pause the clock in 2 minutes and draw for number of hands.
Oh, come on! Sorry, was that out loud?
Busto says, do you stream to a winner? I mean, strictly speaking, yes, because we're going to follow this through to its conclusion on Sunday. But it's not going to be a continuous stream. There's like 4 days to run on this tournament.
Lucky dealer.
All right, so Gakatsas, we might lose 2 short stacks by the power of live cards.
Good old Janina. Ace King holding, but 7 outs for Ivan Poroliev.
Can you fly, Bobby?
Of course, no.
Can you fade 7 outs twice?
Yes, he can. Ace King holds. Here we go. Clock's paused. Let's find out how many hands we're going to play. By the way, the first player to be eliminated and get a full min cash was former EPT champion Alexander Shevlyakov. Since then, we've lost players like Luis Faria.
So close, but so far, yeah.
Another recent elimination, Bastian Herholtz. So we are at 176 players. And they have drawn 4 hands. How many more are we going to play? The number is 4 hands.
Isn't that the most?
No, I think 5's the most.
For huge super. For huge super, 4 times.
Yeah. But max 5, I think. Maximum?
Yeah. It's okay.
Oh, we're ticking down.
Ooh.
As the post-bubble bust-out bonanza continues, down to 170 now. And Nicastro raising ace-7 suited. Ace-jack for Poroliev.
I really feel like I should have got more credit for calling for that king.
Why would we give you credit for eliminating an online qualifier?
Well, just for knowing it was coming.
Manifesting.
I was like kind of cool.
18. Thank you.
Guy's crying in the corner of the room. You think that's cool?
It happened 30 minutes before.
Is that cool? Exactly. 30 minutes it's been going on. He's been crying for 30 minutes.
You're going to have to console him when you get off air, Stapes. Buy him a beer.
I'm a Foster's so we can neck it.
Poroliev decided to just flat here versus 3-betting. You know, I think that was certainly an option pre, and now a free card gives Nicastro the nut flush draw, which is pretty fun for him. And considering there wasn't a bet on the flop from Poroliev, you know, you wonder if he's just going to go for a delayed C-bet here now with this additional equity.
Bet of 18,000 gets a fold. 3 more hands to play.
So we might as well just play another level.
We will tomorrow. Survivors of day 2, bag and tag, and return for day 3. 5 more levels to play tomorrow. No set number of players to get to, no target. Just play 5 full levels. Should be a shorter dinner break with fewer stoppages, no hand for hand. It should be a shorter day. Nine, 7 of clubs for Rigetti.
James, do you remember how when Anton was taking his survey, he asked, you know, how did people get started playing poker, and someone at the table answered that it was because he got married and he was trying to get away from his wife. You think that was Rigetti with his Game Over shirt? I'm just putting 2 and 2 together now.
Who was tanking the longest? Maybe that's the person trying to stay out of the house.
He's regretting some of his life choices, clearly. So once again, it's the table chip leader who gets the action started. Paroliev raising from the cutoff with Jack-9 of spades. Alexander Sokolovsky playing just shy of 30 big blinds, ace-4 of clubs in the small. Oh, he's going to re-raise. Ace-Queen of spades. For Ding Fan, who is all in, and Sokolovsky's priced in. Whoops. And it is a domination situation. Fan set for a near triple up here.
Will this hand be rewarding? Or will it be disappointing?
Oof.
Looking pretty good with 2 spades on the flop. Of course, opportunities with the paired board. Crucially, just has
I'm
to
rooting
fade
for a chop.
A chop's fine. He just
I wanna
doesn't
sing
want
the
to fall.
song before the night's over.
You want another crack at it?
Oh, me?
You're not going to get it. Fan does win the pot.
Let's go. Okay.
And that's great for Fan. He's going to have around 18 bigs now. As we play the penultimate hand of the day. Down to 166 players.
Nobody needs a stack that's 18 big blinds. That's too many big blinds. Too many mistakes can be made. Give me in that 6-7 big blind range. Hard to mess it up. Penultimate.
Indeed. This hand, one more, and then we are done. Spent. Finito. Out of here. 6s for Nicastro. Playing 25 bigs. Opens to 8K. It's going to be folded to the blinds. Fans folds the small. Rigetti, who is super short, has 7-6. He's got 5 bigs behind. And he folds. And that's going to take us to the final hand of the day. So 165 players remaining. It's not really been much of a bust-out bonanza, really.
No.
I mean, granted, we only had like 15, 20 minutes, but we've lost fewer than 20 players.
Last game. Yep.
Do you think that when the bubble happens this late at night, that people hang on a little bit more than they would if it was like
it's the
level
artificial
2 of the day? Yeah.
target, the artificial achievement of making day 3, and we'll see probably more of a bonanza when we kick off the action tomorrow. King 10 for Paroliev, raises.
Paroliev.
Ace-Jack.
Too many big blinds to go too crazy here, it seems.
One would think.
Just a little crazy.
3 bets to 21,000. Aces for Fan on the button. What an amazing end to the day for this guy. Sat there playing 4 bigs on the bubble and lays the trap just flats.
Whoa.
I mean, just
oh my sweet mother.
Rigetti, who has like no chips at all, can just go all in here and think, well, this is a prime spot for a quadruple up.
Oh man, he's thinking about getting away. Almost.
So he is all in for 22,000. That does not reopen the action. Original Razor folds.
22? Yeah.
Ace Jack calls. Aces will call, and we will go 3-way to the flop with 1 player all in.
I need luck. I need luck.
We all do.
Right.
I'm sorry.
sorry.
I guess the good news for Rigetti is that if he hits a king, there's only 1 ace left.
Yeah, Fan just flatting that 3-bet off of 20 bigs is already highly sus.
Aces versus kings, and this looks like the end of Alessandro Rigetti, and it looks like an amazing surge and a great end to the day for Ding Fan.
4 bigs with kings.
I need luck.
I was really hoping he would.
It's like the guy. Have you seen the guy?
I was really hoping Rigetti would bubble so I could say Rigetti gets a meatball.
Runs into Royal.
Rigetti drawing to 1 out because a king was folded. Does not hit.
GG guys.
Alessandro Rigetti eliminated on the last hand of the day. Gets a min cash of 8,350 euros.
60-40.
Ding Fan is going to be bagging 130k.
Ding, ding, ding.
I love it.
Thank you.
Over saddle.
60-40 is on your luck.
Flat? Why?
He was happy.
I know. He had only aces. Loving it.
And with the blinds going to 2-5 tomorrow, Fan's going to be coming back with just over 25 big blinds. Considering where he was, Maria, that's great that in 2 hands he's put himself in this position.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it all started when he shoved with 10s off of 7 bigs near the bubble and got it through, and then has just been really patient since then. And sometimes you just get a run of cards late in the night.
Yeah. And still the same story at this table, by the way. Ivan Paroliev remains the only player in this lineup who has an above average stack. Everyone else, including Anton Wiig, below average. The average being 223,000 with 164 players remaining. That's 164 players returning for day 3 of the EPT Prague main event. At this point, we're going to thank Maria and send her on her way.
Thank you, Maria.
Enjoy the rest of your day in sunny LA, Maria. And thank you. I know it was a long one today. Bye. So yes, these are the stacks of the players we were watching during the last 2 levels of play. Paroliev still very comfortable. Everyone else, as we established, reasonably shallow. But no one super short. The shortest stacks were eliminated during the last few hands of the day. And a reminder, the blinds tomorrow will be 2K, 5K, the first of 5 levels to play on day 3. A reminder of the prize money, we still have a fair few eliminations to go before players lock up a min plus cash. Everyone right now is earning 8,350 euros. The big sums of money paid to the finalists, more than $1 million will be paid to the champion. And a reminder that we are following this tournament through to its conclusion on Sunday. That's when we'll see who wins this tournament. That's when we'll see who lifts the trophy and wins that 7-figure score. And a reminder, you can follow what's happening here in Prague via the PokerStars blog. And of course, there are live updates of selected tournaments on Poker News as well. As far as the live stream is concerned, we're back tomorrow, 12:30 local time with day 3 of the EPT Prague main event. Until then, from Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, Griffin Benger, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Prague. Thank you for watching the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
We in the game. Come back to the beatings, I'm running in town now. Running in town. Walk down with a mission, I'm stomping the ground like. No slacking, I get up and fist up the sound bite. I'm the one like a Neo, a hero is born. Don't play with the crown right. Game on, say it louder to the name known. Game on, be careful now you in the danger zone. Game on, light up the world, I'm trying to flame on.